Hey. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Lewiston. Once again, I'd like to give my thanks to the Region 2, the people who have put this together for us. They've done an outstanding job. JJ, Chastity, a bunch of the rest. We appreciate you. We had 25 public comments last night. That's got to be up there at the top, and I appreciate all the comments. People were well behaved, and we appreciate that as well. And we got a lot to cover today, so I'll get us going here. We'll introduce the commission, starting with Jordan.
Jordan Charette, Region 5, Southeast Region Chairman.
Dave Bobbitt, Region 1.
I'm Don Ebert. I'm Region 2.
Good morning. I'm Ron Davies, Region 7, Salmon Region.
Good morning. Tim Murphy, Region 3, Southwest.
Good morning, Derek Atterbury, Commissioner from the Upper Snake, Region 6.
And Commissioner Greg Cameron is not with us today. He's absent and excused. He's Region 4. So
Jim Fredericks, Director.
you want to introduce any our peeps?
We introduced them last night, so I don't think I'll go through them today.
Okay. All right, there's been a change to the agenda and it was posted, and I'll let Kathleen speak to that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'll just do this. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we did have. Okay, I'm just gonna watch. Staff did have a change to the agenda just to make sure that the commission had an opportunity for an action item. That is a change within 48 hours of a regular meeting, so it would take a commission vote to approve the amenda as posted by staff on November 14th.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda as posted by staff on November the 14th.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded to amend the agenda as posted by staff on November 14th. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that is the agenda that is available for folks at the meeting and online.
Okay, thank you so much. And I'll turn it over to Director Fredericks for the review of the public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had excellent turnout last night for public comment. Didn't get an exact count of how many folks were in the room, but it was essentially standing room only. As Chairman noted, we had 25 people provide oral testimony. We also had 3 written comments. We had the following groups represented in one form or another: the Backcountry Houndsman, the Idaho Wild Sheep Foundation, the Idaho Wildlife Foundation, F4WM, and the Eastern Idaho Houndsman Association, and the Idaho Houndsman Association. So I'll begin with comments related to the agenda. First, we'll start with elk management. We had 6 comments that spoke to elk management. And again, we're going to be talking about embarking on our elk management plan later in the agenda. So comments included breaking the Elk City zone into 2 zones or use a controlled hunt structure, reduce the cow harvest in unit 14 because of what we see as a low CWD prevalence in our sampling. There's too much pressure in the upper Main salmon and reduce non-resident pressure. Concerns about the 10A elk population, need a shorter season. Too many studies and not enough action in the Clearwater Basin as far as habitat. We need to work more aggressively with the Forest Service on that. Request for, or a concern that travel restrictions in Unit 10A on corporate timberland may increase predators and contribute to decreased elk populations. And then finally, pressure on public lands is pushing elk onto private property. We had 3 comments related to the mountain lion plan. In general, there was support, but we had 3 separate comments that said they'd like to see language explicitly cited to work to increase motorized access, not just access, but motorized access on corporate timberland, as well as federal land for winter hunting opportunities. We had 2 comments related to chronic wasting disease. One was to please include sportsmen and women in the discussions as we make decisions on how to respond to new CWD detections. And then secondly, consider having vendors provide sample bags for those hunters that want to collect CWD samples. We had 2 comments related to antler seasons. One was that if we were going to implement antler seasons, then we should only do so if we can see a positive effect, if there's a benefit to the populations. And second, a related comment was that antler season restrictions should not lead to restrictions on access for other purposes, such as trapping or mountain lion hunting or coyote hunting. So then we had a number of comments that were related to issues not on the agenda. One, we had a written comment from a group of Blaine County hunters. It's in your boxes, commissioners. They were requesting a decrease in resident deer hunting effort in units 43, 48, and 49, suggesting an unlimited controlled hunt structure. And that's something that could be considered and taken up in our season setting this coming spring. There were 5 oral comments and 1 written comment on the black bear survey. Consistently heard that there were concerns about the wording of the survey and that it was confusing and divisive. Questions about what was the purpose of the survey and asking things such as, why are we looking to reduce harvest? So just pause there for a minute and speak to that. These are not the first comments that we've heard with regard to the black bear survey. I think there have been a number of recipients of that survey that were unclear as to the purpose of it. Got the sense that it was an indication that we were not happy or that we saw a need for significant changes in black bear management. And want to clarify that the intent of the survey is to just get a sense of where the public is on our black bear management. Anytime that we embark on a new management plan, whether it be a fisheries management plan, elk management plan, what have you, frequently we will start that process with a public survey. And it does not mean that we're going into the process thinking that we need major changes. It's just trying to get a sense of where the public is on the issue. And so I think we failed to do a good job of explaining to the public what the purpose of that survey was. And when that was combined with the way that some of the wording is in the survey, and it's called a forced choice survey. Would you rather have this or would you rather have that? Heart attack or a brain aneurysm? Those are difficult choices, and that's by design. But, and I'm not a human dimension specialist, but that is a process and a procedure that's used, and it's a valid procedure. But I think in the absence of adequate explanation about how this survey is going to be used and what the purpose of it is, it can create a lot of concern, consternation about where are we going with black bear management. And if you look at some of the issues surrounding black bear management in other states, I think that kind of added to the concern. So what I want people to know is that that survey was intended to just understand what people's attitudes about current black bear management is. Does not mean that we see a need for drastic changes. We don't see a need, trying to understand if the public sees a need. And I will also say that we're taking a very hard look internally to see if we can do a better job of communicating the purpose of any survey before it goes out. And then given the concerns that we have and what we heard last night about perhaps the non-response bias that we might now be looking at. A lot of people that received that survey said they're not going to complete it. And we need those people's opinions. And it could be that the people that choose not to complete it represent a portion of bear hunters that have similar opinions. So we need to look internally now and work with our partner the collaborator up at the University of Idaho and consider where do we go with this survey. So I'll just leave it at that. I won't leave it at that. I will say that we heard you loud and clear that there were problems with how that survey was rolled out, and we need to be thinking very carefully about how we use the results and where we go. We had one oral comment and one written comment regarding anadromous fish and suggesting the department do more to raise awareness of the public about the importance of wild salmon and steelhead. And a comment included that breaching dams is the only way to recover wild salmon and steelhead. So I will note that we do have a wild salmon and steelhead page on our website, and we will be updating. There's a lot of very valuable information on that. We will continue to update that and keep it very available and pertinent so that there's a resource there for the public to understand and learn about the importance of wild salmon and steelhead, in addition to continuing to provide the commission on an annual basis updates about the status and the forecast of wild salmon and steelhead. We had 3 comments relative to wolf management, and several of those comments actually were more directed at the Wolf Depredation Control Board than the Idaho Fish and Game Commission, but I will go through them. One of them was that we were not doing enough to manage wolves. Another was that the commission should look at the actions of the Wolf Depredation Control Board. The minimum of 150 wolves in Idaho is too few. There should be more communication between the state and tribes on wolf management and grizzly bear management. And the Wolf Depredation Control Board is spending millions to pay depredation claims. The Wolf Depredation Control Board should fund non-lethal methods, and concerned that the Wolf Depredation Control Board approved a proposal to fund an out-of-state contractor for control actions. And finally, that wolves account for a very small % of livestock losses in the state. So I do want to speak to a couple of those issues. So this is not the Wolf Depredation Control Board. The Wolf Depredation Control Board was created by the legislature. It's statutorily created, and it's an entity that I am the co-chair of. The role of this body in that is they release the board is partially funded by Idaho Fish and Game funds. This board releases those funds with direction on how the Wolf Board should spend those funds. So specifically, with the concerns expressed about the Wolf Board's funding, potential funding of private producers to contract entities for wolf control, the funds that would be used in that process are not fish and game funds. Those are general funds and livestock funds. So that's outside of the arena of this body. And as long as we're talking about that, I want to clarify that the Wolf Board did make a decision recently to provide funding to entertain proposals from private producers so that they could hire contractors and implement wolf control actions on their own. And so the Wolf Board did approve a number of proposals. That does not mean that the Wolf Board has entered into contracts with a private control operator. So if the private producer in turn wants to hire someone to do their wolf control actions, that's up to them. That is not the Wolf Control Board. And there's been some misunderstanding about that issue. With regard to the Wolf Depredation Control Board funding non-lethal methods, that's not statutorily within their side boards, that it is not for non-lethal methods. So fair comment, but that actually needs to be taken up with the legislature. One comment about we heard that wolves account for a very small percentage of livestock losses in the state. And that's true, but if you're the producer who is in an area where those livestock losses are occurring, it's a very significant factor. And I would liken it to, if you live in a city and home invasions on the average are only 1 in 100,000 homes, not a really big deal for the city as a whole. But if you live in the neighborhood where it's 1 in 10, then it's a pretty significant issue. And so when we talk about the overall number of cattle that are killed in Idaho, yeah, it's a small percentage of how cows die, but for some people, it's a very significant and meaningful impact. And then we had a host of comments, just single comments related to various things. One comment related to the Hells Canyon Dam Complex and concerns about minimum flows and ramping rates. We had a comment suggesting that we limit the ability of an individual to buy multiple tags during high volume sales events. So put some limits on proxy tag purchasing. And we will have a comment, or excuse me, an update on our vending process and our December 1 sale coming up, and we'll speak a little bit to that at that time. We had a comment about American white pelicans, suggesting the commission ask staff for a progress report on the American white pelican plan implementation. We had a comment questioning why we implement a shorter whitetail season in Unit 10A. We had a suggestion that we increase the payment to those entities who provide mandatory check-in services from what is currently $3 and has been $3 for quite some time. We had a comment appreciating the department efforts to provide access. We had a comment and a suggestion, a request to see a parking area improvement at Winchester Lake, and we have some photos in our boxes on that. And finally, we had a comment that turkeys are overabundant and invasive, and they're having ecological impacts the department is not monitoring. So, Mr. Chairman, that is my summary of public comment.
Thank you, Jim. Members of the commission, questions, comments? We hear the public comments, we take them very seriously, and all the things Jim has laid out, he has it well documented, and we carry these ideas forward with us as we go, and we consider them when the time is right. And everyone that has something to say might not always get exactly what you want. Sometimes you will, sometimes maybe not so much, but those comments are important to us and we hear them. And I know the department really gives them the due consideration that they deserve. So one more thing I kind of forgot about. I want to give a shout out to Valerie, who is in Boise. She helps us put these meetings together. And I believe she's listening here today, and she's helping with the minutes and the note taking. And although she's not able to be here with us today, we appreciate Valerie and wanted to give her a shout out here. Next up is a consent calendar, and it is an action item. It includes the minutes from March 15, 16, March 23rd, April 13th, May 10th and 11, May 18th, and June 13, along with the financial report. So does anybody have any comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I've reviewed them and I'd make a motion for that to be approved.
Thank you, Commissioner Bobbitt. Have a motion?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman.
Been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Administrative rules. Mrs. Worthington, Deputy Director. Who caught a sturgeon yesterday?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Today, the Commission is voting on adoption of 6 pending rules. As you know, the rulemaking process is lengthy and typically begins in January, when the Commission authorizes the department to proceed with rulemaking, ending in a pending rule package that is in front of you to be voted on for adoption which then goes in front of the legislature to be reviewed for approval as a final rule. The full red line versions were provided to you previously, so I'll just give a higher level overview of the changes that were made since the proposed rules were published in the administrative bulletin. As a general note, all of these chapters were published in administrative bulletins and subject to a 21-day comment period. So let's begin with the 4 ZBR chapters, and then we'll move into the other 2 last. Right. Chapter 130106, Rules Governing Classification and Protection of Wildlife. The department received no additional public input. However, the chapter did go in front of staff for 1 additional time. So additional revisions were made to update common names, scientific names, and capitalize or italicize words that were missed during earlier review. Chapter 130111, Rules Governing Fish, and Chapter 130112, Rules Governing Commercial Fishing. As proposed, Chapter 12 has been consolidated with Chapter 11 with the intent to repeal Chapter 12. We received no additional public input for Chapter 12. However, one notable change in Chapter 11 is due to public input around the transport of crayfish. Staff are recommending the allowance of live transport for crayfish that are not designated as invasive species. Currently, live fish or crayfish are not to be transported without a permit. We understand that there might be folks that do have live transporting for crayfish for crawdad feeds without the proper permit. So this change would make it so a permit is no longer required and is legal to transport. The other revision to Chapter 11 is the anadromous game fish and permit validation sections. Staff have been working on an e-tag option for salmon and steelhead. So instead of using the paper permit, anglers will have an option to use the department's mobile application for permit proof and validation. The revisions to those sections reflect the addition of this option. And we are authorized in statute to provide rule around anything regarding electronic use. So we've added that prior to going in front of session. The next chapter is 130115. This is the last of the ZBR chapters. This is the rules governing the use of dogs. The department did receive public comment around some of the changes staff made in the proposed rule. We heard the public very clearly. So we worked on modifications with a couple of hound hunter groups. You will see essentially a reversal in the section 100 subsection 3. Sometimes the best intentions don't have the best outcomes, and we were doing the work under the lens of the ZBR process. We were trying to consolidate 2 sections into 1. But in doing so, it made that one subsection less clear to the public and created considerable concern around enforcement with the hound hunter groups. So you'll see that section broken back out into 2, the addition of the words 1 or more dogs, and restoration of a sentence that indicates even if the tag is filled, training pursuit can still continue. These revisions were presented to 2 hound hunter groups, and they were satisfied with the outcome. One other point to note that we received in the comments was around the limit on non-resident and hound hunter permits. The total number did not change, it's 70. However, the commission approved in the proposed rule to remove the exception to the permit quota that reference zones, specifically Lolo, Middle Fork, and Selway. These still remain in proclamation and can be managed during the season setting process. Staff maintain that removing them from rule gives the commission the ability to manage more dynamically and consistently using the season setting framework. Now the final 2 chapters. Chapter 130104, Section 500, Rules Governing Licensing, Non-Resident Deer and Elk Tags, Outfitter Set Aside. This is currently a temporary rule, which was approved by the commission and was also approved as a proposed rule. There were no changes made to this chapter after it was published in the administrative bulletin, and it is now awaiting your approval for pending status. Finally, Chapter 130104. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. There we go. Oh, back. There we go. Finally, Chapter 130108, Section 406, Rules Governing the Taking of Big Game Animals, Special Weapon Season Muzzleloader. Although we didn't have the benefit of receiving comments early in the process, after additional efforts of outreach, the department heard from a lot of folks out there. For outreach efforts, we did, this was published in 2 administrative bulletin publications, 2 21-day comment periods were hosted, Posts on IDFG rulemaking site, we post to those. We do posts on the Town Hall Idaho site. We've done 2 press releases, and we've also had 2 public meetings. So we expanded the efforts for outreach specific to this rulemaking. One of the things we recognize through this process, sorry, that is really small. If you can see it, great. If not, it's showing the difference between the different types of use in the hunt types. So one of the things we recognize through this process is that while some people understood completely what the rulemaking was about, there was also confusion because there are different options for using a muzzle loader in hunting. Muzzle loaders can be used in any weapons hunt with no restrictions except around caliber. They can also be used in short range weapons hunts with caliber as the only restriction again. And they can be used in special weapons season muzzle loader hunts, which is what this rulemaking specifically is about. The differences are shown in the screen, so I apologize for it being small. The muzzleloader hunt is a more traditional type of hunt, which is why there are more restrictions around primers, sights, powder, etc. Some of the public were very pro-traditional and wanted no change whatsoever. Others were interested in more technology, and some felt the changes the commission approved in the proposed rule were warranted. We received comments like, by keeping it primitive, it allows for expanded hunting opportunities. If you change it, you may as well turn it into rifle hunting. Also, it is in the best interest of the sport to keep the regulations of muzzleloader season as traditional as possible. Another is, I would prefer to have the rule stay as it is currently, as there are quite a few all lead projectiles on the market, and I'm concerned the ability to use other more modern projectiles would increase the effective range of these guns, taking away some of the challenge associated with the muzzle loaders. I'm going to round it out with a few more comments just to give you a sample of what we'd received. Another is, I am quite sure that if more technology is allowed to become a factor in new rules and regulations, the results will be less opportunities and shorter seasons. Another is, I appreciate Idaho keeping the muzzleloader season a more traditional hunt. The exception is the mandatory all lead projectiles. The increased exposure to lead, barrel leading, and increased lead meat contamination is a concern. Another is, I like the primitive rifle part, but I think a projectile rule change is warranted and due. Finally, another comment, allowing a wider range or a wider variety of projectiles allows for better accuracy and increased recovery rate of wounded animals. Ultimately, this was the outcome of the comments. You can see in blue, that's the supporting of the rule change, the orange is opposed, and gray is the other area. The department received 445 comments during the comment period and welcomed 52 members of public to our last public meeting. Of those attending the meeting, 19 were in favor of the rule change and 14 opposed the rule change. Through email, 289 comments from the public were in support of the rule. That's 65%. And 139 or 31% opposed the rule change. 17 comments or 4% didn't specifically support or oppose the rule change. The department does recognize that there is likely some duplication in who participated in the public meeting and who sent in comments. Of note, for the comments that were compiled through email, 9.4% of the comments indicated the desire to see sabots allowed, and 10.7% mentioned the desire for 209 primers or pelletized powders. There's also split feelings on the availability of bullets, whether there's a shortage or not, and the lead dangers to animals or humans, the environment. So that's what I have for you. I know I threw a lot out there for you, but Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Amber, I think we all know, but could you explain just briefly what ZBR, zero-based regulation? Would you explain that for anyone who may be listening?
Yes, sir. So ZBR is zero-based regulation. That is a process of reviewing rules and looking at simplification of the rules. It was due to an executive order of the governor. So it's a continuation of the Red Tape Reduction Act.
Perfect. Anyone comments from the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to comment on the muzzleloader thing. We did receive a lot of public input from that, and I've kind of swayed back and forth on whether I supported the change or not. But I think in reviewing the public comment and the strong support it appears to have, I don't think we're getting the creep that everybody's considering or worried about with the technology creep, I guess is the best term for that. So with that, I'm in support of the change to the muzzleloader bullet proposal.
Perfect. Anyone else? You guys all good? Like Ron, I heard from a lot of different people, and you know, I weighed this pretty heavily in my own mind. And there are those, you know, there are some people that say you can get those bullets, and then other people have told me, and largely from their own what they have experienced, it's like, I got bullets for this gun and it doesn't fit the gun. So it was an educational thing for me as far as muzzle loaders. There's quite a bit more to it than just 50 caliber or 54 calibers. There's actually different makes and models of guns, which I had no idea, but all 54 caliber muzzle loader bullets do not necessarily fit all 54 caliber guns. And in this job, we get the opportunity for quite a bit of education sitting here, because I'm not a muzzle loader hunter, but through this process, I actually learned quite a bit about them. And so I think the public had ample opportunity to comment. I think it was well publicized, and I think that everybody who wanted to weigh in had a good chance for that. So I too will be supporting this part of the administrative rules.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment. I think it's important again to echo that this concern was brought to us by hunters, muzzleloader enthusiasts who wanted to see a change, and brought it to the commission. It fit nicely with the chapter and ZBR. It was a nice fit and the timing worked. So again, this is brought to us by the public that wanted to see a change. So I think it's important to mention that.
So anyone else? Would someone, okay, so Amber, so if we approve these administrative rules, what that actually does is sets it up in approved by us, and then ultimately it will go before the legislature. And even though we influence and sometimes formulate these rules, we're not the ones that put the final legal stamp on them. And once they become rules, they have the same effect as law. Ultimately, the rules are adopted by either the legislature. If they fail to adopt the rules, then the governor can take them and forward them as temporary rules. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, well done. Absolutely.
Well, you sit here long enough, pretty soon some stuff kind of starts to make sense. But I just, you know, sometimes I would like the public to understand what we do and, you know, the process. And this is rulemaking. Every state agency does it. And the governor has said, we want you to go through all of your rules and reduce them and make them simpler. And we do that. So that automatically makes our sections come up every few years. We will go through every section. And I think it's a great thing. Anyway, with that, I guess, unless there's any other comments or discussion, we would need a motion to adopt the pending rules.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to belabor the points, but I support the muzzleloader thing because of the reasons already stated by the other commissioners. And I would make the motion to adopt these pending rules.
I'll second that motion, Region 3 Commissioner.
Very good. We have a motion and a second to adopt the pending rules as presented by Amber. Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right, we're on to action item 5B, White Sturgeon Management Plan.
There's
Right.
still one more piece to 5A,
Oh,
Chairman. Not an
Okay.
action item.
Go
just
ahead.
Information. So you received in your packet information around the legislative updates for this upcoming session 2024. The intent would be to repeat the same process as last year to evaluate and discuss the legislative process and proposals, the activity. Staff would like to initiate teleconferencing on a weekly basis and recommends beginning those calls the 8th of February, which is a Thursday, same as this last year. If the commission is okay with this, we'll get it on everyone's calendar. So if you're all okay with it, then we'll just go ahead and proceed.
Okay, do you guys like the way it went last year? How they kept us in the loop?
It would be 9 Mountain Time. Mhm.
That's right, 9 Mountain, 8 Pacific, starting February 8th during the legislative session. Everybody okay with that? I think you're good.
Thank you.
All right. White Sturgeon Management Plan.
Chairman Ebert, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, thank you for the opportunity to present on the final Snake River White Sturgeon Management Plan. The bulk of my presentation today will involve the public comment process and feedback we got from the public as well as partner agencies. But before moving into that, I would like to give a brief recap of how we got here and some of the highlights that are contained within the plan. So the first Snake River White Sturgeon Management Plan was adopted by the Commission back in 2008. Given that it's now been 15 years since that original plan, there's been extensive work by the department as well as partner agencies to improve our understanding of sturgeon within the snake and adapt our management strategies that we're using. Hence the update and this second version that we're discussing today. Get caught up. The current plan is divided into 2 main sections, the first being the introduction, and then the second being specific reach reports, which is really the management, kind of the spatial management scheme that is used for white sturgeon within the Snake River. Within the introduction, we were able to update broad level status information on white sturgeon in the snake, as well as update information regarding limiting factors that affect the different populations that are contained within the Snake River. This plan had added integration and emphasis on hatchery production for white sturgeon and stocking of white sturgeon in the Snake River compared to the previous plan. This is largely because when the previous plan was written, the hatchery program was largely undeveloped. Since that time, the hatchery program has been developed and it's now become apparent that a number of the reaches within the snake do require stocking currently to maintain and or increase abundance of sturgeon in those reaches. And then lastly, we did also integrate new data and information that was collected over the last 15 years. I'll specifically mention information on recreational angling. The department did extensive work looking at hook type, deep hooking rates, metal ingestion or terminal tackle ingestion in our sturgeon fisheries. That has been integrated into this new plan. And also our partner Idaho Power has done extensive work looking at flow triggers. So that could be the magnitude of flow, the duration of flow, or timing of flow in our core wild reaches that result in meaningful natural recruitment events. That information has also been incorporated. Within the reach reports, we were able to update information in all of the reaches since the last plan was written. We did establish specific adult abundance objectives for each reach, as well as stocking objectives, annual stocking objectives within the reaches that require stocking to maintain abundance. Moving to the public comment period, the commission first saw the draft plan and gave us the go-ahead at the July meeting to move forward with the public comment period. At that time, we began working with our communication staff on developing a website to direct the public to provide their comments, as well as generating a series of different methods for public outreach, such as email, press release, and social media. Brief summary of the public engagement in those different methods. We sent an email to nearly 24,000 individuals, had a 47% open rate on that email. So over 11,000 people were engaged with through the email. We did direct those emails using IDFG listservs towards members of the public that we would expect to be most engaged in the sturgeon fishery, whether they had indicated in the past that they were sturgeon anglers or anglers on the snake, etc. The press release was widely distributed to 250 media outlets, and we generated 11 social media posts across Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter that were viewed by nearly 39,000 individuals. We did take an additional step for the sturgeon management plan in conducting a virtual open house meeting to engage with the public. And the rationale behind this was multifaceted. One, while this revised Snake River White Sturgeon Management Plan is really kind of one-stop shopping and a very comprehensive document for Snake River sturgeon management, that also means it is somewhat complex. And we wanted to provide an opportunity for some more back and forth and dialogue with the public on the plan to help them generate potential comments. We also recognize that in 2022, there was a pretty unprecedented fishery closure on a portion of the Bliss Reach, where we viewed this as an opportunity to, again, engage with the public and get kind of the temperature of the room on that closure about a year after it had occurred. And then lastly, this is a large geographic area covered by this fishery. It begins down here in the, below the town of Lewiston, extends all the way up above the city of Idaho Falls. So by conducting a virtual meeting, everyone across that broad spatial scale could participate. There was some good and I'll say some bad associated with conducting this meeting. First, good, the meeting and the format went off without a hitch, and I will thank our communication staff for helping us get through that process. On the bad end, the public attendance of the meeting did not meet our expectations. We only had 12 members of the public attend the meeting, but I'll go back to the good. We also recorded the meeting as it occurred and were able to post that to YouTube after the meeting was done. And when I looked at the end of the public comment period, we had 212 views of that YouTube video of the meeting. So while this didn't break the internet, if we conducted an in-person meeting in this room and had 212 members of the public sitting in seats and going back and forth with us about a sturgeon management plan, we would consider that a pretty significant success. So definitely some future considerations as we roll out additional management plans. Now getting into the specifics of the responses. The suite of public outreach resulted in over 1,600 page views of the sturgeon plan comment page and a total of 32 individual responses from the public. Those responses with regards to broad levels of support for the plan were divided into 45% of responses were supportive of the plan, 39% were supportive with concerns, 12% did not support the plan, and then one individual, while they did provide specific comments, did not mark one of those boxes, and they are represented with the blank. Regarding those more specific comments, the 32 individuals did provide 37 specific comments on content of the plan, and we took those 37 comments and rolled them into comment themes. I'm not going to step through all of the comment themes shown on the chart here because a number of them had very low representation, and will instead highlight and discuss a little bit further the top 3 most represented comments that we received. And we'll actually combine the top comment and the third most represented comment because they are both related to the discussion of potential harvest fisheries for sturgeon in the Snake River. So while this initial feedback from the public on their opinion of a potential harvest fishery for sturgeon was useful and good feedback, it did not result in any change to the plan. The reason being that while the plan lays out the foundation and the process by which we could propose a harvest fishery, the plan does not direct any harvest fisheries to be implemented or start occurring at this time. We are currently working with the University of Idaho on a graduate study, which is occurring above Shoshone Falls in the area where we would potentially implement a harvest fishery in the future. That student is looking at the abundance of white sturgeon in that reach. They're looking at growth, movement, to give us a better idea of if a harvest fishery would be feasible, as well as what the regulation structure may look like, where we could have some harvest, but also maintain the popular catch and release angling opportunity. Depending on what that student finds and where we get on that discussion, we would need to re-engage with the public on a discussion and get more feedback on their opinions of a harvest fishery, as well as work further with the commission on any proposal that would move forward. So potentially more to come on that discussion. Then the second most represented theme was related to angler involvement. Really two types of comments here, one being an interest in angler-based data collection on our sturgeon fisheries, and the second being a desire for more information and education about sturgeon management and the sturgeon fisheries that occur within the Snake River. Here again, while this provided some valuable input from the public, we did not make specific changes to the plan based upon this comment theme. But absolutely, we'll consider this moving forward. While we have done information and education outreach regarding our sturgeon fisheries, it's something that we'll continue to emphasize and try and increase moving forward to engage with our passionate sturgeon anglers, as well as depending on circumstances, whether this is potentially a broad application or a very focused application in a reach where we have specific management questions, the potential for angler-based data management or data collection will continue. Transitioning to partner outreach, and I am not going to read through all of these and would ask that you maybe try not to as well, but we did cast a broad net of reaching out to 25 different agencies and government entities to solicit input from partners on the plan. Those 25 agencies resulted in 5 responses to the plan with formal comment letters back to the department. Overall, the themes of the comments back from those agencies were supportive of the plan, as well as the management strategies contained within the plan. Partners did provide 81 more specific comments. Many of those were editorial, and those were overwhelmingly included and adopted into the plan to add clarity to the plan. Some of the more substantive changes that were generated by the partner comments included added emphasis on spawning flow triggers, adding specific flow criteria within the bliss reach, which has resulted in higher levels of natural recruitment over the last 10 years, and an emphasis of generating those types of specific criteria in Hell's Canyon. We also added a management approach section in summaries in 3 reaches, which did not contain those within the draft. We delineated that tribal fisheries are regulated and managed by tribal governments. And lastly, updated the plan in 1 reach with 2022 data that was not available when the draft was written. That's all I have for the information and responses on the comments for the Snake River White Sturgeon Management Plan. I do want to acknowledge the numerous primary authors that provided input on the plan. Again, thanks to our communication staff for the assistance on rolling out all the public outreach. And last but not least, thanks to the members of the public and the partner agencies that made the plan better. And with that, I'll make the suggested motion that the commission approve the Snake River White Sturgeon Management Plan as presented and field questions if you have any.
Very good. Thank you. Questions from the commission? Comments? Tim, Ron?
Very good presentation and all that. Just a very quick statement. We were out on the river to observe the fisheries yesterday, the commission, and to think of a being that we're sharing the river with that's 500 million years been on this earth, and that the department has worked through not only biological science, fishery science, but social science, and has a plan that allows the excellent conservation of the species, at the same time providing opportunities for anglers. Thank you.
Ron?
Mr. Chairman, Brett, I'll echo Commissioner Murphy's comments that was a very good presentation. Mine's more of a question, and in the plan itself, it talks about the distribution, and it mentions that that sturgeon had been seen as far as high up as the Middle Fork and McKim Creek. My question, I guess, is does excuse me, does the plan, and I don't know that aggressively is the word that I'm looking for, but that's the only one I can come up with right now, seek to try to expand that distribution with the stocking program even into the upper reaches of the salmon area?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we did receive a couple public comments to that effect as well with regards to the upper salmon. The plan does not seek to implement stocking in those reaches. That is actually contained. The salmon drains into the Hell's Canyon and is contained within one of our wild core reaches, where the management emphasis is to focus on natural recruitment rather than stocking. And I think it's also important to realize or remember that those fish do have free passage to upper reaches, and they do occupy the lower salmon, but we would presume, or the information that we have would suggest, that environmental conditions are not as conducive up in those higher reaches of the salmon to support a robust sturgeon population. But the opportunity is there for fish to move freely up there, and we would expect them to do that if conditions were right.
Anyone else? I would like to echo what Commissioner Murphy said, that man, sturgeon are incredible creatures. They're awesome fish. They're just remarkable. So if there's no more comments or questions, I would entertain a motion to adopt or approve, is the language we use, approve the Snake River White Sturgeon Management Plan as presented. Someone care to make that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I have a 4-year-old that loves to go dinosaur fishing. So with that, I would like to make a motion that the commission approve the Snake River Sturgeon Management Plan as presented.
Very good. We have a motion.
Second that, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
One more thing, I'd like to give a shout out to the techies in the back of the room that keep all this stuff rolling for us. And I've probably forgot someone, but I love and appreciate every one of you. But anyway. So now we're going to hear about the mountain lion plan from Katie Ulrich.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. At the July Commission meeting, the Commission was presented an overview of the draft Idaho Mountain Lion Management Plan. And at that meeting, the Commission approved the draft plan for public input. This presentation is a summary of the public comments received and the revisions made to the final draft plan in response to that public input. The Lion Plan comment handout that was sent to the commission along with the draft plan is a more detailed account of those comments. The draft Lion Plan was posted for public input on the department's website, August 2nd through the 23rd for a 21-day open comment period. During that period, the department received 231 submissions through web form. And then we also received submissions through email, phone call, and letters to the public or from the public and sportsmen's groups. After the public input period, staff reviewed the comments, removed duplicates, irrelevant comments, and blank entries, resulting in a total of 222 unique submissions. Overall, the plan was supported by both residents and non-residents. Resident support for the plan was 73% combined support and support with concerns. With the top regions of residency of Idahoans who were submitting input to the plan were from the Panhandle, the Southeast, and the Southwest regions. Non-resident support was extremely strong at 87% with support and support with concerns. And the top states of non-resident accessing the form were from Washington and California. So staff reviewed the comments that were submitted by the public. Now, when somebody enters into the web form, they select a level of support and they're also allowed to enter a comment. So this is a review of the comments that were submitted along with the support level. There were 164 comments added to these web forms, and that made up about 74% of the total submissions. And these will be the most frequent comments that were submitted by the public. Now, some commenters chose to support a level for the plan, but included a comment related to just general mountain lion management. Some selected a level of support for the plan in general, but did not direct the plan or the draft plan at all. After reviewing the comments, those who supported and did not support the plan often identified similar topics of concern. And a graphic in your Lion Plan handout and in the appendix shows a more detailed breakdown of those comments. Here I will touch on the most frequent topics that were mentioned in the comments. Both who shared support for the plan and lack of support for the plan showed support in addressing conflicts related to livestock depredations and ungulate populations. Both express concern over both having too many mountain lions or not having enough mountain lions or too many lions being killed. And subsequently, those often followed with recommendations to reduce or increase harvest. Those who identified as deer and elk hunters overall supported the plan, and houndsmen were split in their support levels. Those who supported the plan supported its direction and the goal for additional research. Before I dive into the comment topics, I want to revisit the main direction of the Mountain Lion Plan. The direction of this plan is to continue to provide a diversity of harvest opportunities and to maintain mountain lion populations for harvest, expand population monitoring tools to better inform our management decisions, to be responsive to conflicts related to human safety and livestock depredations, be responsive to underperforming ungulate populations where predation may be a limiting factor. This plan differs slightly from the previous plan in that it incorporates predation management direction and provides guidance to improve monitoring and management at a landscape scale, but localized management actions at a scale where predation, livestock depredations, and human conflicts occur. Now we'll begin with the comments that related to the results and changes to the draft plan. So first were the technical edits and comments. The more significant changes in the revised draft plan are identified through red text and also strike-throughs. So strike-throughs being content that was either duplicate or repetitive or just removed or moved to a different place. The summary of public input is now included as an appendix. Several edits also included updating the text, tables, and figures with final harvest and mortality data for the 2022 harvest season. So changes made within the plan. So each state and regional graphics for age and sex proportions in the harvest data were changed to better display the data trends. The beige and gray data ranges were included for age and sex proportions in the harvest, and those were there to show where the proportion of total and adult female harvest was in comparison. So these are just a comparison data range to show where a stable mountain lion population would be at. So the comments related to harvest. Respondents who supported and did not support the plan were divided in their concerns over there were too many mountain lions or there's not enough mountain lions to harvest. These concerns were frequently split geographically, or by the type of the big game species they hunt. For example, some commenters in the Southeast and Northern Idaho had different perspectives on mountain lion management and mountain lion populations. Many commenters who indicated there were too many mountain lions being removed indicated that they were from the Southeast region or hound hunters. Commenters who also indicated that they were deer and elk hunters thought the mountain lion population was too high. As mentioned before, these comments often resulted in a variety of harvest season and rule recommendations, including quotas, season length changes, increasing tags, allowing trapping or incidental take from traps, manage them like a predator, no bag limits in year-round seasons, further limit non-resident hound hunters, put more further regulations on outfitters and non-resident guides who are allowed to use the outfitter's hound hunting permit. Now, these season and rule changes did not affect the content of the plan. Additional information was included in the introduction and the public input appendix to explain the difference between the season setting process and species management planning. Season setting for big game occurs at a 2-year cycle and includes setting season timing, length, sex, size, the number of animals allowed, permits, tags. Species management plans are guided by the Idaho Fish and Game State Strategic Plan and outline species management directions, goals, and associated management strategies. While specific hunting season recommendations are not included in species management plans, general harvest management guidance is. Species plans outline goals, objectives, which help guide the season setting process. And through both of these processes, the Commission, wildlife managers consider a wide array of concerns from different constituents when making these wildlife management decisions. So these next slides will address the frequent comments that did not result in changes to the plan. Conflicts. Sorry. Most commenters supported the direction of the plan took in managing mountain lions when addressing conflicts with ungulate populations and livestock depredations. Most commenters stated mountain lion impacts to ungulates are vast. However, some felt that they were overstated. As we know, predator prey management is controversial, and many stakeholders have different opinions on desired outcomes for prey and predator species. The plan states the Idaho Fish and Game will continue to monitor mountain lion populations and consider ungulate populations health when developing harvest seasons, and updating our predation management plans. Most commenters indicated support for producers protecting their livestock, while some did not support expanding lion harvest as a result of minimal lion conflict. As the director mentioned before, livestock mortality numbers that are cited by the USDA are directly attributed to mountain lion depredations is a minimum count. There are many livestock producers where mountain lion depredations don't occur, they have not been affected, but for others, those depredations that occur are significant to them. The plan identifies goals and strategies to address these different types of conflicts, and recent implementation of harvest quota removals, the expansion of electronic calls, were intended to provide additional hunter opportunity and to address these types of conflicts. Human presence. Some commenters expressed concern over the increase of human presence in wild areas, especially the increase of hunters, road access, recreationalists, and urban sprawl. Some commenters were also divided in their concerns over road access. Some mentioned road access should be expanded to allow for more harvest, while others noted roads should be closed to reduce lion harvest and protect wintering deer and elk. Idaho Fish and Game can offer input on federal travel management planning. However, this input also has to take into consideration other sportsmen's desires, other user groups, and also other wildlife species and their management objectives. And as the human population in Idaho continues to expand and grow, this will become more complex. It will be increasingly important to minimize lion conflicts with humans, while also maintaining the public acceptance for mountain lions and mountain lion hunting. The plan has identified the increase in human presence and in wild urban interfaces as a priority and identify strategies to address these challenges. Protecting females with young. Some commenters who supported and did not support the plan showed shared support over additional protections for females and females with dependent young. As noted in the plan, Idaho administrative rule already restricts the take of females with dependent young. The plan also states the staff will monitor total and adult female harvest levels and consider restrictions if harvest is not sustainable. However, managers will also consider the status of local ungulate populations and other potential conflicts. Idaho Fish and Game is also committed to improving the mandatory reporting process to improve the quality of data that is collected to ensure that all Idaho Fish and Game rules are being met. References to wolves and predators. Several commenters stated that mountain lions should be classified as a predator or managed like wolves. And this topic is not new to the commission. Idaho Fish and Game manages all big game species, including large carnivores, to meet biological and social objectives according to our state species management plans. Regulated hunting and trapping are the traditional and most effective management tools identified in most of our plans to meet our management objectives. Mountain lions designated as a big game species allows harvest and hunting and trapping through regulated harvest, and that can be adjusted as needed through the season setting process. Losing opportunity. Several commenters, especially the non-residents, stated they did not want to see Idaho follow other states' management directions, specifically referring to the elimination or the limiting of seasons or methods of take. And the commission has continually supported providing hunting opportunity and managing mountain lion populations through regulated harvest and traditional hunting methods. The department has reviewed the comments that were received from the public input and has incorporated improvements into the revised draft that is now before the commission for consideration for adoption. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director, I thank you for the opportunity to present today on the Idaho Mountain Lion Management Plan. And the staff recommends that the commission adopt the Idaho Mountain Lion Management Plan for 2024 to 2029. This concludes my presentation, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Katie. Members of the commission. I have a comment when we talk about plans for mountain lions or wolves or whatever the case may be. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to, because one affects the other. Mountain lions affect deer populations, elk populations, same as wolves. And so kind of we get caught in the middle of it sometimes to which do you prefer or favor, or how do you strike that balance? And I appreciate the work you have done in framing this up and putting it all together. I would like to speak to a comment that we had last night. A gentleman asked me in the plan, evidently it says regional staff will continue to work with private timber companies to improve access. They had asked that we include motorized access in that statement. I do have to comment that access to private land is really not up to us. And I know that the department has worked with these large tract landowners to provide all of the access that we possibly can. We work with them constantly, respectfully and in accordance with their wishes, because, they're the ones that own the land. And so I wanted to make sure the commission knew that we were asked to insert motorized access into the plan. That would be the purview of the commission. But Katie, a question for you is the way this plan is written, and there's nothing that would preclude us from trying to increase motorized access for lion hunting on private land currently. Do you care to speak to that?
Yep. Chairman, commissioners, yes, so access can mean motorized and non-motorized access. So using that general term, it can mean those different things. So it can mean, outreach to the private land, but it also can mean outreach to other federal and management agencies. So that general term of access does include, it's broad for a reason.
Okay. I know when it comes to access of large tract timberlands, particularly, first, we are very appreciative and very respectful for the opportunities that those companies have allowed us. And although sometimes we would like more, we also don't want to forget to appreciate that they actually let us step foot on their property at all. So we acknowledge that. Anyway, commission.
Mr. Chairman, just some comments. Katie, I appreciate the plan, and I guess my comments would probably go back to Brett too in the Sturgeon plan.
Yeah.
And when I first came on the commission, we were way behind in our management plans, and the department's done a really good job of getting caught up and producing substantive plans. And I guess I would speak to this. I really like the ability to go back and look at what we previously had and kind of see some of the successes and what we've been able to do. So I think that's important. And specifically with our large carnivores in our plans, I think it's important too to show that predator-prey relationship, which we've done, conflict. So I would assume that that's something that's going to continue moving forward. We've gotten better with technology to be able to display graphs and data, and that's super important. Visually, to be able to see what we're trying to accomplish is really important. Words kind of explain it, but as we see from our hunting public, we kind of get lost in that minutia. And so visuality is really super important. I think we've done a good job here. And then also the overall state view and then breaking it down by the region was a big hit for me. So I think we've done a good job here. And I look forward to continue to see these implemented in our management plans moving forward. So I support it as it is, commissioners.
Thank you, Derek. Anyone else? Jordan?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I kind of went over the comments. It seemed like, you had the same comments on both support and not support, and it probably made it pretty hard. And I understand there's a lot of social interest in this of what other states and other agencies are doing, limiting actual predators on the landscape. I assume this plan will reassure that Idaho's not following suit with what they're doing. We're doing our own thing because we're doing what's right, and we're making sure that the habitat will still be here, the wildlife will still be here for that. Is that a correct assumption from this plan?
Yes,
Okay,
Cool.
I think this is
Chairman, Commissioner, yes.
cool, awesome. I think you did an awesome job on this. I would support it willingly too as well.
Very good. Anyone else? Ron?
Mr. Chairman, yes, Katie, great presentation. So I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I'm going to put you on the spot here. We did receive this comment yesterday regarding the addition of that language. I'm assuming you've had a chance to read through that. In your opinion, what would be the pros or cons of adding said language to the plan?
For motorized access.
Chairman, Commissioner Davies. So when you just add the part motorized, I mean, you might be limiting it to the non-motorized as well. But that it would be the purview of the commission. It's broad for a reason. So, it's really up to the regional manager, the local people, the local staff to make those recommendations. And I would leave that up to the regional staff.
Mr. Fredericks?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies and Katie, good answer. I think as worded, we have all the opportunity and the ability to do exactly what's being requested of the folks that commented about increasing motorized access on corporate timberlands. As the chairman said, that's really not up to us. We can have those discussions. We will have those discussions. When you start talking about the benefits to ungulates of increased motorized access, the benefits in terms of reduced predation on those ungulates versus the negative impacts of increased disturbance, it gets really complicated really quickly. And I think a statement that really is committing to leaning into that motorized access on a very broad scale across federal lands and corporate timberlands, that would make me a little bit nervous. We heard the comment last night about all the activity that we see on public land now is pushing more animals onto private land, and that's a reality in places. And we certainly have that in eastern Idaho, where we have animals that are not holding on our wildlife management areas for winter range because of activities, and they're being pushed onto private agricultural lands. And so I think the way the plan is written, it allows us the space to do that where it makes sense, but doesn't overcommit us to doing something that in kind of a broad brush approach that is not appropriate everywhere.
Ron?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up then, yes, I'm going to go ahead and voice my support for the plan as written.
Very good. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, can I make one more comment?
Yep, please, Jordan.
I'm not a hound hunter, but I understand the importance of hound hunters in managing the mountain lion population. And I understand why they want that motorized vehicle, because it helps them with the process. But I do agree with what's been said, that by limiting it just to motorized access, it might limit it to other access as well. So it's not that we don't agree with what they want. We want the motorized access if we can get it. But we're also, as has been said, purview of the agencies that own that land. So, but I did want to make a point that we do understand the hound hunters help manage that population very well. So thank you.
Very good. And I have a comment too. Overall, I speak for myself and possibly the rest of the commission. We support hound hunters. We support trappers. We support all opportunities that we have. And I think, as far as I can tell, for the foreseeable future, we will continue to do so. So, Derek?
Mr. Chairman, one other comment towards that as I was listening to the discussion. So in Region 6, we have some areas of federal lands that are closed to no human entry. And so I think it's spot on to have it more prescriptive towards regional deference. That would probably send a conflicting message to our federal land partners and trying to, say, we want motorized, but we want no human entry. It's kind of like, what do you guys really want? And I think if it's prescriptive, it would be good. I think it is important that we probably need some of that access, and then it would encourage just ongoing dialogue amongst the regions and the staff and the commission to continue to look at this, to maybe there's some inroads to where we can have some successes with additional harvest in regards to mountain lions, wolves, bears, things of that nature. But I think it's best left up to the region and trying to accomplish that.
Thank you, Derek. Anyone else? Someone
Mr. Chairman, how about a motion?
You betcha.
All right, I move the commission adopt the Idaho Mountain Lion Management Plan 2024 through 2029.
Chairman, I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to adopt the mountain lion plan. It's presented by Katie here today. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Number 5E, Scott land acquisition parcels. We'll take one parcel at a time. Is that preferable?
Mr. Chairman, I've actually kind of bundled these together.
Okay.
They're really similar properties right next to each other.
All right, go ahead.
So if that's all right with you.
Yep.
Thank you. All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Agenda item 5E is, like I just mentioned, sort of a bundle of a pair of properties located here in the Clearwater region. Collectively, we're referring to these as the Scott 2 acquisitions. As a reminder for you, these properties were presented in executive session back in January of 2023. So hopefully they look somewhat familiar to you. With these properties, we've got two unique parcels, and they're kind of identified there on the far right-hand side of the screen in the red polygons. They have unique ownership. However, the manager operator is the same individual, Mr. Scott. So that's why we've got two unique action items, but kind of wanted to bundle them as one presentation here for you. The properties span the South Fork of the Clearwater River near the town of Harpster. So on the map, we're south of Kuski and northeast of Grangeville. The proposal is to acquire fee title to both of these properties. The northern parcel is approximately 21 acres. That is owned by Scott Properties Limited Partnership. And the southern parcel is owned by the Scott Living Revocable Trust. It's about 15 acres. What you see in the blue polygon there in the middle of these two properties that we're talking about is a parcel of the department the commission actually acquired recently, a couple of years ago, from the same owner, Mr. Scott. So that's why we're calling this the Scott 2 acquisition, round 2 with this landowner. Together with that previously acquired property, this would create a 2.1 mile stretch of department owned and managed property and riverfront along the South Fork of the Clearwater. And the primary intent here is for angler access along Highway 13 in this corridor. The stretch of river that we're talking about here does provide some important habitat and rearing and spawning habitat for a number of ESA species, bull trout, steelhead, and Chinook. Also got a healthy population of whitefish and cutthroat trout. The area receives pretty considerable angling access and effort. The region estimates that anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 hours of angler effort a year occur in this stretch, but the challenge is access, and the riverfront is dominated by private land. So getting access to the river for angling is pretty difficult. That's where the department's interest really lies with this acquisition, and being able to block off a considerable chunk like this is a pretty unique opportunity. The combined appraised value of both properties has been appraised at $185,000, $100,000 for the slightly larger parcel and $85,000 for the smaller parcel. The department and the Fisheries Bureau has identified salmon and steelhead recovery funds to be used for this acquisition. And at this point, we actually have a tentative closing date of December 5th. So with commission approval today, we would be able to move on this pretty quickly and get it finalized before the end of the year. That's all I have on this one. I'm happy to stand for any questions. A sample motion has been provided that acts on both parcels simultaneously.
Thank you. I appreciate, of course, this is in my region and I think it's a good deal and I'm happy for it and I'm going to support it. Anyone comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd make the motion for the commission to acquire the 21 acre Scott Properties LP parcel and the 15 acre Scott Revocable Living Trust parcel.
Very good, Mr. Bobbitt. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second that, but I do have one question.
Okay, moved and seconded to approve this land acquisition. You have a question, Jordan?
Sometimes that river can get crowded with parking. Would that be kind of in the future to see maybe more parking spots along that section of the river?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, from talking to regional staff and I don't know if Joe wants to jump in here. It sounds like there aren't any immediate plans for any improvements to parking sites. The picture up here kind of shows what anglers are dealing with right now is pull-offs like this along the highway. I think in the near future, there aren't any immediate plans, but I think something that the region could look at, if congestion becomes an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I know if you've ever fished on the South Fork, you know that access is at a premium and I think this is a great thing. It's not quite as bad as next to Rapid River, but it gets pretty tough sometimes. Here we got a motion. We got a second. Any more comments? Director Fredericks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, minor comment, but just for the record. So Casey, nice presentation. You said it'd be funded by salmon and steelhead recovery funds. And what you meant was salmon and steelhead set aside funds, which are when you buy a salmon and steelhead permit, part of that funding goes to a set aside account, not to be confused with recovery funds that come from the federal government. So
Thank you, Director. Sorry for the slip up there.
Thanks, Jim, for that clarification. Further questions, comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you.
And
we're
Mr.
through
Chairman,
page one.
I'll stay up here for another presentation.
Mayfield-Camas cattle acquisition.
Agenda item 5F, yes, the Mayfield-Camas cattle property. This is another fee title acquisition. This one in Region 3, southeast of Boise. This is a 5,533 acre cattle ranch that's located in the foothills of the Danskin Mountains. After having spent a number of years getting to know regional staff, working closely with our managers and our biologists, the owners of this property actually approached the department through the region to express their interest in selling the ranch and their desire to see this property go to the department for perpetual conservation and to ensure that this property was not developed. And I'll touch on development a little bit more here in a minute specifically. But the department's primary interest in working with these landowners and this property is with big game winter range. The Danskin Front supports one of the state's largest mule deer herds. And like I said, the regional staff are very familiar with this property after a number of years of working with the landowners, conducting surveys, both ground count and aerial surveys for herd composition and depredation purposes. And this is really in the heart of terminal winter range for both mule deer and elk. And we know from all that effort that we've spent on the property that this area receives considerable use by both species throughout the winter. These two graphics are kind of just to illustrate that point. On the left side of the screen, you see data from 2018 aerial survey. These are locations of groups of deer, and you see the light purple is the outline of the property boundary there. On the right side of the screen, similarly, these are locations of deer and elk from two different winters of ground surveys. And really the point here is just to illustrate that this isn't just anecdotal. We've got data to support the fact that this is a heavily used area by both species during the winter. The department has put together some estimates from these type of data, suggesting that as many as 1,800 mule deer and 700 elk can use the property itself throughout the winter. So really, really impactful here. These type of habitats are some of the most important to think about in terms of conservation, not just in Idaho, but really across the West. We're all aware of how quickly Idaho is growing, and a lot of that growth is occurring in the wildland urban interfaces or in areas that were previously wild and becoming urbanized. And these are directly impacting some of the lower elevation foothills type environments like we're talking about here that are also the critical winter ranges. On the upper right side of the screen, it's a small shot of modeled mule deer winter range with the property boundary overlaid on it. So you can just see how hot that map is, especially in the upper portions of this property. So it's clearly critical, and we've seen that from the data from an animal perspective, but this is also that area that is super desirable from a development perspective right now. And that's one of the real concerns here. Certainly this property itself would have considerable interest from a development perspective. Immediately next door, there are 2 planned communities proposed right now that would bring as many as 16,000 homes to this immediate area. And that's not to mention all the infrastructure that goes along with that. So the landowners recognize that. They see what's happening next door, and they don't want that to occur on this property. And that's why they've come to the department. And that's, some of the department's interest in being able to pursue an opportunity like this that really doesn't come around all that often. In addition to the big game, obviously other benefits, there's a robust population of upland birds, chukars, gray partridge, quail, not to mention a number of non-game species that use the property. From a habitat perspective, the bitterbrush and sagebrush communities on this property are as good as you'll find anywhere in the Danskin fronts. The landowners have been true stewards of this property, and it shows. From a public access perspective, access is going to be really good to most parts of the property. Well-maintained county roads kind of bisect the ranch, and the region expects that it'll be highly appreciated and highly used. In terms of the management, the main figure here shows the Boise River WMA, which is in the northwest corner of the image, that light blue outlined in the white and red. It's less than 6 miles from the Camas cattle property that we're talking about, which are the darker red and blue blocks there in the southeast of the map. And so the region's intentions would be to manage this kind of under the umbrella of the Boise River Wildlife Management Area and under that plan, using regional staff to do that. The entirety of the ranch, the full 5,500 plus acres, has been appraised for $7.86 million. The department's in a really unique and fortunate position to be able to utilize Bonneville Power Administration mitigation funding through the Southern Idaho Wildlife Mitigation Agreement. We've been working really closely with Bonneville Power over the last several months, completing our due diligence with this property. We actually had Bonneville Power staff out from Portland last week, and we're able to tour the property, meet with the landowners, meet with regional staff out there to talk about the merits of the acquisition, and really show off, what a powerful acquisition this would be. And Bonneville Power staff are very excited and supportive about using mitigation funds for this acquisition. We're on track, hopefully, with the commission approval today to move toward a closing date soon after the new year, hopefully sometime in January. So with that, I'm happy to stand any questions on this property.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Go ahead.
Presentation. This area very well. Most in the room have driven through it. Proximity to Treasure Valley, even with carefully planned development, places a lot of pressure on winter range, and particularly over the landscape and the time of year for wildlife. So if there's a place in the state where we want to pay a lot of habitat fragmentation. Habitat fragmentation many times. Wow. Not a renewable resource. The proposed acquisition, I believe, is needed. Only conservation. So I see a big win for elk, deer, other sportsmen, and everyone who was habitat there. It's a main quarter too. So I think that's viewable wildlife as well.
Thanks, Tim.
Mr. Chairman.
Ron?
At the risk of sounding dim, which is probably the case, I just want to make sure that fee title acquisition, does that mean this becomes a fish and game owned property?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, yes, that's correct. We would own the full bundle of sticks, so to speak.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Certainly I support it. I think it's, is habitat or areas to hunt and for animals to particularly wintertime. As they get to be less and less, I think when we get these opportunities, we need to take them. And I think generations down the line will be very thankful that we did.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep,
I'd
Ron
move
or
to acquire
Dave.
the 5,533 acre Camas Cattle LLC property in Elmore County.
Thank you, Mr. Bobbitt.
I'll certainly second that. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this Mayfield-Camas cattle acquisition. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. And I was going to try to go through one more unless somebody needs a break here. Go ahead.
I don't need a break, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick comment. Now that that decision has been made, that's a big amount of money. And when staff brought it to me, I swallowed hard because there's a recognition that we put close to $8 million into this property, then it's $8 million or $7.8 million that we don't have to do other really good things. And so Commissioner Murphy said it very well, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday in terms of it doesn't take a lot of development before mule deer migratory habitat and winter range is no longer that. And so appreciate the decision. Also want to recognize John Williams with Bonneville Power Administration, and it's getting close to closing out our Southern Idaho Wildlife Mitigation Program, which has been an immense success. And we appreciate the partnership with Bonneville, John, and thanks for being here.
Very good. You ready to go, Holly?
Mr. Chairman, just one quick question.
Go ahead, Ron.
For Casey. The Peterson land acquisition was removed. Is it appropriate to discuss that at this time?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, happy to discuss that now or in executive session. The Peterson land acquisition that got pulled from the agenda.
We better run that. We better run that in front of Kathleen, who stepped out.
Okay, sounds like executive session. Okay.
Bighorn sheep rain check request, Holly. Hi, Holly.
Good morning. The department received 2 requests for rain checks for California Bighorn Sheep Hunt 7003. These are both related to medical conditions that prevented the hunters from hunting in the 2023 season. I'll provide a little information about those requests. Hunter 1, he had an injury to his neck that was restricting his use of his right arm and hand. The doctors determined that injury required surgery, which would make him unfit to hunt during the entirety of the 2023 hunting season. We received that request prior to the season starting, so he did not hunt at all. And also he is a resident hunter and did request that this is a rain check for the 2024 season is what his ask was, not for a refund, rain check. The second hunter, also a resident hunter, he sustained injuries to his foot. He described them as crushing and piercing, I guess, a hole. But anyway, his foot was not healing. He also requires surgery. His doctor also indicated that he would not be fit to hunt for the entirety of the hunting season. He also requested his rain check prior to the start of the season. So neither hunter hunted. They both returned their tags. They both have doctor's notes and letters describing their injuries and their inability to hunt during the 2023 season. And both hunters did request a rain check for 2024, not a refund. The hunt itself, it's a controlled hunt 7003. That's a California bighorn sheep hunt in southwestern Idaho. It's in the Owyhee River country. They the seasons you set in January for the 2023, 2024 seasons are August 30th to October 8th, 6 tags. So it was a little strange that we ended up with 2 rain check requests for the same hunt, but that is what happened. Calculating drawing odds, they're somewhere between 2 and 3% normally. This last year in 2023, we had 230 applicants for the 6 tags, which is a 2.6% chance of drawing. As far as the hunt itself, we do feel that, as we recommended to you last year during season setting, that there are enough mature rams to sustain harvest for the tags you allocated for both years. And the other point that I want to make about this hunt area is that while there is a lot of country down there to hunt, the rams tend to be congregated in certain areas, and there are limited access points to get to those miles and miles of canyon to hunt. There tends to be 3 main areas of access. You have to go through private property to get to those main areas before you can start accessing the canyon. And so we do have concerns that increasing the number of hunters could impact the quality of that hunt due to crowding at these access sites, the start of the hunt, particularly at the beginning of the season. So options for the commission. I'll go through these with some kind of information associated with them. The commission could deny both rain check requests and leave it at that. The commission could also deny the request and waive the waiting period for the next hunting season. Basically, the one point I'd like to make is due to the low drawing odds, it's unlikely that these hunters would draw the tag again, even with the exception for the waiting period. So by denying the requests and possibly waiving the waiting period, it doesn't change much probably for their opportunity in the future. You could, the commission could grant both rain check requests, issue tags for the 2024 season, and keep the current number of tags the same. That would put 8 hunters into that hunt area for the 2024 season. As we said, we are concerned about the possibility of crowding because of the limited number of access points to where those rams tend to congregate. As far as biologically, we think there are the number of rams to support the harvest that would occur with that number of tags. Another option would be to grant both rain check requests and to reduce the number of tags offered in the draw for 2024 from 6 to 4. So we would maintain this number of 6 hunters in that hunt area. We do think that would provide a better opportunity based on access, a quality of hunt is what I should call it. And like I said before, we feel that the number of rams can support the harvest that would occur with that number of tags. So that's basically it. The department did not recommend a motion for this action item. We did, however, provide 4 sample motions for you to consider in the gold sheet. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you might have regarding this agenda item.
Thank you, Holly. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Murphy?
And the area It is a very condensed area, not as far as what the tag would cover, but where the animals exist and where they work. So crowding comes in right away, and I'm glad you highlighted that. I would like to hear have a perspective. I personally am commissioner from that area. Feel that we shouldn't deny the rain checks, but provide opportunities in the coming seasons, albeit would be not the 6, but 4. Fairness in this kind of situation is different perspectives on it. And so if my colleagues have alternate perspectives, I'd sure like to hear that.
Fair enough. Anyone else? As Tim said, it's very difficult. One of these gentlemen actually called me on the phone, and not that that makes any difference, but to me, the rain check request is why do they request these? And if it is beyond, because of circumstances beyond their control. And the gentleman I talked to was very gracious and very, he said, I'll accept whatever you do, but here's the deal. I can't hunt, and here's why. He said, I cannot put this surgery off because it will do permanent damage to me. So, to some degree, that's not really our fault or our problem, but it is a very real issue for this gentleman who drew a potentially once in a lifetime tag and then was not able to do that due to circumstances beyond his control. So I tend to be sympathetic to those kinds of things. I realize the way we're talking about it here, we're in essence maybe knocking someone out of the queue later. I guess we could always, and I don't want to make this more complicated than it already is, but instead of either 6 or 4, couldn't we kind of split the baby a little bit and do 5? Then in essence, we could honor these rain check requests, and we would allow in 1 more hunter a year for possibly 2 years. Net result would be the same amount of opportunity. Would crowding and access be significantly hampered if we go then from 6 to 7? Is that even a good idea? You know what I'm saying, Holly?
Mr. Chairman, I do understand what you're saying, and you do have the ability to make that decision about if you wanted to reduce tag numbers by 2 or by 1. And like you said, when you're talking about 6 versus 8 versus 7, I mean, it's a little hard to, parse out with, oh, sorry, I saw Director Fredericks.
Go ahead, Jim.
I may, Mr. Chairman, I just, interesting question you ask, because I asked the very same question when we were reviewing this prior to the commission meeting. And when I suggested it, I know it was not received as a good idea.
Well, I'm not you, buddy, so.
Mr. Chairman, I think the region is concerned about the crowding. As
Okay.
Commissioner Murphy described, how much of a difference one person makes.
Yeah.
And it is a longer season now. That is one thing that happened during the last season setting is we combined the split hunts that were two-week hunts basically into the August 30th to October 8th.
Okay.
So there is a time frame there also that changed with last season setting, along with combining that hunt to 1 hunt with 6 tags.
Okay. So it kind of sounds to me then like if we honor the rain check request, we should reduce the amount of draw then to 4 tags. If that all makes sense. What do you think, Derek?
So it's a good solution. I think we should honor the rain check request. I mean, these 2 individuals have put faith in the system with some circumstances that happen in their lives. They're not able to hunt. They put it in our hands. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
But I think that we should honor that. And now coming up with a solution, that's the difficult part. And I'm glad that the chairman mentioned that because that's, as I was reviewing this, that's kind of what came to my mind. Well, why don't we just kind of let, maybe add one year and add one the next? I struggle a little bit with taking the opportunity away from two individuals here in the near future. This group of people that are applying, it's not always static, it's changing, but the people that are still in the pool are happy that these two guys got drawn, they're out, and so they're looking forward to their maybe opportunity at one point in time. So it sounds like we have the Rams. So the sheep are there. It's probably more of the quality of experience. And that can be very important, especially when you've waited to draw something a long time and it's a near and dear hunt to these individuals. Crowding can be an issue, and that country it's not a lot of access sites, and so that can be difficult. But I don't know. It's probably where I would still lean to see if we could maybe put one individual 1 year and one the next, rather than take two away. But rather, even if that's not the desired outcome, that's just kind of where my heart goes, and I guess that's my feeling at the moment.
I appreciate you, Derek. You always frame things up so nicely, well thought. Tim?
I genuinely appreciate the input from the chairman and Commissioner Atterbury. It's now on an alternative to my thoughts, and I'd like to take a page out of their book. And Chairman and Commissioner Atterbury, it meets all the needs I have in mind, and that's both Rainchecks offer 5 tags in the upcoming 2 years. It accomplishes, it's not perfect situation like this, but it's about as fair a stretch as I could think of. So, again, motion would be that one Raincheck offer 5 tags in the following 2 years. You can word that in the notes better than I probably have presented them.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy. So if you were to split that, it would actually be 7 tags, not 5 for the upcoming 2024 season, because there's currently 6.
Right. 4 plus the 2 Raincheck requests. Yes.
No, there's, I'm
6
sorry,
total.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, there's currently 6 tags offered for 2024. Right. So the Raincheck request, if you added them, and that would be 8, but you're suggesting 5, make the change to 5. So there'd be a total of 7. Is that?
Right.
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just wanted to, I was getting a little
Like I
confused
said, I
with the
didn't
4
word it
5.
as well as.
And also, I think season setting for 2025 would occur next January. So I just want to clarify that this change would be for only hunt season 2024 and then reevaluated for 2025.
Yeah, we should only do it for 1 year at a time.
Mr. Chairman, that's probably not what I had in mind, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, there are 6 tags. We've got 2 hunters requesting rain checks. I was looking to maybe have 7 and 7. That's kind of what I was thinking, and that was my other questions I thought about as I was talking and listening to myself. We do have the season setting 2025. We don't really know what that outcome is. Always things don't stay static. The other thing I guess would be is if we did that and we put an individual, split these 2 up, how would we determine which one was 24 hunting in 24 and which one would hunt in 25? That's probably another consideration. Let me ask one of the questions. So from staff, when they shot down the director, which is dangerous, I guess maybe can you fill us in with maybe some of the reasoning there, just from staff's perspective? I guess if I can ask that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Atterbury, I think really it comes down to quality, right? And the crowding issues. We know that sheep hunting can get pretty competitive in some of these areas where you really start focusing hunters. And in this case, it's really at access points. We have landowners that also have to allow access. The other thing too is we do believe, based on our previous survey, that we have the rams to support the seasons that you set in January. which would be, 6 ram harvests. So we don't count on 100% harvest either in this hunt anymore. So we do think we have the class 3-4 rams for this year and next year, based on our counts or season setting, how we set the seasons. But, we might start becoming a little concerned about ram quality too. Because when you're counting on that, you're counting on rams coming up in the age class, so there could be some impact to the quality of rams, and by quality, I mean size and age. So that would be another consideration, even though there's class 3-4 rams to support the hunts as you approved them last January. You start thinking about, how you parse those out over the 2 years. But I do think the main concern was the access and the crowding to get to the bigger areas, and the fact that these rams tend to focus in on smaller portions of the large hunt area.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Holly, do we know what the harvest was for this year with those 4 hunters on the landscape?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Adderby, 3 out of 4 this year harvested rams. And I can tell you in 2022, 2 out of 6, 21, 3 out of 6, 25 out of 6, and then 2019, it was 100% harvest of 6 out of 6. So there is some variation in how successful the hunters are in that hunt area.
Ron, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I appreciate the outside the box thinking of my fellow commissioners there. I think we're making it more difficult than it needs to be, and I think it's getting more complex by doing that. We have these 2 hunters, I think, that deserve the rain checks, and I believe that the fairest and easiest way to do this would be to reduce the tags from 6 to 4 for the next year, allow those 2 individuals to hunt, and then get back on track and do the season setting for the following year.
Very good, Ron. Good point.
Mr. Chairman,
Jordan.
do we know if these 2 individuals will receive a full bill of health to where they will be able to go next year? Or are we going to be back in the same situation again?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schreck, the information we got from the doctors, I would say, indicates the individual with the foot injury requiring surgery and wound care. He anticipated that he said in November, he thought that he would be back in action, so to speak. The other doctor's letter didn't indicate a timeline for the next surgery, but it did sound like the point of that was to, I guess, resolve his issues to the point so he could start working again. And so it didn't sound like either one of them anticipated this injury continuing into the 2024 season. And actually, I think both letters mentioned hunting the following season from the doctors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a hard time.
Jordan,
Yeah,
please.
sorry.
You're right.
I have a hard time supporting a reduction in tags, especially in the once in a lifetime tags for people that want the opportunity. I understand bad luck, but I don't think we should penalize those that have never had that opportunity because these 2 had bad luck. So I'd have a hard time supporting a reduction in tag for that issue.
Okay,
that
fair
reason.
enough. Thank you. Okay, so I guess we need a motion, Tim. Kathleen's not here to guide us, but I'm gonna say your motion died for lack of a second. So I'm gonna give you the opportunity to make another motion or someone else.
One, I appreciate the discussion. This is how complex situations like this that affect both population and bighorn health, ram size in the future, and being fair to people who had instances that are beyond their control. See if I can get this clearer than my first one. To grant both, my motion would be to grant both rain checks immediately, and to reduce the tags, and of course, the hunters on the ground, the upcoming hunt, subsequent hunt from this year to 4.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, so that in the sample motions, that would be the first bullet. Okay.
That the commission honor both requests for rain checks for bighorn sheep controlled hunt 7003 for the 2024 season and reduce the number of tags in the 2024 drawing from 6 tags to 4 tags. Does that capture your motion, Commissioner?
Affirmative, yes.
Okay,
I'll second that motion.
been moved and seconded, as I just read. Further discussion? Derek?
Further discussion, just can we put a caveat if this motion moves forward and passes that, I mean, 2024 is their opportunity. Basically, it's not going to continue, as their health improves. Do we have the ability to do that? I mean, so they know that we approve this, you get your rain check, but it's next year or nothing.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to say that we could let the hunter know that is what the commission has relayed. They could always ask for it, but they're being told in advance, don't bother. So we could do that.
This is a one-time thing. Okay, very good. Any further discussion?
Chairman, I'm gonna vote no on this, but that's just because I don't want to reduce the opportunity for other people in the future, just to make that clear.
Okay,
So-
fair enough. That's, we're doing our job sitting here. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. So Kathleen, when we have a no vote on a general motion, do we record just that there was a no vote, or do we just do motion carries?
So, Mr. Chairman, in the minutes, unless there is a request from a particular member that their vote be specifically recorded, or there is a request for a roll call vote, the minutes reflect that the motion carries. So, for example, in this instance, if Commissioner Charette wants his no vote to be recorded as for him, then he would request that his vote be recorded as a no vote.
Okay. No, okay, motion carried. No, you're fine.
All right, thank you.
So I think we need to take a break, and we have a lot of ground to cover, so I'm caught between 10 and 15-minute break. Let's do 15. Let's be back here at 20 after 10. And we got a lot of ground to cover, so 20 after 10.
On the nose.
On the nose. Welcome back, everyone. Toby. Antler gathering closure proposals. This has got a lot of attention and I look forward to your presentation and then our discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioners, Director. Is this working? Yeah, okay. I'll work on that. As my presentation arises to the screen, we've had several different iterations of shed antler gathering, and I just wanted to briefly go over a brief history of shed antler gathering closures in Idaho. In 1994, a portion of Region 6 was closed to shed antler gathering, and in 1998, the entire southeast region was added to that closure area. And then in 2002, those rules were discontinued for the basic reason that the commission didn't really have the authority over wildlife parts, just simply wildlife. And during the severe winters of 2010, 2017, 2023, the department took actions to close wildlife management areas to human entry to protect wintering big game. But the winter of 22-23 was significant enough that the legislature passed Senate Bill 1143, which gave the commission the authority to set emergency seasons on shed antler and deadhead gathering. You all have my presentation, so you can just look at the, I guess yeah, so it's Christmas. Anyways, the next slide has a map of the western states, and it just shows the states that are adjoining Idaho that currently have shed antler gathering seasons. And Utah is highlighted in yellow because their commission is considering a shed antler gathering season. They did have shed antler gathering closures in 2010, 11 and 16, 17, and in 22, 23. And are, I believe at this time, moving forward with shed antler gathering. So states around us are moving in that direction. Wyoming was the first neighboring state to enter into a shed antler gathering season, and that was actually in 1997. Wyoming since then has actually updated their shed antler gathering seasons to the point of eliminating non-residents from being able to shed antler gather for the first week to allow residents a jump on shed antler gathering. Thank you. So with the Senate's passing of or the legislature passing of 1143, we wanted to go out to the public and gather input on scoping a proposal to talk about emergency gathering of shed antlers and deadheads. The public scoping period was September 18th to October 9th, and we got 1,916 submissions. 1,788 of them were from Idaho residents, including formal letters from the Idaho Wildlife Federation, the Idaho Conservation League, the Idaho Trappers Association, and Safari Club International. The proposal questions, there were really two questions, and then the second one was a two-part question. First one was, do you support establishment of emergency shed antler closures to decrease disturbance on wintering big game during and after severe winters? And if people responded yes, then the two next options that came up on the response form was, would you like a single season shed antler gathering closure in the southeast region only, or would you like it? The second option would be in the upper Snake and Southeast region from January 1st, 2024 till April 14th, 2024. In looking at the data from all commenters, 51% supported the concept of an emergency shed antler closure, while 18% supported it with concerns. If you add that together, it's about 69%, and that's fairly strong support for something that, you know, usually, or a lot of things come before you gentlemen that, you know, have fairly close 50-50, 51-50, 51-49 support. And this is fairly strong support, and 31% did not support the proposal. For those people that did support the proposal, the second question was, which option would you support? And 90% of the people supported a single season closure in both the Southeast and Upper Snake regions for 2024. I then took to going through the 1,916 comments and summarized actually the 1,786 from residents. The non-resident ones were actually fairly similar, and non-resident comments varied or ranged from all the way from Virginia to Alaska and everywhere in between, with the most non-resident comments being from Wyoming, Montana, Washington, and Oregon. So of those 1,700 wonderful comments I got to read through and characterize, the most common comment was that they would like the closure statewide, that the effect of, you know, squeezing the balloon per se would send shed hunters to other areas. And then secondly, enforcement closure. The enforcement of the closure was going to be a challenge, and they saw that already, and they had concerns regarding that. There's a big list of them there. The other ones, obviously, they supported human entry closures because there are a lot of people out on the landscape in the wintertime. It's not just people shed hunting, it's people recreating, skiing, dog walking, snow machining. And in some regions, like Region 6, they already have human entry closures in some places. But so I think it was predominantly folks that were accustomed and knew about those human entry closures that supported those mostly. Obviously, some people thought that we should delay shed antler gathering until later, May 1st or later even. And then the idea of motorized access to winter ranges. And although there are travel plans, there are some public lands that don't necessarily have travel plans on them, and people realize that is an issue in places. Other comments were, let's do it like Wyoming and have a delayed season for non-residents, and supported higher penalties. One person even went for the third offense would be the death penalty. And then some folks thought that creating a shed antler permit or license to make sure that people were helping pay for conservation would be good. Less popular comments, that this was going to be a gateway to further restrictions, that it was the first step in further regulating shed antler gathering. Some people thought that banning the sale of antlers and wildlife parts would be a good thing also, and that would stop the zeal for people to go and chase antlers on the hillsides. And then several people thought that expanding it to the Magic Valley and salmon regions was important because of the relatively open terrain and amount of game that were dropping antlers in those areas. The other comment, which isn't mentioned here, is obviously people in North Idaho said, we support it, but it's not really an issue here because, you know, the wildlife are not necessarily in the same places and in this, have the same issues of being harassed in their eyes anyways. That's all I have, and I'd like to stand for questions if anyone has any.
Thanks, Toby. Any questions from the commission?
I don't have any questions, but I'll give a motion. I guess before I do the motion, I do want to say, like Derek said earlier today, this did come from the sportsman. This was brought to our attention from the sportsman, not within the department, not from the commission. It was from a sportsman driven on the motion or on the issue. So it is a testament that it actually works. The system works. Sportsmen bring it. And it was I don't know. It was fun to see as the new commissioner that the department got on board, the commission, the legislature, and the governor, like everyone worked together for one end. And it was awesome to see that. So it was very refreshing on my end to see that it can actually make a difference. So kudos to everyone that had a heart or had a hand in this. I would like to make a motion that we have a shed antler gathering closure in the southeast region and the upper Snake region. And I want it to be closed January 1st to April 14th for the year 2024 and 2025. And for that purpose, it'll mirror the big game season settings. So then each region can take that to the big game season settings and decide if they need to do that in the future. So I'd like to have a motion to do it for the next 2 years, just so it can be incorporated in big game season settings per region to decide if they want to do that.
Thank you, Jordan. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Then moved and seconded. Further discussion? Director Fredericks?
Mr. Chairman, I just may add that the way we scoped this with the public was for 1 year. And that's the feedback that you're basing your decision on. And so when we worked with the legislature on this, there was an expectation that this is a new tool in helping manage disturbance on winter range, that this would be used judiciously, and we'd follow the process that we use with all other season setting, public input, biological data. And so you heard some of the comments last night. You've seen Toby's comments here. Some of the big concern is about where does this go? And if it's good for the upper Snake in the southeast, then is it good for the Magic Valley? And then is it good for the Southwest, and et cetera, et cetera? Or if antler hunters are on the, or precluded from being on the winter range, what about chucker hunters? What about coyote hunters? All of those things. And so what I have asked staff to do is take a very judicious approach to this, and where we think that there's a biological need and a benefit, and we can justify it, then let's advance that. Let's pull back from going down a road of creating an expectation that this will result in access closures or activity closures for the long term. And there was some discussion, well, there was a fair amount of discussion about, well, would this be a 1 or a 2 year at a time process, or is this going to be kind of a new permanent? And just reminding folks that nothing the commission does in terms of setting seasons is more than 2 or 3 years. We do things at a 1 or a 2 or a 3 year time. So we don't have elk seasons that are set from now till ever. And this is the same thing. We would evaluate it on an annual basis, or at most a 2 year basis when we do our big game season setting. So with all that, just to help you inform your vote in terms of what we ask the public, and the public response we got to that question.
Thanks, Jim. I have Toby, I need your help here a little bit. So had a horrible winter last winter, and now we're talking about an emergency closure going forward, even though we don't know what this winter is going to be yet. But am I correct in assuming that we're asking for an emergency closure because of how hard the herd was hit this last winter? Do you believe that warrants basically future closure because of the reduced numbers? You understand what I'm saying?
Mr. Chairman, I think that I do know that there's a biological lag in mule deer reproduction after hard winters like that. So there could be some benefits to reducing harassment or, energetic loss on winter ranges for the following year.
Good enough indeed. And I'm not gonna put you on the spot a lot here, but so would you think we could say emergency for the next 2 years? Kathleen?
Thank you. Just to make sure the wording that you use aligns with the statute is you are imposing a seasonal restriction based on findings that you make relative to the protection of wintering game. And I would not use the word emergency, but it may be appropriate based on here is upcoming protections of wintering game. Because you are doing this at a November meeting, you are looking at whether a seasonal restriction is appropriate for 1 or 2 years based on your findings relative to protection of wintering game. Does not fall within the category of emergency because you have time to consider the issue.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Derek,
And looking at that language, that Toby presented us, the wintering big game during and after severe winters, and our proposal was for a season. I guess I'd ask Jordan if you'd be willing to, amend your motion to reflect maybe just a 1 year, just with the discussion that we've had.
I would. The reason I suggested 2 years is I figured it'd give more conversation at the big game season settings per region, whether the sportsmen actually want it. So that was kind of my thought process behind it. It wasn't to do that where we just set the big game season settings in 2025. That'll still be a spring season before those new seasons comes out. So that's why I thought the 2 years, whether it's 1 year, 2 year, whatever the commission, I could, if that's what you want me to do, I'll be happy to amend it to the 1 year and we can address that again next year when it comes up. But that was my thought process between the 2 years. I figured it'd be easier and we could get more sportsman input at those big game season settings, whether they wanted that in the areas. So if there's consensus that it needs to go back to the 1 year, I'd be happy to.
okay, so Kathleen's watching here, I'm thinking, so we have an amended motion, and then would you second the amended motion? Substitute motion, thank you,
Use the wrong
Kathleen.
language, substitute motion.
I would make a substitute motion that we have a single season of shed antler gathering closure in the southeast region, upper snake region closed January 1st, 2024 to April 14th, 2024.
I would second that.
Perfect. Okay, is there any comments on that?
I have just one comment.
Derek?
And I know that's what the proposal was in regards to just the southeast and upper snake, but I do have concerns about other regions that may see some challenges come their way. And it's probably something that we need to look at and ponder pretty deeply. Because some of those other regions do have some of that migration and winter range issues. It's probably something that's not going to be dealt with here, obviously, because it was not a proposal, but it's something we probably need to take a good look at moving forward. So just a general comment.
Thank you. Mr. Rochelle, do you have something?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Charette, just for clarity on your motion, the motion I believe you made is somewhat abbreviated and generalized and limited to antler gathering versus the content in the gold sheet, which included greater specificity that including possession, transportation, collection, including the searching for, locating, and gathering. So just want to make sure we're clear on what your motion is and what the commission is acting on.
Kathleen, help.
No, I screwed up. I read the wrong motion. Yeah, yeah. If you want, can I withdraw my original motion and make another one?
Let's do that.
Will that work? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
All right. I move the commission but remove the word emergency. I move the commission establish a closure on the possession, transportation, and collection, including searching for, locating, and gathering of a naturally shed antler and antlers from animals that died from natural causes in the southeast Nubber Snake region from January 1st to April 14th, 2024. That's my motion.
Okay.
I apologize. I read the wrong one.
You'll second that? Okay, and that's why we keep Kathleen around here. One of the reasons.
I had my notes wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay, anybody else? You know, we sit here and we talk about this for a bit and we work our way through it, but I think that's just good work from the commission. And so I appreciate all of you and I appreciate the staff for your guidance. And anyway, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, Ron?
Yeah, I share Derek's concerns or worries about it, as Toby put it so well, so the squeezing of the balloon and it's becoming an issue in potential other regions. And I guess with that being said, that's something we need to keep a look at and deal with it if and when that comes up. The other concern that I heard from constituents was the difficulty with enforcement on something like this. And I had the opportunity to sit down with Chief Wooten for a time the other night, and you know, he was able, he put it quite well to me that we shouldn't make or not make rules on how difficult the enforcement is. That's their job. They're going to work through it and they're going to do the best they can to take care of that. So with that, I'm in support of the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, you know, I am in agreement that this opens the door to a whole bunch of possibilities of things for us to look at into the future. Obviously, there's always unintended consequences. I think we need to pay very close attention to this concept and this issue. And time will tell as we move forward. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Thank you. Yep, Kathleen?
And Mr. Chairman, just to address some of the comments about evaluation of consequences, intentions, et cetera. I just wanted to remind the commission this is an action. This action you are taking is a proclamation action. It can also be taken by rule, but you are choosing to take the proclamation course of action. So should things turn out to be, as with other season setting, you get new information, et cetera, you can either address that at an upcoming regular meeting, or you may hold a special meeting should you choose to amend this proclamation action.
Good to know. Thank you. All right. Number 6. Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation report. Hi, Hillary.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. I'm just here to give you a quick update on the foundation's activities since we last saw you in July. So we awarded our 2023 competitive grants this year for a total of $71,501. I've listed out the grants. I'll just run through them really quickly. Friends of the Teton River for the PK Ranch Riparian Restoration, Henry's Fork Foundation, Harriman Ranch Riparian Fencing, American Bear Foundation for their 2023 bear spray giveaways, Idaho Wildlife Federation, the Warm Springs Creek, Boise River Enhancement, Clearwater region, we bought them a new Take Me Fishing trailer. Sagebrush Steppe Regional Land Trust, enhancing and maintaining mule deer winter range. Trout Unlimited Phase 3 of the Red Ives Creek wood placement. Boise State University, exploring DNA metabarcoding for the Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. And IDFG again for the wildlife viewing guides. I don't know if those have come out yet, but they're pretty cool. The Nature Conservancy for conserving the heart of salmon country. And this year, our $25,000 grant was awarded to Region 7. We did not receive any applications. And so when we were up visiting this summer, they were able to take us to a kids fishing pond that they're looking to develop. And so we awarded them $25,000 on the spot to go ahead and start with that development, which we're pretty excited about because it looks like it's going to be a great project for the region. Wildlife license plate sales, still doing really well. Maybe Commissioner Atterbury was the only one here when I first started, but our goal has always been to get above $1 million for the department, for the non-game program. In the past 5 years, we've done that. We're seeing a little bit of a slowdown in new plate sales. And so, as you know, as I reported, we're working on that with some new, hopefully design development. I'm a little behind in that, but still working on it. But our renewals still have strong increases. So, excuse me. So the Bluebird program for the non-game program brought in $1.4 million this year and some change. The elk brought in 35,000 and the trout brought in 25,000. So for a total of $1.57 million. So we're pretty excited about that. And then just our next meeting will be virtual in Boise. So does anybody have any questions on this part of my report?
Questions from the commission? I would like to say the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, absolutely outstanding partners. We appreciate you. We work lockstep together. You've done, remarkable things for the citizens of the state of Idaho, and
Thank
pretty
you.
awesome. Like to add to that, Dave?
I was part of the foundation at one time, and it's a wonderful organization. And I'm really proud of your new board member in North Idaho. Chip Corsi.
Yes.
Oh. We've heard of Chip. Yeah. Okay, very good. And now appoint IFWF representative, which is currently Commissioner Cameron. And if you could help me out here a little bit, we can still appoint Commissioner Cameron, even though he's not here to accept their. Can we? In other words, how do we do it, Kathleen?
So you may choose to adopt a person who is not here. Just in doing so, you do not have the benefit of whether that person gladly or reluctantly accepts and is willing to commit to those responsibilities. That's just the only qualifier for that.
Okay, and then and obviously someone else may want to do it, and I was remiss in that I didn't think to talk to Greg about that, but.
Mr. Chairman, so Amber's communicated with Commissioner Cameron, and while he does enjoy his role is representing the department or the commission on the foundation board, he's willing to step aside if somebody else wants to take that over. So he's happy to go either way.
Very good. Anyone else have a desire to take that on, Tim?
Yes, I'd be honored to take that on. I mean, we know all the above good work, and I'd like to learn more about it as well. So that's another reason. So I'd raise my hand.
Okay. So with that, Tim has expressed a desire to be there on the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation representative. So next order of business, someone needs to nominate.
Mr. Chairman, I think I can do that. I'll provide the nomination or the motion that we have Commissioner Murphy serve in that capacity with the foundation.
Okay,
as
very
the
good.
Commission
And
liaison.
second. Okay, so Kathleen, that would be the same effect as a motion and a second, nomination and a second. Okay.
A motion made by Mr. Atterbury and a second made by Commissioner Bobbitt.
Okay, perfect.
Undertake a vote.
Okay, so we have a motion in the form of nomination to appoint the IFWF representative as Commissioner Murphy. Further discussion. My discussion would be, I appreciate Greg Cameron. He's been an outstanding commissioner, and Tim's going to step up potentially and take his place. And so we appreciate all of you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Congratulations, Tim. Thanks for stepping up.
Thank you.
And now some of the business we have to take care of that we may not be as palatable as some of this other stuff, but as we know, December 1.
Welcome, Michael.
Welcome.
Thank you.
December 1, non-resident tag sales, and I'll just let Michael start into this. We know, and I think the department owns and people, everyone involved owns that it has been an absolute disaster and we need to do a better job. I think we're all on the same page as far as that sentiment. And although the world is probably not going to be perfect anytime soon, hopefully we can expect incremental and moderate improvements. Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, my name is Michael Pearson, Chief of Admin. We're going to have a three-part presentation for you this morning. I'm going to kick it off with presenting some context and some history about this because the commission and I last discussed this back in January of 23. After which we'll have Mr. Michael May and Robert Campagna from Brand Information Systems who have flown here from out of state to present some of the changes that they've made. And then we'll have Tara Reichert, Tara, the automated system manager, close it up for us and we'll have some questions. So with that, for context, December 1, as we presented back in January, is that historically from 2012, when I started with the department, going forward all the way through almost 2016, and those are hunting years, those are not sale dates, we have not sold out of non-resident deer and elk tags. And then we finally started to sell out and it became more popular starting for calendar year 2016. With deer selling out in November and then elk not selling out. And then you can see the gradual velocity, if you will, increase in terms of the non-resident participation and their excitement to get these tags and hunt in this great state. Things really started to accelerate for calendar year 2019. And then 2020 was a banner year and we're really excited to sell out in elk in June of 2020 and then deer in July not long after. So when the commission adopted the changes to limit non-residents by unit and zone is what created the rush sale that we're all now familiar with. And on December 1st of 2020, with the launch of the new brand system, we saw thousands of people participate trying to get those tags because they now had to choose where they're going to go in a unit. It used to be just the cap zones. Now it's a limited or a cap zone. And then every non-resident also has to choose what unit they want to hunt their deer in. And as we're familiar with, this created a high volume sale, a rush sale, which is difficult for the license system, any license system we've had to handle. So recap from this most recent sale that we had, and this also comes from the January 2023 commission meeting where we discussed, where you can see the increase in participation and desire for these tags. From December 1, 2020, where we had 16,000 transactions on that day, 51,000 items issued. Now that also includes your excess depredation fee, your hunting license, your archery permit if required, a deer tag and or an elk tag. And we had 22,000 people in the waiting room, which means that we had 22,000 people trying to access that system before 10 a.m. when they went on sale on December 1st. The following year, we saw even more people where we had more transactions, an explosion in the waiting room with up to 65,000 people or logins. And then we issued over 85,000 items. And then last year for this calendar year of hunting season, it increased again. What is interesting is the human behavior, as we know, is always very difficult to predict. And we have seen our non-residents who traditionally try and get these tags on the internet deciding that they would rather try and pursue this endeavor by being there in person at a vendor. So as you can see in the first year, most of the transactions are through the web portal. About 1,000, a handful are at vendors and IDFG offices, and then the telesales where you can call the 1-800 number. The next year, consistent with the number in the waiting room, we saw more internet transactions and a doubling of those who came to a vendor, right? People realized that you're not in the waiting room, I'm in line, and I have a better chance of getting the tag that I desire, as well as I have an opportunity to get a tag for those that hunt with me, my brother, my family, or what have you. And then last year, of really, again, doubling, a dramatic increase in those sales at vendors, where we saw a slight increase in internet. We saw a dramatic increase of people who decided to come to Idaho. And so between the 5,000 of vendors and the 1,300 issued at IDFG offices, it's a dramatic change in the behavior. So I am going to address the statement earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, in terms of we have continued to find it difficult to handle an extreme load of people trying to get the same thing at the same time, which is why we created the waiting room, right? And we had 65,000 people there this year. And then we presented to the commission that the 65,000 is not necessarily the number of people trying to get a tag. It's the number of devices that maybe one person has trying to get a good place in line to acquire a tag. So I could be in there on my phone and on my desktop, as well as have my work PC all getting in line. And so I'm 3 places in line, but I'm one person. We endeavored to try and restrict that in this rush sale to say 1 person in line, which has 3 benefits, right? One is that you're reducing the load on the system because it doesn't have 3 separate logins in the waiting room. The second one is that perception and reality of fairness, where somebody who is tech savvy, obviously not me, who could create multiple logins to try and get the best place in line and leave the rest of them. And so between having the fairness and the load on the system, it also creates equality. So with that, we also discussed different opportunities that we had. How do we address this December 1 sale? And the commission gave the nod to the department to continue with the current effort. We discussed maybe doing a lottery. We discussed doing a completely different site. And so the way that we moved ahead with commission head nod was we're going to enhance, refine, and optimize the existing process with a focus on the initiative to try and restrict hunters from logging in and only being able to get in line once, not multiple times. And the pros of that include that we're enhancing the system for everybody for every single rush event, which include the resident cap zone tag sales, including Sawtooth. It had the lowest risk and the most opportunity for success. And then we're not creating something new that we have to maintain, right? We're not doing 2 different websites, and then we're continuing to invest in the thing that is there and we're familiar with it and making it more efficient and available. The cons on that are customer behavior, right? We have seen an increase in customers who desire to come to Idaho or find a friend in Idaho to buy their tag for them instead of going through the online sales. It doesn't address the hunting in groups, right? Because if you're online, you can only buy yours, but you have to trust that your brother or your dad or whoever you hunt with getting in a reasonable amount of time after you did and getting the same tag that you got. The long wait times will persist, right? Because if we have 65,000 or 55,000 people trying to get these tags, there's only 12,000 elk tags and 15,000 deer tags. And we know that some people will inevitably be unhappy, but to get those people through the system will take time. We also did an effort in these rush sales where we removed everything but these tags. So on December 1, the only thing that you can buy, resident items are not available. You can only buy a non-resident license or a non-resident deer tag, elk tag, and a couple of other things. And the benefit to that is that we're reducing the stress on the system. There's less checks to the database, and it makes things a lot more efficient and streamlined because we're only offering, say, 10 products instead of 450 products, right? So we're controlling what the environment looks like. And then the last one is most recently, and I think we heard it last night, is the growing frustration with purchase of multiple tags by one person. This does not address that. We're not in a place to address that at this moment, but I do want to recognize that it is a very real frustration, and I acknowledge that, and we continue to take a look at what solutions will be for that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be delighted to introduce Mr. Robert Campagna, who is a valued partner for Brant and who knows the system exceptionally well for his section of this presentation.
Any questions, comments? Michael? I will make a comment, and a little bit of humility here, and in fairness, the law of unintended consequences, we helped create this problem. We did certainly not intend for that to happen, but in essence, that is what happened. And although we want the software vendors to figure this out and make it work, we may also need to take a look at the way we do things to alleviate some of this. And I'll just throw that out there for future. I mean, we can make it better, but we may have to help in that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Want to comment?
Do you want to wait for questions till the end of the?
Go ahead.
I'm guessing some of these probably might be answered.
Your
going
age, you'll
forward.
probably forget, so go ahead.
What are you talking about?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, what was I gonna say? Okay, so Michael, why can't we tie a tag or a license number to a person and stop this multiple? I'm a knuckle dragon fireman. I don't understand why that's so difficult to do, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, thank you for the question, and it's a beautiful segue to what Mr. Companion here is going to talk about, and we'll address that directly. But I appreciate the question very much because we have worked really hard to try and figure that knot hole out over the past 10 months. And so Robert will answer that directly.
Robert's going to have us an answer. It's good. It's going to be taken care of. Excellent. Come on up here, Robert.
You didn't say it's going to be a good answer.
Thank you, Michael. Chairman, Director, Commissioners, we're very humbled and honored to be here today. Thank you for having us. We'd like to point out a strong relationship between IDFG and Brant. Over the past several years, it's been amazing. We understand that our success with you directly correlates to the success with providing vast opportunities for your sportsmen, thus being able to cherish and enjoy the wonderful resources you have to offer in the great state of Idaho. Additionally, before we get into the details of what we have planned for today, we like to identify, though, aggressively, that we work towards a viable option about each person being limited into one place in line. We're unable to provide this, and we take ownership for this. It's due to some deeper technical difficulties with our third-party vendor, and basically that manages our online queuing system. We figured this out through a lengthy discovery process. So we just wanted to be candid about that. Jumping into as such, we use the same discovery method to assist with high volume centralization. Kind of following the 360 wheel, we have the sale preparation, which is around enhanced sale preparation checklists, around queue it upgrades, which is our online queuing system, moves into our configuration checklist, which is our formal pre-sale configuration approvals and enabling a light mode system setting that we've created. We have our contact center support, our telesales real-time messages with tag availability that's going to be available in 12.1. So people waiting will hear those messages. We have cross training of all of our contact center support to support IDFG. This is global at Brant. We have our high volume start, which is our real-time cross-departmental communications, which is solving issues in real time. This is help desk, our fulfillment teams, data monitoring, report teams, and our development teams. And then we have our fulfillment pre-planning and audit tracking, which is additional quality checks prior to printing. And then we also have our normal operations that resume, where we disable the light mode setting and essentially get complete sign off on all parties involved. I know there's a lot of information here. I wanted to kind of provide an analogy. Imagine we are on a train track and there are 50 cars unbuckled. In the past, they may have all been moving in the same direction, although throughout 2023, we buckled them together. Segueing into improved customer service across the board. We streamline the waiting room to handle high volume. What this means for the sportsman is there'll be less time in the queue. Reduce configuration risk. What this means for the sportsman is ensures accurate tag availability is being displayed properly. Real-time troubleshooting, faster resolution. Any unforeseen issues will be addressed in real time. Better customer support experience. The customer needs to call for assistance, they will have less wait time and more accurate assistance. Faster sales with less wait time. This creates a more convenient transaction process so sportsmen can get back to their daily lives quicker. This leads into what we collectively feel a success for 12-1 and any of our other high volume sales. The high volume sale begins on time, so without delay. The sale is conducted without pause. Handles customer traffic via the internet, mobile, vendor, and tail sales. And then transactions processed within a reasonable time. A little bit of emphasis on that. Screen transitions 10 to 15 seconds at high volume. You know, again, we're extremely grateful for this opportunity and our teams are excited and proud to continue working on these partnership goals. We understand that when we are successful together, the true winners are the sportsmen. And I'll hand it off to Terry.
Morning. So Michael and Robert have kind of talked about the past and how we've led up to this, what we've defined as success for 12-1. And before talking about what I think the future might look like, I did kind of want to level set expectations a little bit for this upcoming 12-1. While this really good work has been done to make it faster, you know, more reliable, and we didn't quite meet that mark with one person, one login, there are still unknowns. That's kind of the nature of this big beast that is these really high volume sales. So while there is definitely success to be had here, I just want to point out that there is a possibility that some wild unknown thing might happen during the sale. But if we still meet those marks that Robert's pointed out here, that's still success in my eyes, I think. So knowing that that success is on the table for 12-1, looking to the future, I really want to build and shape our definition of success long-term. 12-1 is this mega milestone, both for the department and the public, but there's 364 other days in the year that we need to continue to provide really excellent service and continue building on the foundations of success that we've been slowly building on to here. So moving forward, we want to use, too far. We really want to build on the lessons learned from the past sale and the upcoming sale. We think that everything that we've learned to this point is really going to give us a foundation for improving all future sales, both resident sales for those cap zone tags and any future big December 1st type sales we'll have, but also enhance the daily user experience, both for the customer and IDFG staff. So enhancing the system to not just do big high volume sales events, but be streamlined and predictable and reliable every day of the year. To do that, we're going to continue to find system performance improvements. We're going to bolster current system functions just to make them bigger, better, and brighter. We're going to automate and streamline the laundry list of tasks that come with turning on a high volume sales event and keeping it running. And while obviously that's a great benefit to the sale itself, it's a much bigger benefit to Brant staff capacity and IDFG staff capacity to do all the things that are not these high volume sale related events. We're doing our regular job most of the day, and the time, effort, and attention needed to make these high volume sales run as we expect. We'd really like to reduce the staff capacity of that so we can work on bigger and better things like the e-tagging initiative that Deputy Director Worthington mentioned this morning to really provide better opportunity for sportsmen. And this increased staff time is also going to let us further review more public feedback. Really think critically and creatively on the best ways to take all the feedback from the public and incorporate that into potential system changes, process changes, procedure changes, any opportunity we can find to improve the way that our sportsmen are interacting with the license system or with IDFG in general. So our definition of success for the future really is just to continue to learn all the things that we can improve and continue to grow on all these improvements that we're finding, and to hopefully meet and exceed expectations of both the department, the commission, and the public. And with that, we'll stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Thanks. Gentlemen. Go ahead.
I guess so. So my question is, so what is the change? I mean, we all want to be successful. I think we've got a good partnership with Brant. So really, I mean, at this crossroads, it's kind of like either we got to change what we're doing completely or go to another vendor. I think going to another vendor is not the answer. That's not what I'm implicating, but so, what will the changes be? Because even if we have small incremental successes, we still have a public that's unhappy. And part of it's just due to the nature of the beast, so to say. You know, we got a high volume sell on that December 1. Yeah, I'm a little frustrated. I know everybody here is. It's a big challenge to overcome. And so how do we get that better? What are those things that we are going to do better that are substantial, people recognize? So it swings the tide from saying, yeah, these guys don't know what they're doing, to like, hey, they're making some steps, we're moving in the right direction, we're okay with this.
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
And I just put that all on you.
I'll take it. So kind of a multi-part answer, I suppose. I think the biggest change that the public should expect to see this upcoming December 1st is a complete sale that doesn't stop. That really was kind of the kicker last year, is we paused the sale and then we paused it again. And it was such a substantial delay in person and online that everyone knew something was wrong. And because we hadn't really prepared for that, we were pretty caught off guard and we couldn't resolve that quickly. And so some of the things that Robert talked about, like these real-time troubleshooting things, it's like war room of people that are ready to tackle December 1st problems. That's something that we're putting in place this year that's a little different, so that should we get caught off guard with the crazy things that happen with a high volume sale, we've got a team of people a lot more ready to real-time address that. However, we have done pretty substantial systematic improvements to the performance of the system, how fast it operates. So along with making sure we don't have this pause in the sale, we've also done things so that the wait time should be substantially shorter, which I think that's one of the most common, other than everything's broken and on fire, the most common response we're getting from the public is, this is so long. This is interrupting my day and I can't plan to be online for 12 hours. So bringing this into a more reasonable, like 6 to 8 hour type time frame, I think is something that the public would recognize as change and positive change. Moving very, very forward though, beyond this December 1st, I don't think I've got a great answer. Should we continue this exact path forward? I'm not sure. I think that's to a bigger group's decision than just me. But there will always be a very large portion of the public that's unhappy in this current structure because we don't have enough tags to satisfy demand. So we'll just need to be cautious as we talk through expectations, and when a customer or the public in general is satisfied with the process, and balancing that with, but demand is so high and supply is so low, that there will always be this perception of, I'm unhappy because I didn't get the tag that I desired. So immediate improvements are just cleaner system performance, and long-term, I'm not sure what that change could look like. Robert or Michael, if you've got anything, feel free.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Atterbury, thanks for the question. And Tara answered it very well. I really don't have a whole lot to add other than the piece where there's just the bigger issue. We know that regardless of how we sell non-resident tags, there will be a lot of people disappointed just simply because we can't make everybody happy. It's supply and demand. What will make people at least not enraged is a sense that it's fair. And there are things that we can do toward making the system more fair. The comment that we heard last night, albeit not related to December 1, more related to sawtooth tags, but purchasing tags by proxy. That's something that makes perfect sense. When somebody says a person ought to be limited to only being able to buy 2, 3, 4 tags, pick your number. Right now, by rule, we don't have that ability. So we could change the rule, but we don't really have the ability to enforce that across all of the vendors. And we don't really have the ability structurally within the system to have the system not allow somebody to purchase more tags. So we all hate to be in the position of saying, gee, that's a good idea and it makes sense all around. Sorry, we can't deliver. So we need to get to the point where we can deliver on something like that. And to get to the real crux of the question that you asked, Commissioner Atterbury, is we're putting together a group internally to talk about, okay, we've got the December 1 route. We stay on that. We make the system improvements so that we can have one person, one place in line, ultimately limit the number of tags that an individual can buy. What does that look like in 5 years? Is that manageable? Alternatively, what if we start from scratch, tear it all down and rethink how we are selling non-resident tags, the group is going to consider everything from stay the course, make modifications to, okay, let's consider what all the alternatives are, because we need to be doing that now. It's whatever the final solution looks like, it's years out. And now is the time to start recognizing we need to start charting those different courses. Don't have the answer. Tara doesn't have the answer, but we're asking the questions.
Anyone
Mr.
else?
Chairman?
Yep.
You know, I'll make a comment here is I don't think there's a business in Idaho that wouldn't love to have the problem we have. They can't supply, and kind of an underlying question I've had, and I've asked this before the director, is where's our pricing? Is there opportunity on that side? Because we've kind of created our own monster here, because we've created a huge sense of urgency for out of non-residents to get tags and licenses. But is there room? And I know we do surveys, but I don't want the department to forget that we need to update that annually, because other states raise their fees. And I know that takes legislative action, but are we passing up an opportunity? Because we have a business model right now that any businessman would love to have. They would kill for this. Now, by going so quick on this, we've created a sense of urgency from people all over the nation, but we've got a very valuable commodity. So,
Commissioner Bobbitt, I appreciate you speaking to, you know, your area of expertise as far as finances and volume and supply and demand. And I saw Michael Pearson jump up out of his chair. So
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Bobbitt, it's a great question. And to address your point directly, is the department does do a survey annually, and we do it in July because that's when most state fiscal years start, and those changes that you mentioned where it takes legislative action to increase the price takes effect. I will tell you, on the resident side, Idaho remains either the cheapest or the top first, second, or third cheapest for residents to hunt or fish a deer, pronghorn, or elk. For non-residents,
that's not my concern.
I understand. Thank you for letting me get there. On the non-resident side, we are in the most expensive 25%. So out of the 16 states that I survey every year for deer and elk, Idaho is in the most expensive 25%. So we are like number 13, 14, and 15 out of the 16 Western states as being the most expensive to hunt those species.
We're worth it.
yeah, we are. Would you like to follow up, Dave?
Oh, this problem we have isn't just in Idaho. It goes to other states. Are there best practices in other states with high volumes that they're experiencing the same thing? And what systems are there out there to deal with it?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you for the question. To be absolutely frank, is Idaho is really lucky in terms of the demand that we have. We have a unique chemistry. I mean, we all agree it's a beautiful state, and it's unlike any other. It's 2/3 public land. There's lots of access. That the department has done great things to try and preserve and acquire. So that's why they want to come here. And other Western states don't have that access, or it's all lottery or controlled hunt instead of over the counter. Idaho, in my experience, when I go to organizational conferences and we all share what our experience is, we are the only one that is in this position with this kind of demand. The closest one that I can tell you off the top of my head is South Dakota, with some of their pheasant hunting, right? And that is fundamentally different than deer and elk, because, you know, we have it limited by zone and unit, and you gotta, you know, you have your junior tag, you have your adult, you have your non-resident DAV, and you got your different kind of permutations of who can get what and when and what that looks like. Whereas, do you want to hunt a bird or not? So it is fundamentally, they have a similar rush event in other states, but nobody has the volume that we do with 65,000 people hitting the system, or devices hitting the system, trying to get one of these 27,000 tags.
If we're number one in opportunity and we're the best, I would submit that we need to be in the 90th percentile, not in the 75th percentile in pricing.
Fair point. Ron?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, so Michael, you'd be the one I'd want to ask this question to anyway, so go ahead and just stay right up there. It's my understanding we're going to start setting up. I'm getting away from the computer or the online sales and more into the vendor and the regional office sales. It's my understanding that the regional offices now are going to have a line specifically for people that have that want to purchase more than one tag so that the others can move through a little quicker.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, that is correct. The plan is for December 1 and likely through the rest of the year, including our resident cap zone tag sales, which are also rush events, is that there will be, everybody gets in line together, right? And then as they come into the office, there will be a couple of vendor terminals set up for those who want to buy 1, 2, 3, or 4 tags, items. And then they can go on their way. But if somebody wants to buy 5 or more, once they come up to the front of the line, they have to go to the high volume terminal and purchase it from there. If there's somebody already purchasing more than 5, they have to wait behind that person so that the next person who wants to buy 1 can immediately proceed to a terminal. That is the best way that we have figured out to date in terms of addressing the concern about selling a significant number of tags to one individual during a high volume sale.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, if I could have a follow-up, yeah. So with that in mind, and I have no proof that this is happening, but I've gotten emails and phone calls regarding the fact that there is at least a perception that there are people out there that are profiting off of coming and standing in line in our state, i.e. flying here from Pennsylvania with a list full of names to buy tags.
Mm-hmm.
Is that on the radar? Is that something that we can fix? Is it an issue, I guess?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you for raising the issue. It is absolutely on our radar. And it comes in multiple iterations, if you will. Last year, we saw someone fly in from Chicago and stand all night just to buy himself a tag, right? So he could fly out. We are aware of reports of, like you said, where people are hiring or offering to sell their services to stand in line and buy for somebody else. It's been reported. I haven't seen it proven, and it's anecdotal, but we are aware of that, and we're having active conversations in the department about what do we do about this. I will tell you that right now there is nothing in rule that or in statute that prohibits that. And so it's a long fraught conversation about how do we make this sale more equitable, and like the director and Tara said, is let's take a look at the entire thing and address what does this look like in the future, and that's one part of the conversation that we need to have.
Pretty good. Anybody else?
I mean, just point of
Derek?
clarification, maybe I was a little rough, and I do value the partnership with Brandt. I think they brought us a long way. You've been in front of our commission multiple times and work with our staff, and I value that partnership, and I see a success there. I just hope that we can craft and formulate something a little bit better than what we got to kind of just improve that. And even if it means status quo with what we've got, that's not going to work, and we got to revamp it. So be it. But I do appreciate Brandt. It's way better than anything that we've ever had, and I just want to have everybody continue to work hard. Let's get something a little more palatable to our hunting public. So thank you.
Very good. And so, Director, please help me. If I'm to understand, we're going to go through the December 1st sales. There's a team that you've put together that is going to look at all aspects of how maybe we can improve this from the department side of things. And then we will hear those reports on, here's option A, B, C, D, E. And is that am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, you're correct. Not to overpromise and under-deliver on the second part of what you were talking about. This team that's looking at, like, what if we started from scratch? we're not going to be able to roll out kind of an alternative on December 2nd. I think there will be the kind of the after December 1st assessment of where we're at. And then over the course of the months and a lot of how this team proceeds will depend on what happens on December 1st, of course. But even if things go swimmingly on December 1st, they're looking down the road 5 years with some of the questions that we have about non-resident demand and people flying in, buying multiple tags. There are a lot of concerns that we have, even if things go really well. So, yeah, my expectation is that this is a process that works over the coming months, just to kind of help. Yeah. And
Go ahead.
I'm done.
All right, well, we adequately covered. I would like to say I do appreciate you folks, all of you coming forward and being forthright with us and above board and honest, and you're just telling us what we need to hear, whether we're going to necessarily like it or not. I appreciate the ownership of it. I appreciate that this is what it is. This is what we have. And I think we need to try to move through this together, and we need to figure it out and do the best we can. And I believe I'm satisfied we're all on the same page in that. I think we all share the same frustration. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With that, I think we're going to go ahead and keep rolling through the agenda here. Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm happy to introduce this next agenda item. I'm going to introduce Lynn Quattro, who is the Assistant Chief of Fisheries from South Carolina. And I have had the pleasure of knowing Lynn and working with her since I became a fish chief back in 2015. And previous to Lynn taking this position, I had the opportunity to serve in the role that she is. She comes to us as the president of the Fisheries Administration section. And so she's going to present an award. And once she kind of explains what this is all about, she's going to turn it over to Matt Corsi, who will give us a little bit of details on the projects, plural, that were recognized. I'm sorry, Lynn, I'm not trying to steal thunder, but so yeah, Idaho has a nice history with this program, both in being able, I had the opportunity to do what Lynn's doing and travel to other parts of the country and make presentations in front of commissions and see people recognized. And then we've also had a proud history of being recognized. And so Lynn, glad you were able to come out, glad you were able to see a nice piece of Idaho yesterday, and take it away.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here this morning and all the hospitality you all have shared while I've been here for the last 2 days. So I am here representing the American Fisheries Society Fisheries Administration section. That section is a group of fish chiefs. Those are representatives of state, federal, and provincial agencies that deal with fisheries issues across the country and into Canada. By working together, this group of folks can look at the issues that we have in common and address them uniformly, as opposed to all of us trying to do this on our own. As I said to several folks yesterday, we are way more alike than we are different. And the 2 days that I've spent in meetings with you has just confirmed that hypothesis. We really do have the same issues regardless of where we live in this country. One aspect of fisheries agencies is that we all strive to provide the best management of our resources that we possibly can. In doing this, every single agency receives funds from the Sportfish Restoration Fund. These funds are used to support fisheries programs and fisheries management across the country. To highlight the outstanding work that's done with these monies, the Fisheries Administration section administers the Sportfish Restoration Awards program. Projects that were completed utilizing these funds are annually solicited to provide nominations for these awards. The Outstanding Project of the Year awards are given in 3 categories: sport fishery development and management, research and surveys, and angler recruitment, retention, reactivation, and/or aquatic education. Each project is rated on the following criteria: impacts to the public, advancement of sport fisheries management, research, or aquatic education, exceptional protection or enhancement of habitat or resources, improved understanding of and support for fisheries values, and overall project quality. This year, Idaho Department of Fish and Game received 2 of these 3 awards. This is an outstanding achievement. We received nominations for projects all across this country. The 2 projects in Idaho submitted, the 2 projects that were submitted from Idaho were awarded the highest overall scores for nominations received in all categories. This is a testament to the high quality of the fisheries professionals and the Idaho Department of Fish and Game and the exceptional work that they produce. I am honored to present the American Fisheries Society Fisheries Administration Section 2023 Federal Aid in Sport Fish Restoration Award to the Idaho Department of Fish and Game in the Research and Survey category for the project Statewide Evaluation and Fisheries Implementation of Magnum Hatchery Catchable Rainbow Trout. Each state hatchery program wrestles with determining the best method for producing catchable sized fish. Do we produce a lot of small fish, or do we take the time and the money to produce larger, more desired fish? What is it that the angler really wants? Many of us are hesitant to make that change, being more willing to do what we've always done. But here in Idaho, they looked at that. The success of this project is going to allow other states to think about making these changes based on the work that was done here. And I am also honored to present the American Fisheries Society Fisheries Administration Section 2023 Federal Aid in Sport Fish Restoration Award to the Idaho Department of Fish and Game for the sport fish category, sport fishery development and management project, Cutthroat Trout Management Program. For many states, large-scale management projects can be daunting, especially when faced with the fact that our partners may have very different goals than we do. This project brought together a variety of partners that were all focused on a single goal, and through their efforts and by working together, they achieved restoration of a native fishery. This work is an excellent example to all agencies of what can be accomplished when we work together. And I'd like to ask Matt to come up and talk about each of those projects so you can hear what they actually did for these awards.
Thanks, Lynn. I guess it's still morning, but good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Director Fredericks. So I'm Matt Coursey. I am the State Fishery Research Manager, and it is my pleasure today to give you some background on the projects that are being honored by these Sport Fish Restoration Awards. I'll continue to revisit this idea throughout, but in both projects, in their own way, represent IDFG fisheries at its very best. When our management programs, our production programs, and our research programs work as a unified team to solve fisheries management challenges. So I'll start with some background on this Magnum Catchable Trout program. Catchable trout are a key component of Idaho's fisheries management. These fish can be used to enhance fishing opportunity in fisheries that range from urban ponds to mountain streams to large lakes and reservoirs. In places like urban ponds that can't support the entire life cycle of a trout, these catchable trout can be used to create an instant fishery. And those put and take fisheries serve as a gateway for many anglers to get into this activity. Catchable trout are a fundamental component of fishing recruitment programs, such as the Take Me Fishing trailers. And beyond that, these fish are just flat out popular with our Idaho anglers. They're fun to catch, they're easy to catch, and they're accessible to anglers from all walks of life. But as important as catchable rainbow trout are, they aren't cheap. So for some perspective, only around 1.5 million of the 20 million fish raised by Idaho's resident hatcheries are catchable trout. But these fish represent approximately 90% of our annual resident hatchery budget. And so as such, making any changes to the catchable program is highly consequential. First, as Lynn referred to, rearing space is fixed and rearing densities are critical consideration of fish health. In general, growing bigger catchables would mean a lower number of fish could be reared in any given raceway,
And further, it takes more food to raise those bigger fish, and food costs are an expense that has been particularly influenced by inflation. So in order to consider shifting our program, our catchable program, to grow bigger fish, it's really important to answer the question, is a bigger fish really a better fish? I think it's worth taking a second here to note that we're not talking about a massive increase in the size of each fish, just an increase in from an average size of 10 inches to an average size of 12 inches. And I'm not sure who coined the term magnums, but for these fish, but I do think somebody possibly deserves an award for some highly creative marketing on that one. And remember, bigger fish equals fewer fish. So we need to see an important benefit in return to creel to justify providing larger fish to anglers in our catchable programs. Ultimately, this evaluation came down to a cost benefit analysis in the context of returning these fish to anglers' creels. To do this work, we employed our tag it system. This is a program where staff can insert these orange tags that you can see in this photograph here into study fish prior to their release into fisheries. When anglers catch those tagged fish, they can call a hotline or they can log onto our website and provide us with uniquely identifiable information about that particular fish, like whether it was a magnum or a standard, and where they caught the fish, whether they released or kept the fish, among other things. Interestingly, the Tag Your It program was a previous winner of the Sportfish Restoration Awards. So it's really satisfying to us to be building an award-winning program on top of other award-winning programs. So what did we learn? We learned that every 12-inch fish that is returned to the creel costs 31% more compared to a 10-inch fish. But we also learned that the rate of return of those 12-inch fish is 100% higher than a 10-inch fish. And so as it turns out, stocking fewer but bigger fish is actually more cost efficient. Anglers don't generally experience that there are fewer fish available because more of the fish that are available are caught by those anglers and returned to the creel. And it's probably not a big surprise, but anglers prefer bigger fish, so this creates a win-win situation. We've already widely implemented this approach to raising fish in our hatcheries, and because we published this work in the field's most widely read journal, other states are now beginning to follow suit. So I'm going to change themes now to the restoration of Bear Lake cutthroat trout. So like many native salmonids in Idaho, Bonneville cutthroat trout and Bear Lake experienced a long period of decline that was related to the usual suspects of overharvest, disconnection of habitats, and challenges associated with the introductions of non-native trout. The restoration work that was done to recover this fishery was truly a community effort, resulting from decades of work, building partnerships with landowners, local politicians, colleagues at pertinent agencies, NGOs, the private sector, and the University of Idaho. Those teams worked together to identify and address factors that limited the ability of this population to be robust and sustainable. Primarily, this group did work to restore fish passage in two tributaries that have historically been key spawning habitats for large migratory fish. This group also collaborated to protect spawning habitat and to ensure that juvenile fish didn't end up in irrigation systems or into inhospitable habitats. And finally, we also implemented successful chemical removals of non-native fish in Fish Haven Creek, which gave cutthroat trout a competitive leg up in that system. The other key element to this work has been energy that was put into the monitoring and recovery of the fishery. And specifically, I want to highlight a research partnership on this fishery that we developed with Dr. Michael Quist at the University of Idaho and his graduate student, Megan Heller. Megan's work focused on evaluation of migration patterns, distribution of fish in key tributaries, and survival of migratory juveniles. She also completed an evaluation of the lake gill netting data that had been collected over the years to address a question of whether the wild component of the Bear Lake fishery had sufficiently recovered to the point where it could support a harvest fishery. And the results of all this science-based management and tributary restoration are that wild fish have become the predominant component of the lake fishery. And we learned that through Megan's thesis work, the harvest on those wild fish is sustainable. In 2022, this body here, the commission, adopted new regulations that put all that science and restoration into a restored harvest opportunity for Idaho's anglers. So these awards are Idaho's 5th and 6th Sportfish Restoration Awards. And I want to reiterate for a minute that the elements that have been key to these outstanding projects. First, as we all know, we're at our best when we build coalitions and partnerships, and this was demonstrated with the Bear Lake recovery story. We also benefit from the hard work we put into integration and cooperation among our management, production, and research programs internally within the department. And finally, I do want to make another special note of our relationship with the Idaho Cooperative Fish and Wildlife Research Unit at the University of Idaho. This partnership has been central to moving the needle on several of our most challenging fisheries management problems, and we consider it to be an instrumental extension of our fisheries research programs. So now that I've provided some background, I'd like to give the floor back to Ms. Quattro and to congratulate the award winners who are on hand today. And I've also provided this more comprehensive list of the folks that should be acknowledged for their efforts in these outstanding projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. First, we'd like to recognize the Magnum Trout Hatchery Project, and I'd like to offer my congratulations to Phil Brannigan, Andrew Endicott, and John Casanelli. And next, for the work on the Bear Lake Fishery Management Project, I'd like to recognize Richard Scully, Dan Guerin, Carson Watkins, Michael Quist, Martin Koning, and Joe Kozovska. Did I say it right, Joe?
Squeeze in there, don't be shy. Smiling faces there, please. One more, and I'm lying. Thank you. Okay.
Commissioner Ebert, if there's any questions or comments, I'll stand for those.
Comments from the commission?
Fair enough.
Yeah, excellent job. We're, man, you guys give a lot to be proud of. So, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
One comment from me, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Ms. Quattro did a much better job with her presentations than I ever did in her role. So well done, and thank you again for being here. Well, it's 2020 president. It's not short. Eric, how long will you?
20 with questions.
We can, yeah, yeah.
Let's forge ahead.
Yeah, this is gonna make you hungry.
Update and after action report on Quagga mussel detection in the Snake River by Twin Falls. Wonderful.
Yes, more good news, right? Thank you, Chairman Ebert, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Quagga mussel findings in the Snake River, ISDA's treatment and Fish and Game's fishery monitoring and future considerations. So I'm just going to start with a general outline of what I'll talk about today. First, I'm going to provide some background on Quagga mussel biology and such and ecology. Then we're going to go through some response and treatment, what happened during that treatment, both from ISDA and our response from a fishery perspective. And then I'll finish by describing our post-treatment fishery surveys, how we might restore the fishery, and some future considerations. So to begin with, Quagga mussels are small freshwater mussels native to the Ukraine. They were first found in the Great Lakes in the 1980s and were brought there in the ballast water of ships. They have become established throughout much of the Great Lakes and large portions of the lower Colorado River Basin and a few other basins in the east, Midwest, and Mountain West. There are a few factors that make these mussels incredibly invasive. First, the villagers need very little water to be transported. For example, they can be on dogs, waders, paddleboards, kayaks, or in live wells. And then the adults, they can attach to just about any hard surface, boats, trailers, docks, etc. And that can survive out of water for up to 30 days. With regard to their introduction risk or them finding our waters, really the greater the boating and recreational use of a water body, the higher the likelihood mussels will be introduced. And so obviously the fact that we found them in the Middle Snake is probably not surprising because it is a very busy water for recreation, right? But an introduction does not guarantee Quagga mussels will become established because not all water bodies have the same establishment risk. Waters with lower calcium concentration, fewer nutrients, and lower pH will have a lower probability of the quagga becoming established. And so, as I said, unfortunately, they are quite likely to become established if we let them in the snake because of those nutrient concentrations and calcium. So this slide just kind of simplifies some of the effects they can have when they invade water bodies. First off, the adults are very efficient filter feeders, and they quickly rob the base of the food web. So they decrease the available phytoplankton and zooplankton, which results in less food available for small plankton-eating fish. So less small fish can in turn lead to less food for bigger fish that will eat them or predators. And where quagga have become established, we've seen consistently significant losses in fishing opportunities, poor aquatic habitat, and altered water quality. And then obviously what most people probably understand more than anything is once they are established, these mussels have broad economic impacts. They do this primarily by clogging many types of water infrastructure, including hydropower dams, water diversions, irrigation structures, boating facilities and infrastructure, fish hatcheries, many things. It's been estimated quagga mussel establishment in Idaho could cost up to $94 million annually. And that estimate is from 2009. So this could be much more in today's dollars. So before I move into the response and ISDA's treatment of these mussels, to that portion of my talk, I'll mention just briefly this, our state agency authorities and roles. In Idaho, the Invasive Species Act of 2008 established ISDA's statutory authority to manage invasive species, including aquatics. And this helped them fund their aquatic invasive species program. That program essentially is a three-pronged approach, including extensive education and outreach, watercraft inspection stations along major highways into and out of Idaho, surveillance monitoring designed to detect aquatic invasive species in Idaho water bodies. And as you know, Fish and Game is the state lead on fish and wildlife management. But we also provide technical assistance, logistical support, and help with education and outreach on aquatic invasives. Some examples of those are information that is put into fishing regulations and signage at access sites. So as part of the ISDA's program, they have been collecting plankton samples since 2010 throughout the state, looking for these invasive mussels. So it's a long-standing program. And this year, this monitoring found those mussel larvae in the Snake River near Shoshone Falls in mid-September. This finding put their rapid response plan in motion. And that plan guided them to, first of all, notify all users of the river, right? That they were found. And the next step was to implement closures to make sure they could do their work and prevent further spread. They also determined mussel distribution and density, so they knew exactly where they needed to treat, and then finally determine their treatment options. Fish and Game supported ISDA by implementing our own recreational closures to coincide with theirs, and assisting in the review of the treatment plan as well, particularly with regard to potential impacts to the fishery. Having reviewed their treatment plan, we expected high fish mortality in the treatment reach. But unfortunately, we didn't have a great idea of what was in the reach because our survey data was quite sparse. So we did decide, or we did design and conduct a fishery survey before the treatment to provide a population baseline prior to the treatment. We sampled 11 miles of river over 2 days just before the treatment started. Most of the fish sampled were small warm water sport fish. We also sampled a fair number of large non-game fish. And I should say that electrofishing is not effective at sampling sturgeon, and as such, we did not observe any during that particular type of sampling. I'll provide more specifics on species and numbers, including sturgeon, later in the presentation. So ISDA began their treatment to eradicate quagga mussels on October 3rd, only 2 weeks after detecting them. And if you were to ask other folks dealing with aquatic invasives around the country, they would say that was incredibly fast. They used a chelated copper product called Natrix. This is formulated specifically to kill invasive mussels. The product was applied mostly using metered gravity boxes, which you see in the bottom right there. They also injected the product into several of the deep pools. So it was at concentration of where mussels could be present in deeper depths. They maintain a treatment concentration of 1 part per million across the 3 treatment sections, totaling 6 river miles. And they finished that 10-day treatment on October 13th. Now, throughout the treatment, ISDA monitored the copper concentrations and other water chemistry. As expected, the product quickly diluted downstream of the 6 mile treatment reach. River flows increased over 5-fold from the upstream end of the treatment downstream 16 miles to the end of the closure area, basically at the Highway 46 bridge. And those flows primarily increased due to all the numerous spring inputs in that stretch of the river. If you're familiar, there's a lot of springs. Because of this dilution effect, we did not expect much fish mortality below the treatment section. Now, throughout the treatment period, Fish and Game crews monitored fish mortality, but we think we probably only sampled about half of the dead fish over the course of the treatment. This could primarily because many dead fish did not surface. Regardless, crews handled a tremendous amount of fish, approximately 3,500 dead fish, weighing 6 to 7 tons. Of those, 4 to 5 tons were suckers alone, and nearly 1 ton of carp and pike minnow. All the other species combined accounted for less than 1,000 pounds. During the treatment, sturgeon mortality was also monitored closely. We collected biological data from a total of 48 sturgeon. Now, Idaho Power had previously done a population estimate for white sturgeon in that reach in 2015, and their estimate was 50 sturgeon. So it is likely that there was 100% mortality of sturgeon in the treatment reach. About half of the recovered sturgeon were the smaller size classes in 2 to 4 foot range, and then the other half were larger fish in the 5 to 6 foot range. And all of those fish that were sampled, all the sturgeon were of hatchery origin, not naturally reproduced on their own. So after the treatment was finished, Fish and Game crews repeated the same fish surveys that I highlighted earlier that were done before the treatment to gauge the overall loss in fish. So this figure shows the number of fish per hour sampled by electrofishing before treatment in gray and after the treatment in blue for all the species we observed. So a large drop in the number of fish per hour represents a high mortality, and very little change would indicate low mortality due to the treatment. As you can see, mortality was quite high for some species and really not that bad for others. We saw high mortality of suckers, pike minnow, and perch. But mortality of largemouth bass and sunfish was relatively low. Not coincidentally, those were some of the same species, mostly absent as we are recovering mortalities during the treatment. And then lastly, there was moderate mortality for smallmouth bass and carp. Now, this figure shows the same before and after treatment comparisons as the previous slide, but now we are talking about downstream of the treatment area. For those of you familiar near Niagara Springs. The take home here is that the populations look similar before and after the treatment, with the small exception of carp and smallmouth bass. These electrofishing findings coincide with the lack of any observed fish mortality downstream of Niagara Springs, including sturgeon, which sturgeon in the treatment reach, when they were observed, were highly visible, both because of their color and size. So if we were going to see them, we should have. So moving forward, our goal is to rebuild the fishery, hopefully better than it was before. We expect suckers, pike minnow, and perch to naturally recolonize. We saw as I said before, we saw very little population impacts to the warm water game fish in most of the reaches, although we may need to translocate fish in some places. But most importantly, we will need to rebuild the white sturgeon population in the reach. But the timeline on this is really still to be determined. We will hold off on this for now, mainly because we're not sure if that reach will need to be treated again or not. So as you can imagine, we don't want to have to kill sturgeon by treatment after we have just stocked or relocated fish into that reach. So, but we do have a couple tools in our toolbox to address rebuilding the fishery, including translocating adult fish back into the reach from canal salvages and other sources, and also through stocking of hatchery juveniles. So future considerations in ISDA's realm, they just spend a tremendous amount of time and resources to complete this one-of-a-kind treatment. So they'll likely be regrouping in the coming months to better define their focus moving forward. But we do know that the treated section of the river will have mandatory decontamination stations for the next 5 years for any conveyance. So it can be anything from a paddleboard, kayak, boat, any of those putting on the water and leaving will have to go through a decontamination station, which they have already set up a few of them. They'll also likely implement more inspection stations with even more rigorous standards than before. And they will certainly continue to stress education and outreach because that provides the best odds for preventing introductions. So this quagga mussel finding in the snake could result in state law and policy changes to address the needs for increased surveillance, inspection, and decontamination. For Fish and Game, we may need to invest resources to research potential quagga impacts to food webs and fisheries. We also need to ensure that we can maintain fishing access on irrigation reservoirs and other private waters that we currently have access, or that our public has access to. And lastly, protect our hatchery infrastructure, substantial hatchery infrastructure in that reach to make sure they stay free of quagga mussels. In short, we will hope for the best, but plan for the worst. ISDA's summer veliger sampling next summer will be telling, since this is when we would expect to see them in the treatment reach when their reproduction would start, if the treatment was not 100% effective. Regardless, we will continue to support our state agency family to help keep quagga at bay. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Tim?
Chairman, thank you for the presentation. 100% is always tough. But have there been treatments similar as it can be in other states, for example, like this, where they have in fact nailed that 100% goal?
I am not aware of anything comparable where they've had this success, particularly from the size of the river and the size of the treatment. They have been effective in much smaller reaches of smaller streams. So it is a challenge. Yeah, 100% is. But I think ISDA, the state in general, I think was very, they operated with a very good sense of urgency. When this happened, they knew they had a short window at which they had the best chance at success, excuse me. And so they knew that water flows could be coming up And so the flows were so small right then, it was the best chance to really knock them down. And so I think we as a state, we did the best we could. And I think they did really well at making sure it was moving fast.
And no doubt in my mind, best they could, because I mean, 2 days in population survey, species, less than 2 weeks treatment. Best ever. Thanks.
Yeah. As I might note, there was a recent treatment in Colorado that they detected them, and it was 6 months before they had treated. So for point of reference.
Wow. Anyone else? Director?
Yeah, if I can just make a couple of comments, and Eric, great presentation. I appreciate it. So just a couple of things that just warrant either reiterating or bringing up. First, you can't say enough about AG's response and how well they did in this. An immense challenge. And to me, this is kind of a testament to state government working very well together, because all the agencies did pull together. You had OSC, you had ITD, Fish and Game, AG, obviously, and I'm DEQ. So lots of involvement there. And then really appreciate the efforts of Mike Peterson's back there, the regional crew, who pretty much dropped everything they did right around the onset of hunting season, and spent several days down on the river, well, a couple of weeks down on the river doing that work. And so they, as well as the ag crews, I mean, they were getting very little sleep for a long period of time. But from I think just kind of a big picture perspective, I'm sure it's not lost on any of the commissioners and most people in the room, the similarities between CWD and this Quagga mussel thing. They didn't find it because they stumbled upon it. They found it because there's been a surveillance effort for well over a decade. And so in that regard is very similar to CWD, and then it popped up in a place where you really wouldn't expect. The adult mussel was in a place where you cannot get a motorboat, had to airlift the motorboat in there to do the work that ag did. So demonstration of the importance of surveillance and continuing that surveillance. And then another observation that we were pretty fortunate in terms of where this happened. If it was going to happen in the main Snake River, you couldn't put it in a better area, essentially. And from a fishery standpoint, logistically, it was tough. Like I said, they had to helicopter a boat into the area below the falls, so nothing easy about that. But the impacts to the fishery community, the vast majority of those species were non-game species. They were, in fact, well, some native fish, but then also common carp. And the game fish did not seem to take it as hard. So fairly easy fishery to restore, with the exception of sturgeon. And that's going to take a lot of time. And then the last thing that I would say is kind of related to Commissioner Murphy's question. We don't really, what is the expectation of success? We don't know, because nothing has been tried at this scale before. This was a massive effort. It was 35,000 gallons of treatment. We're talking about a lot of treatment going into the water, and so, and a large river. So we had entities from other states and Canadian provinces come to watch and to learn from this. So a huge learning opportunity. One way or another, there will be a lot of learning that comes out of this. The impacts to the fishery community, we didn't know. We had some expectations, but I think we were all surprised to see the different responses and the different fish communities, and that will help us inform how we deal with this going forward. So more to come, but I feel very, very appreciative of the work that our team did in this broader response.
Thank you, Jim. Anyone else? Thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
I guess lunch is here, so we're going to break for lunch, and I'm going to cut us a little short and say be back in 50 minutes at 1 o'clock. Does that work for everyone? Be back at 1. Had a nice little break there. Now we're on to number 10. Refund rain check report, deer, elk, and moose from Michael Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This agenda item has become a standard agenda item for our meeting in November, where I get the privilege of describing to the commission and articulating the amount of refunds and rain checks we have issued on behalf of the department, primarily to non-residents over the course of the prior year. In your gold sheet as attached to it, as well as I handed out a copy of the matrix for this year for 2023. And obviously, this conversation excludes the motion that you already made this morning concerning the Bighorn sheep rain check approval that you already processed. So this is everything other than that, primarily non-resident deer and non-resident elk tags. So back in 2015, I think it was, the commission provided the director and the department delegation of authority to issue rain checks and refunds in the interest of efficiency and customer service, because these happen a lot, especially with the December 1 sale and people buying a tag in December and then finding out in February, March, April, what have you, that they have a medical condition. They lose their vacation because they changed their job. Maybe their spouse got pregnant, and a whole plethora of reasons why they can no longer hunt on that tag, and they send it back to us. And IDAPA code provides for the refund of these tags, as well as some certain circumstances, such as military deployment. What this delegation does not include is once in lifetime or controlled hunt draws where the draw odds are less than 5%. So, however, if those applications for controlled hunts less than 5% or once in a lifetime are due to widespread environmental incidents such as fire or illness, injury, or death, then the department is approved to go ahead and proceed with contemplating that rain check or the refund. So before I get into the list of what we received and everything else, I do need to make a special note that the department did issue a rain check for a moose in 2023 to a non-resident due to a medical injury in accordance with the delegated authority above. So moving to how many we have approved in 2022, we received a total of 609 requests. 558 of them were refunds, 51 were rain checks, and we approved about 90% of those. The reasons why some of them are denied is because sometimes they sent it to us after the season opened, or we didn't have enough documentation, or some other reason that we're like, we can't approve this based on the scope of the authority provided to us in Idaho rule or in the delegated authority. For 2023, the numbers are actually a little higher because the numbers are through the middle of October, where we had a total number of 653 received requests for refunds and rain checks, again in the 600 area for refunds, and then similar approval rate around the 90 to 94%. And the number pending means is that we received the request, but we're still waiting for information from the hunter, right? Where they say, well, I have an illness, please give me a rain check. And we're like, well, I need documentation for that. Please follow up. And we try to close those. What's really exciting for me, if I can brag about my team for a minute, is that these used to take weeks for us to process, and we have streamlined that. And it's a total credit to Tara and her team, where we are processing these within 2 weeks of receipt, right? So instead of submitting your rain check and then waiting for 6 weeks to see if it's approved and the season's over and we say no, we have really sped up the processing of these rain checks and refunds so that we're taking care of the customer and they have certainty and they know what happened with the consideration of their request. So just an update, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, but we anticipate that 2023 will be a pretty vanilla year when it comes to rain checks and refunds. And with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thanks, Michael. Questions from the commission?
No, I couldn't go by without throwing out a question for Michael. Michael, so a rain check on a controlled hunt, does that then boost the following year? Are we increasing the amount of tags in said unit or reducing the amount of tags available for the next controlled hunt. Make sense?
It does. Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, Commissioner Davies, thank you. I always look forward to your questions up here at the podium. So the answer is it depends, right? And so what happens is that say it's a hunt with 30, 40, 50% draw odds, right? We just tack it on top. But part of the process that we always go through is we find what region that controlled hunt is in. And we ping the regional wildlife biologist to make sure, okay, we have a rain check for this. In your professional opinion, is it okay to just add it on top for next year? And 9 times out of 10, or even more, the answer is yes, it's fine. Where we get into a conflict where it's like a 5% hunt and we talk with the regional wildlife biologist, there may become an opportunity in future to have a conversation with the commission, and maybe we want to talk about in season setting, like we want to reduce the number of tags for that. So the most recent example of that is when we had the fires in the Magic Valley that were really impactful. And then we had a request for like over 100 rain checks or something because of the impact of those fires. When we entered into season setting the following March, we adjusted the controlled hunts for those rain checks. And so that is always part of the consideration and the calculus of what we're going to do. But I will tell you, a majority of the time, if not most of the time, it is something that is added on top, and then we just issue it, and then we do the full controlled hunt for the number of tags that the commission set.
Excellent answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question. Thank you, Ron. Anyone else? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
CWD update, Tricia.
We need a step stool. Good afternoon.
It's easier for the tall guys to bend over than it is for the short people to get taller.
Yeah, we don't tippy toes, only go so far. So, Chairman Evert, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, I'm here to present what we thought was going to be another really quick update on CWD when we submitted the gold sheet. But today, what we're going to do is I'm going to present relatively quickly information on a new CWD positive that we have, update you on our CWD management zone in 14 and 15, and then provide some of our information on our statewide surveillance. So as many people are now aware, about a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, a mule deer 4-point buck was sampled at Midvale Check Station on October 14th. Positive confirmation came into the department on the 11th or the 6th of November. This animal, when we got the information, was in Unit 32A. We contacted the hunter. The carcass had already been quartered, left in the parts left in the field. The head was brought out and the meat was processed at home. We were concerned just because of where this new positive was at. We asked the testing facility to send the first lymph node back so we could genetically match them. We genetically matched the 2 lymph nodes together to make sure they were from the same animal, as well as the meat that the hunter turned in. So they were genetically the same animal. We also, at the same point in time, our officers out of the call office really wanted to make sure that we got that spinal cord off the hill. So they went out and at that time were not able to find the carcass, contacted the hunter, went back in, found the carcass. And this positive, if you look at where the star is at, was right on that 23-32A line. And what we found is that it's just slightly into 23 and not in 32A. So it's just a little bit into 23. So we found the carcass, we got it off the hill. Let's talk about what else we know about this. So the purple star is where the animal was found. The purple circle is a 10-mile radius around that 23 and 32A mule deer summer range. So we have quite a few animals, and all of those points are collar data from 22 mule deer that we've had collared since 2019. And these movements are basically July to October movements from 2019 to 2023. That's in that purple circle, that's mostly summer range. And what we need to understand is that these animals will move into the darker or the shaded blue in 22, in 23, and the blue in 32 are all winter ranges. So of the animals that winter in that 23-32A summer range, 45.5% of those collared animals will move out into winter range in 22. Another 55% will move out into winter range in unit 32. In addition, we know from some other ancillary data that we also have animals that move from this area into 23 winter range. So we have animals that are moving basically from that summer range into different winter ranges, and that's where they are right now. So if we went out and did a surveillance hunt similar to what we did back when we got the detection in November of 2021, we were very confident that the animals that were in Slate Creek were staying in that general area of Slate Creek. In this, we know that the animals are no longer on that summer range where this animal was harvested in October, and they're now on 3 different winter ranges. So to date, the number of samples we have in that total kind of multiple GMU area is up here. We would love to be able to get more samples to develop a good prevalence estimate, but unfortunately, going out into those winter ranges, we know that there's only, of the animals that are in the 22 winter range right now, the animals that came out of that summer range that we're looking at only make up about 10% of the animals on the 22 winter range, as well as the 32 winter range. It's a very low percentage. So we would have only about a 1 in 10% chance of actually, if we went out and did a surveillance hunt, of getting an animal that is coming off that summer range that we're trying to get a prevalence estimate off of. So in saying that, here are some of the immediate actions that we're proposing to take to try to get an idea of our prevalence of the disease in that area. One of the things we do know is that CWD animals are at increased risk of car collisions. So we're going to be conducting increased roadkill pickups and sick deer notifications with the communities around on 55 and 95 in those areas. So focusing really on GMU 22, 23, 24, 32, and 32A. We're hoping, and as many of you have driven those roads, roadkills, you see a lot of roadkill animals. So we really are hoping that we're going to get a significant number of animals sampled from these roadkills. In addition, we've contacted all of our hunters. We have numerous hunts that are still open for the next 2 weeks. We've emailed those hunters and sent out emails and letters with kits to get more samples from them. In addition, we have other hunts that are opening up in December and January, and we're contacting all of those hunters through emails, and we'll be sending kits out to them to try to increase our sample sizes in those areas. Finally, we are going to be implementing winter collar efforts in both the GMU 14 for elk, so we have a better idea of where elk are moving in and out of our CWD management zone. But we also want to look at mule deer in GMU 23 to better understand where those animals are going off the winter range and how they're moving. So we kind of have a better idea of how this disease will spread. So I'm going to move into our CWD management zone now. If you guys have any questions, you can ask now or ask at the end. These are our CWD samples to date, or I should say as of Monday. Statewide, we have sampled over 2,200 animals around the state. In the CWD management zone, we've sampled about just slightly over 500 and about 162 in this new area. Right now, we have about 533 samples that are still pending. And we have check stations going on all over the state, especially up here in the northern half of the state as whitetail season starts to kind of pick up. So we're expecting a lot more samples in the coming weeks. So our chronic wasting disease management zone, as you saw back there, we've sampled about 500 animals out of this area in both GMU 14 and 15 since the beginning of the season. We have had 2 positives to date. One, the red star on Slate Creek, and then another one that is north out of Skookumchuck Creek. So to date, since 2021, we have 51 total CWD positives. So as I said, the statewide collection, our rotation this year is in the Smoky Boise, and we're under continuous sampling in basically on the eastern border, on everything that borders Montana and Wyoming at this point in time. Most of those areas, except in the north, so the eastern side of the state has pretty well finished up their collection of samples, but everybody has CWD technicians, and they will be collecting roadkill samples throughout the winter. We updated our CWD in our website kind of conversion. All of our CWD pages were updated this year. And one of the, I would say, really kind of critical things that's gone on is we brought our CWD teams together in each region and have been working on conducting tabletop exercises to run through situations that they potentially could face should they get CWD. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Trish, so do we have enough samples this year from 14 and 15 to predict the new prevalence? You said we got 2 positives out of how many returned samples?
Chairman, we do have enough samples to come up with a prevalence estimate, but one of the things that we would like to do is wait till we get all the samples back in.
Okay.
And my hope is that in January, you will have another CWD update with hopefully many more samples from this new area, as well as all of our samples from the CWD management zone to give a new prevalence estimate.
Okay, so, but having 2 out of units 14 and 15, I'm going to choose to be cautiously optimistic that, we're not seeing it be way, way, way worse. But time will tell, right?
Chairman, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic as well and hope we don't see any more.
Commissioners?
Mr.
Jordan?
Chairman, I have some questions. Shocking, I know. We go back to the slide where you showed the positive case in 14, the 2 positive. So the one up there, there's the red star up top, and that's out of Slate Creek. Is that a cause for concern that it might be spreading out of Slate Creek?
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, that is concerned. The blue dot up top is the elk that we detected back in 2021.
So that technically that red star is the newest one that is out of Slate Creek.
It is the newest.
That tested out of.
It's the newest positive that's above and kind of out of that Slate Creek area.
So there's a chance it might not be confined just to Slate Creek anymore.
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, there is a chance that it's not confined to Slate Creek anymore. But one of the things I think what everyone needs to realize, if you look at the number of positives that are in Slate Creek, we have a hotspot there. And if we keep seeing the numbers that we're seeing in there, what we don't want to see is it spread more rapidly out of Slate Creek. So to not continue to make sure that we're keeping that area suppressed, especially if we're seeing a lot of positives coming out of there, then we're looking at letting that spread faster.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question?
Go ahead, Jordan.
The new positive, is it 22A, 23A? Where's the new positive for the mule deer?
Chairman, Commissioner Charette, it's in 23.
23. That probably will have no effect on how we treat the CWD in 14A. Like it's not going to change that aspect at this point, I would imagine. And they'll be treated as 2 separate cases. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, Chairman, Commissioner Charette. I think at this point in time, because it is one sample in that area, and we're going to do everything in our power to increase that sample size to see if there are more positives that we will detect, especially in roadkill. I think that at this point in time, knowing the migration movements of those animals, we're going to need to really have a better understanding if there are more positives out there.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Tricia, thanks for summarizing this. We just talked about this yesterday. It's something important. Yet complex was compounded in the last. Without you, appreciate Regan and Erin Roche. I think her Rush correct. Wildlife nutrition. That existing data is available because as the director pointed out, it's years and years and years of foresightedness to set up monitoring surveillance, get the data, and then unrelated necessarily to CWD is just collaring and all the information that comes with that. And people pulled it together within days. Maybe that's what they're used to doing and they do it all the time, but it's astonishing to me. I'd probably still be shocked and walking around in a daze on what I have to get done, but they do it in days. And then what you've showed us is being done, including focus on 95 and other highways because of the behavior from if there's an animal affected. I just can't imagine doing more than all you're doing right now. I wish we had a discrete area where animals don't migrate. But when you showed us the rate of migration, when they go and how far they go and to how many points of the compass, kind of genie's out of the bottle as far as a discrete population of deer to deal with. So all that's just to say thanks. It's a real bummer hearing this information, but we know what it is. We know where it is. We know what the implications are, and we'll just stand by, track you guys. Let us know when we need to pitch in.
Chairman, Commissioner Murphy, thank you for your thanks. In this state, this is an absolute team effort. And I think Erin Roche is our biometrician and Regan Berkeley is our regional wildlife manager, Adam McCall, and Stacy DeWalter, our lab coordinator. They did an amazing job in the last week, but I would say it's our team, our research branch, all of our regions. And I can say in the tabletop exercises we did, every region, when we presented their case, has come up with their data and their knowledge of their animals. And I honestly feel it's something that I think all of us shocked us, and watching where it's at, it's disheartening, but the team of professionals that are working in the state, it gives me confidence and hope that if we have solutions to come up with, we will.
Anyone else? Thank you, Trish. Mr. Rick Ward, elk management plan update.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks, good afternoon. I am here to present to you just an update on where we are at with a rewrite of our elk management plan. Commissioner Atterbury referenced this morning the management plans we've been trying to catch up on. We are now on what we hope to be a 6-year rotation for management plans. So we are, the lion plan and this elk plan are kind of on the same calendar. We're looking at 2024 to 2029 for this elk plan. The current elk plan was finalized in 2014 and is set to expire in 2024. So it is time to update that plan. A lot's changed since 2014 and I'll go over some of that and how that affects the draft of this elk management plan. But I want to make clear, we are not proposing broad sweeping changes to the way elk and elk hunting are managed in Idaho. Rather, this plan focuses on targeted updates to improve elk management at the zone level. Again, emphasizing that this, while this is a new plan, it builds on the previous plan. And in that sense, I think this could be viewed more as an update to an elk management plan than a whole new way of managing elk. In that vein, I want to go over quickly what hasn't changed from the previous planning period, or what we're proposing to not change in this plan. The draft elk plan continues to prioritize annual hunting opportunity, while also providing a diversity of hunting opportunities such as controlled bull hunts. At the statewide level, elk populations continue to perform well and harvest remains high, but elk distribution in the state has changed significantly in the last 30 years. This plan focuses on refining elk management at the zone level while leaving many statewide management strategies in place. Depredations continue to be a department priority and influence management in several GMUs, particularly in the southern part of the state. In addition, the department continues its broad commitment to use rigorous science to inform elk management. At the same time, the specifics of that science have evolved, and we're proposing updates in the plan to reflect that. So what is new in this version of the elk plan? And I'll go through each one of these in turn, but the main topics include new research and the management tools coming from that research, new challenges associated with the emergence of chronic wasting disease that you just heard about, a proposed change to the Lolo zone elk population objective, some realignments of a few elk management zones, and lastly, the challenge of managing wildlife in a rapidly growing state. So as you all know, wildlife research staff have been working for a while now on methods to estimate abundance of deer and elk using remote cameras. In this plan, we're proposing elk population management objectives for units 1 and 6 of the Panhandle zone using camera-based abundance estimates as a baseline for those objectives. Along with that is a commitment to refine the method and expand population estimates to the rest of the zone during the life of this plan. In addition to the Panhandle zone, we will continue to develop and refine camera-based methods for data collection in other parts of the state during the life of this plan. You all also have heard about the integrated population model used in assessing mule deer populations. We're in the process of developing a similar model for elk that will allow us to more closely monitor fluctuations and estimate elk abundance more regularly. And the elk IPM will be rolled out during the life of this plan. A major consideration for elk management in Idaho is seasonal migration and winter range habitats. A major development since the inception of the last elk plan is Secretarial Order 3362, which directs the Department of the Interior to assist states and other cooperators with conserving and managing priority big game winter ranges and migration habitat. In this plan, we're incorporating work done in Idaho by Fish and Game staff and others in relation to Secretarial Order 3362 to identify management objectives and strategies as they relate to migration and movement of elk statewide and in specific elk zones. These objectives and strategies link the elk plan to Idaho's action plan for big game migration and winter ranges, a living document that's reviewed and updated regularly. Chronic wasting disease, that presents some new challenges to managing elk populations in parts of the state. There's still a lot to be learned about CWD and elk, but in this plan, we're proposing objectives centered on learning more about CWD and elk populations, specifically monitoring CWD and elk throughout the state and in specific elk zones through hunter harvest. The elk plan references the department's CWD management strategy, but the plan itself does not propose specific population objectives based on CWD. In this plan, we're also proposing to revisit the population management objectives for the Lolo zone. This zone has undergone significant changes in elk habitat over the last 30 years and has seen significant declines in elk numbers. We're proposing population objectives based on the capacity of the habitat to sustain elk. And up after me is Deborah Monzingo with a presentation on the specifics of how we're measuring habitat quality and quantity and how that's used to develop an estimate of the number of elk the Lolo zone can sustain. We're also exploring realignment of a few elk zones in the southern part of the state. These proposed changes are aimed at better aligning elk management priorities and issues within the same zones and are generally proposed to move one game management unit from one zone to another. The exception to that is the recreation of the Teton zone in eastern Idaho, taking one unit from the from the Island Park zone and one from the Palisade zone to make the Teton zone. In total, we're looking at a change to 7 elk zones in the draft plan. The last item I want to touch on in the draft plan is population growth. The draft plan identifies new and ongoing challenges with managing elk in a state experiencing rapid population growth, and identifies objectives and tools managers can use to mitigate some of those impacts. To be clear, elk populations and elk harvest statewide have remained relatively constant for the last several years, but we are now seeing areas where human development and recreation, to use 2 examples, are affecting elk populations and distribution, and we can expect that trend to continue. The elk management plan timeline, we're currently working on the draft and we'll be sending that around for internal review within the next couple of months, with a goal of bringing that draft to the commission in January of 2024. And with commission concurrence, would take that out for public scoping after that January commission meeting. And then coming back and making revisions, incorporating changes, and then coming back in March of 2024 to the commission for deliberation on a final elk plan. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions or comments. I'll open it up.
Commission? Ron?
Of course. Thanks, Rick. So you talked about the elk zones and the proposed changes. I'm wondering what is the criteria for setting up these zones initially? You know, we heard from somebody last night that was rather adamant about the Elk City zone being an issue. Is that something you're looking at or will consider? Or an overview on elk zones, I guess, is what I need.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Davies, yes, that's there's not one simple answer to that. There are varying criteria depending on what part of the state you're in and which particular elk zone you're talking about. But in general, it's a combination of elk population, of management priorities within those game management units, to some extent elk movements, and then how we manage that population. So the idea is to take those different criteria and put them together into an elk zone. And elk zone and harvest management in elk zones has evolved a lot in the since the first elk zones, since we started elk zones in the late 90s. So the idea that we're looking at with some of this realignment is to take some of these zones, I'll give you an example. So one proposal is to take Unit 38, Treasure Valley, and add that to the Boise River zone, which is Unit 39 by itself right now. The rationale for that is that right now Unit 38 is part of the Owyhee zone. There's no general season elk hunting opportunity in the Owyhee zone, which would includes 38. We're starting to see elk pioneer into Unit 38, not really a place that we think elk belong. A lot of private land, pretty much completely private land, agriculture. Putting it in with Unit 39 allows us to have a general season for elk in Unit 38. So that's, if that example helps. And so I think some of the reasons for some of the changes like Big Desert and some of the stuff with the Teton zone is largely to address migratory elk that are in some places in conflict with people.
Could you flip back onto the timeline? Okay. Okay, thank you. Dave?
Yeah, Rick, just for, I heard in North Idaho, we're gonna establish some population goals for Fish and Game Unit 6, and what was the other one?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, Unit 1.
Unit 1.
Unit 1 and Unit 6.
And we're gonna do that through camera technology. And we're gonna then spin that off and work on the rest of the units there and the rest of the state. Is that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Bobbitt, yes, that's exactly the plan. So in some of the discussions we've had, we feel like we're at a point now with the camera estimates in units 1 and 6 where we can come up with objectives. They are fairly broad. Or our population estimates for elk in those units are fairly broad, but we can develop objectives based on those, which will also be somewhat broad, with the goal of refining those estimates and then expanding out to other units in the Panhandle zone over the next 6 years.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Rick.
Thank you.
Measuring habitat carrying capacity, Lolo out. Deborah Monzingo. Did I say your name right?
Yep, that's it. Deborah Monzingo. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Director Fredericks. My name's Deborah Monzingo. I'm a habitat biologist here in the Clearwater region. And today I'm going to be discussing how staff in the Clearwater region use a unique data set to calculate an elk carrying capacity and how we used it to improve the Lolo elk management zone objectives. So I'm going to give a brief background on the Lolo elk herd and the current status of the forest today, as well as how we calculated the habitat carrying capacity, which is simply the number that can be supported on the landscape, and how it is used to create a new elk plan objective. So in the 1970s to early 1990s, populations of elk in the Lolo zone were robust. The Clearwater region was known nationally for having one of the best elk herds in the country. Beginning in the mid-90s, the Lolo herd saw large reductions in elk populations. The Lolo herd was once estimated to be 16,000 animals. Today, that's less than 2,000 animals estimated. Subsequently, hunter numbers have also seen a fraction of what they used to be and has increased our scope in our region as a high priority for the Lolo to increase their herd. To give an example of how the habitat has changed, between the big burn of the 1910 to 1930, we have seen 56% of the Lolo zone burned, which helped lead to the large population growths of the 60s and 70s. In contrast, in 1980, since 1980, only 18% of the area has been burned or harvested. And today, typically you will see on the forest large stands of this thick timber. With the continued fire suppression and a significant reduction in forest management actions, the Lolo elk population has been thought to be habitat limited. Currently, 80% of the Lolo zone, or 1.25 million acres, has a dense tree canopy cover. This has been caused by a mature forest bulge, meaning the forest is lacking young forest age types. And right now on the forest, when you get these old aged forest stands, not a lot of light is penetrating to the ground. And so there is less amount of forage growth for elk to consume versus in these young aged forests where we have a lot of light penetrating to the ground, we get strong thickets of shrubs, forbs, and grasses, and a lot of forage available for elk. Currently on the Lolo zone right now, 96% or 1.5 million acres is owned by the Nez Perce Clearwater National Forest. Since we have a minimum of private lands in the Lolo, we have less wildlife conflict issues with private lands and can focus purely on population increases. So to improve elk populations in the Lolo, the amount of young forests that need to be on the landscape needs to increase and work with those national forest landowners. However, based on past work with the Forest Service and current work with the Forest Service, we know that forest restoration can be time intensive and takes time after implementation to grow that adequate forage available and needed for elk.
And in some cases, this could take up to 10 years to see results from just one project. Because of the habitat limitations in the Lolo zone, in 2013, the Clearwater Basin Collaborative was established, and they started the CBC Elk Habitat Project with the goal to understand the nutrition and habitat conditions of elk to help inform habitat restoration in our region. Major partners included Idaho Fish and Game, non-government agencies, Washington State University, Nez Perce Clearwater National Forest, the Forest Service Pacific Northwest Research Station, and the Forest Service Regional 1 office. On top of elk collar data, body fat data, and pregnancy rate data, the CBC also conducted a vegetation survey project to calculate the available forage within the basin. This work consisted of 2 years of data collection, 359 sites were visited, and roughly 6,500 plant samples were collected, in which case it took 3 years to analyze this data in the laboratory and on the computers. This was the most detailed vegetation data collected in the state to date, and aspects of this project are still ongoing. Based on the data collected, the CBC was able to create essentially a nutritional foodscape, which is calculating how much forage is available across the landscape. And just to give you an idea of what is out there, in the red, we have areas where it is nutritionally limiting for elk. And that could be areas like this example that I have up here is a high elevation area with dry climate and thin soils, versus areas in blue, which is areas where there is no limiting nutritional factors. And in this case, this example is in a western hemlock dominated forest that is less than 20 years old. And just to give you an idea of how we were able to make this work in the Clearwater Basin Collaborative, because population growth is dependent on females producing healthy calves that survive to adulthood, their nutritional requirements were based off of female elk. And this map provides us with our starting point that we use to calculate our habitat carrying capacity, which wouldn't have been possible if not for this outside the department partnering work. So to understand the amount of food available on the landscape was a massive undertaking. Usually this intricate habitat information is strictly unheard of, but because this data set was so robust and unique to this region, the department wanted to find ways that this information could be used to help guide elk management actions in the Clearwater region. Since a Lolo herd is a high priority for us, and we believe it to be habitat limited, we thought that this would be a great place for us to use this data set and see how we could support any changes or guide any changes to management. So to put it simply, a carrying capacity based on nutrition is to take the amount of forage available and divide it by the amount of forage an elk needs to survive. And based on the CBC data, we have the forage map that has the amount of forage in the Lolo zone. And based off literature review, we have the amount of nutritional requirements for female elk. So we should be able to make this equation very simple and get an answer. However, we need to account for our estimates, assumptions, and limitations. As we know, wildlife work has never been an exact science. Even tools that we as biologists use on a day-to-day basis has limitations and assumptions that we either have to accept or account for as just a limitation of the estimate. Habitat carrying capacity estimates are no different. Just to give you an example of a few of these assumptions, the carrying capacity estimate focuses on nutrition on the landscape. So we do not account for any of the more socially driven aspects that could affect carrying capacity, such as ag depredation and hunter preference. This is why the Lolo zone is one of the only zones in the Clearwater that we're able to do this estimate for, because we don't have as many social drivers to our population. In addition, winter forage was not accounted for. This estimate is purely based off of summer nutrition. And the equation doesn't account for the ability of roads, predators, humans, or accessibility to alter the way elk will use that forage. So these limitations we cannot account for and are just limitations of our estimate. Another assumption is that all food is eaten by elk, so it doesn't account for any other herbivores on the landscape that could be eating the same food. And this we tried to mitigate for. So here in the Clearwater, big game species tend to eat similar plants. Moose will select for taller shrubs that have more bite mass per bite that they take, while deer will select for smaller plants that have more nutrition per smaller mouthful. When it comes to elk, they select for both of these varieties and many more. So to get somewhat of a population estimate, we have to account for all the grazers on the landscape. So our carrying capacity estimate, if not adjusted, assumes that elk eats everything down to the dirt. And this deviates from reality, so we have to limit what first goes into that equation in order to account for this. So moose, deer, and other grazers like livestock, small herbivores and omnivores all have to be accounted for. As well as we want to make sure that we have enough forage going into the next year, so it's sustainable throughout. Finally, we have what we assume is to be eaten by the elk population as a whole, which was 20%. And this percentage was based off various opinions from various elk experts that we discussed with. However, our equation only calculates female elk because that is what we have the nutrition information for based off of the CBC data. And so we have to take out what we would assume the bulls and the calves would eat as well. So that leaves us with our limiting percentage of 12%. So now we can go back to our equation, limit our forage to 12%, and divide it by the amount of forage we know is needed for female elk to survive and keep going the following year. So our answer to this equation that we posed was 1,827 female elk that can be supported on the landscape in the Lolo zone. As we know, female elk are not what makes up a population. We also have bulls and calves. So to loop in the entire population, we took aerial surveys from 2017 and got the percentages of the population. So 58% were cows, 22% were bulls, and 17% were calves. And we were able to use our estimate of 1,827 and to calculate the amount of bulls and calves that could be supported on the landscape as well. So we have 683 bulls and 532 calves that can be supported on the Lolo habitat. We then compared the habitat carrying capacity number to the 2017 aerial surveys, which estimated cow numbers to be 1,137 and bull numbers to be 425. This was surprisingly similar to our estimate of 1,827 cows and 683 bulls that can be supported on the Lolo habitat. We also compared it to the current elk management plan objectives for the Lolo, which is 6,100 to 9,100 and 1,300 to 1,900 bulls. Without drastic changes to habitat, elk populations in the Lolo will remain constant or improve at a slow rate. Currently, elk management plans span 6 years. And as I said earlier, we could wait up to 10 years to see results from one project for habitat. This makes it unlikely that the forest conditions will change in the time frame of the elk management plan. So based on these reasonings, we believe that this lower estimate would be a more beneficial and biologically sound objective to strive for within the upcoming elk management plan. As the new elk plan's draft stands, these are our elk objectives. For cows, we have 1,500 to 2,200 and bulls 550 to 800. Understanding the timeline of forest restoration projects, the large amount of work that needs to occur on the forest, and the time constraint of the elk management plan, we believe that this new objective provides us with a goal to strive for within the time frame of the upcoming elk plan. We were extremely lucky to have this partnering research project that coincided with this alternative research exercise. And for that reason, I'd want to thank the Clearwater Basin Collaborative and its members, since this singular and unique opportunity wouldn't have been possible for countless people and their work for nearly 10 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars to get us to where we are today to use this data for elk management. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my presentation and can answer any questions that the commission may have at this time.
Woman. Very good. I was actually on the Clearwater Basin Collaborative for 10 years and I got to witness a lot of this work, and it's not necessarily all good news, but I think it is reality. And, you know, those that are supportive of active management on the national forest. This is kind of why we would support active management, so we don't end up where we are today. And hopefully we can have some more of that in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And with that, a little bit of hope in Good Neighbor Authority Habitat Projects, Clearwater Region. Tara?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. My name is Tara Ball. I'm a regional wildlife habitat biologist here in the Clearwater and the lead of Good Neighbor Authority. Today, I'm here to talk to you about what is Good Neighbor Authority and why the department's involved with this effort, particularly why it's a good tool in this region and how and where we use this tool, and provide an update on the partnerships we've formed thus far and the projects we've completed this year. So what is Good Neighbor Authority? Good Neighbor Authority is a federal authority that allows the Forest Service to engage with state agencies in agreements that allow us to increase the pace and scale of restoration on federal forest lands. So simply put, it's a mechanism that allows the forest to get into agreements with state agencies and utilize our resources, our capacity, our contracting processes to increase cross-boundary collaboration. So initially, Good Neighbor Authority was agreements primarily between the Forest Service and land management agencies like the Idaho Department of Lands to manage for healthy and productive forests and provide additive fiber to Idaho's markets. But because the activities that are permitted under Good Neighbor Authority align so well with our habitat objectives in this region, we found it could be a usable tool to accelerate some of these restorative activities we'd like to see on the forest. So specifically under Good Neighbor Authority, the permitted activities include treating insect and disease, treating hazardous fuels, and restoring or improving forest, rangeland, and watershed health, including fish and wildlife habitat. But why this tool in particular? So Deborah did a really good job explaining the history of the elk in the Clearwater region. They were once nationally renowned. And again, as she had mentioned, the Lolo elk herd had exceeded 15,000 elk. But ever since the 1990s, we've seen declines in those populations. And ever since, we've tried to improve those numbers. Additionally, with increased predation and large habitat changes across the Clearwater, we've seen a huge change in our forest composition. Due to fire suppression and a significant reduction in forest management, the Nez Perce forest is lacking that early seral forest type, which is really important to summer elk nutrition here in the Clearwater. And because the forest holds a large portion of land ownership in this region, we have to collaboratively work with them if we want to see that landscape habitat change. And so we've worked with the Forest Service in the past through technical assistance, through other joint projects, and providing them a biologist detailed into one of their positions. But those efforts did not provide the change on a large enough scale to increase elk populations. So let's go ahead and take a look at the scope of how and where we use this tool. Again, as Deborah mentioned, we are significantly fortunate to have the amount of research specifically regarding elk nutrition in this region and how it relates to habitat management. We have a strong understanding of what the nutritional landscape currently looks like for elk in the region. And as you can see on the far left, it's relatively poor. We have a strong understanding based off of this research, what the potential nutritional capacity could be, and with active management, what we could achieve in these different habitat types. And together we can use this research to then guide, where do we go on the forest? What do we treat? So here on the far right, we have a management priority matrix, which kind of pinpoints, these are the habitat types that we want to treat immediately. These are the ones that are going to have a good nutritional response that have not seen disturbance, in the past decade or so. In the blue, it kind of highlights those habitat types that also have a good nutritional response, but maybe they have seen some disturbance. So we want to maintain those long term. So that's our objective with Good Neighbor Authority, but what about the Forest Service, right? This is a collaborative partnership. And so the Forest Service in 2022 launched the National Wildfire Crisis Strategy, a 10-year implementation plan. And just this past year, part of the Nez Perce Clearwater was designated as one of those priority landscapes. And so what that means is our forest in this region receives $30 to $50 million annually to treat hazardous fuels and try to improve forest health. However, they alone do not have the capacity or resources to get this funding on the ground. And so they're looking to partners to implement. Therefore, we've been identified as one of those key partners. And what's great about this is there's actually a strong overlap between these types of activities and improving elk nutrition on the landscape. So treating hazardous fuels, fuels reduction, returning the forest to those early sterile conditions is going to have a good benefit to elk in key places. Now, what's also really good is that our agreement was in place ahead of this funding, so that we now have that mechanism to capture that funding and get it on the ground immediately. So what does that all really look like on the ground? What have we been doing? And I'm just going to go over a few of the projects we've covered this far this year. So one of the first projects we completed was conducting old growth surveys on many Forest Service projects. Now, one might think, why is Idaho Fish and Game conducting old growth surveys for the forest? The first thing to understand is that we have that skill set, right? We know how to monitor, we know how to survey, we know how to analyze forest vegetation. We have that resource to provide. But what's really important here is that two major Forest Service projects were litigated because their analysis for old growth did not meet forest plan standards. And what that means is that those two projects and all others on the forest were put on hold. So no active management was going to happen until this work was completed. At the time, they nor IDL had the resources or capacity to complete this work, so they reached out to us. So we looked at these two project areas and we found that there was strong overlap with those key elk nutritional landscapes, areas that were a high priority for us for immediate management. So our objectives aligned. So a better visual here, just to provide that. One of these projects is located just outside of Elk City, near the Red River Wildlife Management Area. This project will contribute to approximately over 2,000 acres of harvest and fuel treatments in a high priority elk nutritional landscape. So again, we're looking for those areas in the red. Those are our immediate priorities to treat, and this just so happened to overlap. Because we were able to conduct this work, the first sale of this project was sold this past June, so they're getting the good work done right now. Otherwise, it would still be on hold. Another project was located south of Grangeville on the South Fork Clearwater River. This project will contribute to approximately 19,000 acres of harvest and fuels treatments, over 6,000 acres of prescribed burning, and over 80 acres of meadow restoration, again in key elk nutritional landscapes. Without our involvement, this project would still be on hold, so GNA is actually allowing us to help move that needle forward on the forest. Another project we've been working on is completing NEPA analysis for wildlife for the 20-mile project. This means that we're conducting and analyzing the impacts of the proposed activities of harvest and burning for wildlife species within that project area. We are providing that resource. IDL is contracting the remainder of that NEPA. So this is a highly collaborative effort between us, IDL, contractors, and the Forest Service. To provide the visual, again, this project is located on the South Fork Clearwater River, southeast of Grangeville, right on the edge of the Gospel Hump Wilderness. It will contribute to approximately 2,000 acres of harvest and fuels treatments and over 6,000 acres of prescribed burning, again, in a key elk nutritional landscape. We started this project back in 2019, and we hope for it to be signed this month, which means implementation would occur this spring. We've also done some direct implementation projects through GNA. We've identified projects where fuels reduction and wildlife habitat objectives aligned. We completed 125 acres of winter mastication on the North Zone this past winter, and we added an additional 180 acres this fall and winter that they're out conducting right now. What's neat about this project is it's the first ever winter mastication on the forest, which is a new tool. We see this to have additional benefits to wildlife because vegetation is being cut when it's dormant. So we'll see a better spring response of the vegetation. Ground disturbance is minimal. And there is potential for snow compaction because the machinery is operating over snow. So that might actually maintain moisture at the site longer into the year, which could be good for vegetation. Another project we've been working on is forest-wide aspen restoration. This is a priority for both the forest and Idaho Fish and Game. Multiple partners have been involved, including the Forest Service, us, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Idaho Department of Lands, the University of Idaho, and the North Idaho Resource Advisory Committee. So the initial target for aspen on the forest is approximately 40,000 acres, but we really didn't know what we had. So we flew 3 years of aerial flights to detect aspen on the forest, which was over 2,000 acres. We then sent out contractors to survey the condition of those stands. We've put together a forest-wide NEPA team. We hope to build forest-wide conditional NEPA that will allow us to then treat stands as we encounter them. So we've also flown LiDAR this past June over priority stands, and our hope is to build a model that will better predict aspen on the forest so that we don't have to use that resource and capacity to fly those flights anymore. As far as out-year projects, we do have 2 immediate priorities. We'll be implementing hand brush maintenance on approximately 3,000 acres in the Selway River corridor. This project is specifically targeted towards elk nutrition year-round. It will be a multiple entry project with first acreage of 150 acres treated this spring. These fields were historically maintained by periodic episodes of low severity fire. Because of active fire suppression and that lack of management, as you can see in these lower pictures, those brush fields have reached mid to upper canopy levels. So right now they're unusable. So our hope is to knock those back, make them more available, while also allowing the opportunity for nutritious understory species to grow. That upper map there, those are just the brush units, but there's also planned prescribed fire ignition units all throughout that corridor to run simultaneously with these. Also on the docket is Blacktail Fuels. This is a project again on the South Fork in Critical Elk Winter Range. There are multiple phases of this project, including commercial timber harvest, helicopter logging, and prescribed burning. Our efforts directly will contribute to the 15,000 acre prescribed burn, where we will contract the fuel break between the Forest Service boundary and private landowners. So what's neat about this project is how collaborative it is. We have the Forest Service, 3 private landowners, Idaho County, all involved for achieving multiple objectives. For improving elk habitat, restoring early seral forested communities, and helping with private lands protection. So the first phase of this project is targeted to occur this spring. So to wrap it up, here's a quick visual of some of the projects we've been working on just this past year and are working to move towards. It's a kind of a visual of the Clearwater region as a whole. The projects in the yellow are those that we've already contracted through GNA or have already made efforts with the Forest Service. Those in orange are ones that we have high interest in. They're on the Forest Service scope of work that we intend to contract through GNA. And those are in the blue are on the Forest Service scope of work that may not have a ton of wildlife benefit. And the reason I put these projects up here is to remind folks that we can't have it all. And this is a multi-use resource. And so there are areas that we may not be entering, and just to kind of keep that in mind. We do have a lot of gaps to fill, and we hope to fill those moving forward. So with that said, I will stand for any questions.
Commissioners? I'm very happy about this, very happy to see this. And this is something that's needed to happen for years and years and years. And I'm glad that Idaho Department of Fish and Game can step up and fill some of the void that the Forest Service hasn't been able to fill. And, management of our national forest, as far as I'm concerned, is kind of disgraceful, but it's largely because a lot of the rules they have to go through, lawsuits, environmental groups, everybody wanting something different. But I live there, and this needs to happen. We need to take care of that land and get it back to what it could provide for all of us. And so I applaud those efforts, and it's one of the things that I'm probably the most excited about. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a good question, Mr. Chairman. Tara? No, great presentation, and to you and Deb, both outstanding presentations. And so you were here last night. Were you here last night?
I was not.
Okay, well, we heard a comment from someone that said, we've known that elk habitat is limiting for decades and nothing's happening enough with the studies. I suspect you've heard something like that before. So I guess I would just, not to put you on the spot, but just share with us how you would respond to that with the combination of the information that Deb has now brought forward. How is this? Are we doing anything? How are we doing things? How is Deb's information actually helping to move things forward?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I would respond with educating, of course, letting them know the research that is available. It's been 10 years of research, and now we have somewhere to guide us and where to target habitat. But it's also been 10 years of building partnerships with the forest in order to get a seat at the table. And so just really speaking to how these collaborative efforts take time, habitat change takes time, but we are starting to reap some of those rewards where we are seeing active logging sales in key nutritional landscapes this summer. And that will take time for a vegetative response, but we're seeing it happen.
Going along, you guys need a break? Let's keep going. You want to? Giddy up. Statewide deer harvest management. Eric.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director Fredericks. I'm Eric Freeman, a wildlife biologist in the southeastern region, and I've been working on the next installment of the State of Deer and Elk series with Toby Bedreau on deer harvest management. Harvest management is fundamental to our work with game species. Reading from the department's mission, and I'll paraphrase a little, wildlife shall be only captured or taken at such times or places as will preserve, protect, and perpetuate such wildlife and provide for the citizens of this state continued supplies of such wildlife. This sure starts to sound like harvest management, which is a little easier for me to grasp if I flip it around and read managing for a specific outcome through harvest. Following is a list of biological and social reasons that wildlife managers may alter harvest. Managers might recommend increasing harvest to protect habitat. For example, after the Tex Creek Winter Range burned in 2016, emergency hunts were enacted to reduce pressure on newly seeded areas. Similarly, ungulate populations can negatively impact browse, as seen here in the Soda Hills. And managers might increase antlerless harvests to reduce these impacts, to prevent a situation like we see in the graph, where carrying capacity is decreased due to habitat damage. Managers might recommend a harvest regime that maximizes productivity. Looking at the graph on the right, the population is at its most productive or highest point on the y-axis, meaning that the number of yearling bucks on the landscape is maximized at a lower number than the maximum possible population. In other words, there's a reason to have fewer than we could have. Last, for biological outcomes, we might modify harvest in response to the threat of disease. For example, we have been dramatically reducing deer abundance around the Slate Creek drainage to inhibit the spread of CWD. Similarly, Colorado has been increasing harvest on the mature buck segment of their population in an effort to decrease the spread of disease, as research suggests that they're at increased risk of spreading it. In contrast, there may be reasons to reduce harvest after disease-related die-offs in some circumstances. Moving to social outcomes. At its core, this is a tug of war between managing for opportunity and managing for mature bucks. We see a continuum of this across the Western United States, with Nevada being perhaps the most restrictive with high buck to doe ratios with exclusively controlled hunts,
and Montana being the least restrictive with 6-week general seasons for mule deer and white-tailed deer that span the rut. Idaho certainly falls on the opportunity end of this spectrum per our public's desires. Managing for lower hunter densities in an effort to increase hunter satisfaction or enhance experiences is another social outcome, as is managing for reduced agricultural and urban conflicts with deer populations. Knowing how to achieve each of these options is the easy part of wildlife management. We know how to do this. Knowing which outcome to manage for or how to balance them is much more difficult. To make this determination, the department frequently surveys the public to better understand their preferences. We develop management plans that consider the department's mission and summarize science and public opinion. And we administer the season setting process to implement the management plans on a local level and allow another level of public input on specific harvest proposals. To confuse things, these season setting comments are at times in opposition to what our broader public opinion surveys suggest. In practice, we can look at this process at longer and shorter timeframes. On the 6 to 10 year time scale, we survey the public and use that input to develop management plans that consider the best available science. This process provides managers with the big picture framework to work within. Taking a brief look here at highlights from the most recent white-tailed deer hunter survey. In 2017, we see that 76% of hunters said that it was important to them to hunt a buck every year, 72% with their chance to harvest a deer, 71% satisfied with their chance to harvest a buck, and then a much lower 31% felt that some units should be managed for mature whitetail bucks. Looking at the graph on the left, it asked how satisfied hunters were with their whitetail deer hunting experience for a variety of reasons, amount of access, season length, number of hunters, etc. And we see overall the majority being satisfied or very satisfied. Moving to the mule deer survey. This is a messy chart looking at hunter preferences from both the 2007 and 17 surveys. And in each comparison, the upper bar is the option providing more opportunity. And in every case, in both survey years, hunters preferred the option that allowed them to hunt more frequently over the option that provided the potential to harvest a larger buck, but hunt less frequently. The third group up from the bottom there, you'll note that the blue and orange bars are relatively close. Due to the nature of forced choice questions, this choice was measured, but isn't functionally possible. When looking at high quality hunts around the West, hunting every 10 years for the opportunity to harvest big bucks is a much more likely scenario. Moving to the whitetail deer management plan, we see a list of specific management directions, notably including a direction to develop biological studies to estimate population abundance, predator impacts, and habitat management capabilities. Among others, we also see a direction to broaden public participation in decision-making and to continue offering annual hunting opportunities. Similarly, the mule deer management plan, we see the direction to provide annual hunting opportunity, again, to meet the public desire expressed through our survey efforts. Additionally, I've highlighted the direction to minimize the influence of disease, among others. This takes us to the shorter timeframes where the department constantly collects data and uses it to set harvest seasons under guidance from our management plans and public survey results. The data collection of this occurs continually as harvest and hunter participation are estimated annually by game management unit and hunt type. Similarly, feedback from sportsmen is constantly received, with feedback on specific proposals being received every 2 years during the season setting process. Additionally, we collect population data through abundance and composition surveys, collaring efforts, and an integrated population model that was developed to predict populations between surveys and can include data from alternative sources like cameras. Certainly, there are differences in whitetail and mule deer management, and I'll highlight 2 here. On the right is a map of our most recent mule deer survey in the Bannock zone, and the purple lines are the helicopter track. We don't have this for whitetail populations. However, we continue to develop improved means of monitoring whitetail populations with recent camera-based surveys and collaring projects contributing. Additionally, whitetails are much more productive than mule deer. Reproduction in whitetails generally begins as yearlings, and average litter size is 2 from that point forward. Contrast this to mule deer that generally don't reproduce as yearlings, and average litter size is 1.5 thereafter. This represents a major difference in reproductive and growth potential and allows harvest regimes of white-tailed deer, particularly does, to be much more aggressive. I have a couple of slides here just showing what those data streams might look like in practice. This is a model of mule deer abundance by sex for the Portneuf population in southeastern Idaho. And you can see changes through time concurrent with severe winters or better weather. And a graph here showing whitetail harvest there on the left, and then the number of hunters on the right in game management unit 1. Again, another data stream that we look at. So in response to these data streams, or what approaches are available to wildlife management agencies, in other words, what levers can we pull? And I'll lump these into 3 groups. We can regulate the tools available for sportsmen to use for hunting. We have examples of this in Idaho. For example, sportsmen are limited to rifles that weigh less than 16 pounds, and muzzleloaders must be traditional. Additionally, we regulate the use of 4-wheelers or all-terrain vehicles in some units through the motorized hunt rule. I have an example here of how that might affect harvest. The graph shows the major deer hunting units in southeastern Idaho, where units in blue have the motorized hunt rule in effect, and those in red do not. We see elevated success rates in units where the rule does not exist, and elevated post-hunt buck-to-doe ratios in units where it does exist. Across the West, we see various other rules regulating tools, including trail cameras, thermal optics, two-way radios, and drones. And, excuse me, many other tools are unregulated even as technology continues to advance. Next, we can use general or over-the-counter hunting seasons in their various forms. The possibilities are nearly endless for modifying general seasons, with changes having various effects. For example, shortening hunting seasons moderately has little effect on harvest, while aggressively shortening a hunting season likely decreases harvest at some point, but likely comes with the cost of dramatically decreasing hunter satisfaction as crowding grows. Alternatively, slight increases to season length likely don't change harvest, while significant increases that begin to include times when deer are more vulnerable likely would increase harvest. Similarly, season timing can be altered. Deer hunts earlier or later in the year likely would increase harvest when compared to hunting seasons in mid-October, when deer are likely less active, less visible, and less vulnerable. Other options include limits on what constitutes a legal animal. For example, restrictions on antler size or sex, or limits on allowable weapon types. The table here shows harvest in 2 units with generally robust deer populations from 1945, when Deputy Director Rochelle's coat was manufactured, through the present. And you see changes in season length, timing, and antlerless harvest through time. In practice, general season hunts walk the fine line, allowing opportunity to hunt while keeping success rates generally low, to ensure that sportsmen are satisfied with their future opportunities. Lastly, we use controlled hunts to provide opportunities for hunters to harvest mature individuals. In some cases, all hunting in a unit is limited, while in others, these hunts occur in units with general season hunts, just with alternative dates or weapon types. Similarly, there's a spectrum of how limiting these hunts are. Unlimited controlled hunts provide perhaps the most opportunity, while late season antlered hunts with as few as 5 tags provide the least opportunity, but the greatest likelihood of encountering a mature buck. Controlled hunts for antlerless deer occur in many areas and provide opportunity to a limited number of sportsmen when and where justified. Extra tag controlled hunts are similar, but designed to more actively encourage antlerless harvest and population reduction in some areas. This combination of approaches, which is harvest management in Idaho, is at its core a tug-of-war between quality and opportunity, with quality meaning different things to different people. This is easier when there are lots of deer and little competition for resources, and harder when there are lots of people, fewer deer, and competing interests. I wanted to look at a case from southeastern Idaho that's familiar to me. Shown is a graph depicting a trend in antlered mule deer harvest in Unit 76 since 2015. How should managers respond to declining harvest? Let's start by asking pertinent questions. Do other data support or corroborate a shrinking population. What do our surveys suggest? Is this an anomaly or a trend? What were weather conditions like during the harvest season? Do we know why the decline is happening? Is overharvest a problem? Predation, disease, severe weather, or habitat loss? Then what is the broader context of the decline? So here's the harvest in the same unit over a 30-year span. Notably, the slump we are in isn't an anomaly. However, we should also be thinking about the broader social and environmental context. For example, has public sentiment changed? If I'd have taken this graph back another decade, we'd have reached a time when there were 8,000 hunters in Unit 76. Those 8,000 may have been from a different generation and valued different experiences than today's hunters, who have the perception of overcrowding with the less than 4,000 hunters who are harvesting the deer on this graph. We may dislike some of the value changes that occur, but that doesn't mean that we as wildlife managers can ignore them. Another example, has the broader context of environmental conditions been altered? Have hotter and drier conditions in North Idaho increased the frequency of EHD outbreaks, or has habitat loss in southeastern Idaho reduced the ability of a population to respond to severe winters? Assume that we learn a population decline is real and we know why it's happening and we understand the context. The next question is, will adjusting harvest make a difference? In the example I've been using, there's currently no antlerless harvest. So maintaining the same harvest opportunity won't impact the ability of a population for regrowth after a severe winter, as the reproductive portion is unaffected, and bucks likely make up around 10% of the population. Alternatively, the buck segment of the population will likely take longer to recover if harvest opportunity remains unchanged. This raises the question at the core of most harvest management decisions. Are the benefits of a change or the lack thereof worth the cost? This question can be asked a couple ways. To start, there are costs associated with reducing opportunity. When we squeeze that balloon, where do the displaced hunters go, or do they stop hunting altogether? Currently, less than 16% of Idahoans purchase hunting licenses. We don't want hunters to have a smaller voice over time, and this is dependent on their involvement with the resource. In contrast, there are benefits of reducing opportunity. For example, hunters' experiences may improve as they perceive being less crowded, and harvest will likely be reduced, which may allow the targeted segment of the population to grow back more quickly. On a similar note, maintaining opportunity can at times result in frustrated hunters who are unsuccessful or who had poor experiences. While on the other hand, by maintaining opportunity, we continue to meet the desire of most Idahoans to have the opportunity to hunt annually. To summarize some of where we've been, we manage deer with harvest for a variety of biological and social outcomes that are supported by science and public surveys. And at its core, the social portion of this harvest management is the struggle between opportunity and quality management. Idaho's public surveys strongly suggest that Idahoans want to be able to hunt every year, and altering opportunity always has a cost that should be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. A few thoughts as I wrap up. Harvest management is managing for a specific outcome through harvest, and it begs the question, what can we do versus what should we do? It is not maintaining the maximum possible number of individuals, as there are reasons to have fewer than we could have, and in most cases, we're unable to stockpile animals when considering environmental pressures. Thank you, and I apologize I haven't provided a conclusive list or solutions for each harvest management problem, but I'll conclude with a few take-home points. First, often in harvest management, there isn't a right or wrong answer. As long as we are executing our mission to preserve, protect, and perpetuate and provide for the public, while remembering that we are stewards of a public resource and therefore need to consider their preferences. Second, we need to be thinking about the wildlife resource with a long-term perspective, considering with each harvest management decision, not only how does this impact me now, but how will it impact my children and their children and their opportunity to carry on this valued condition or tradition and culture. And third, experiences matter. There is an occasion to put fewer hunters on the hill than we could have. Regardless of what many members of the public may frequently tell us, there is excellent deer hunting in Idaho for both quality and opportunity hunters, but we do need to consider how they feel about their hunting experience. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Wow. I am confident that you have framed the question very well. You pretty well get it. And this is the kind of resource we get to draw on as commissioners. And then sometimes we go out in the public and we have some guy, and no disrespect to anyone, but they say, I've been hunting for 40 years and this is what I see and this is what you need to do. And I think you have quite a bit of a deeper perspective on what all the questions are and what we're faced with. And like, wow, that was a lot of information.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question or a comment.
Jordan?
So, Eric, first of all, thank you. That was very informative. And as you know, in Southeast Idaho, this is a very hot topic right now. Just a quick couple questions. Number one, as technology advances, what are you seeing that does to the landscape of the animals? Does that hurt or hinder the population growth, such as long-range rifles, thermal images, stuff like that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schrett. I think that we can make assumptions there about what expanding technology might, or what effect expanding technology might have. I think there's no data necessarily to back up many of those assumptions, but that's a cop out. But it's true that we don't have data on that topic. I think that we can assume that some probably have an effect and some probably don't.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question? It's no secret that Diamond Creek Zone has been above objective for elk for many years. Does that have an effect on the population of the mule deer in that zone? Familiar with that zone and just kind of curious.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schrett, I think again that there's some research that suggests both ways there. Idaho Fish and Game has looked at some winter range projects that suggested that there wasn't a lot of dietary overlap. I think there's some new research coming out that suggests that there's some competition there in other means. I think probably the jury's still out, but I think that there's data to suggest that at times it does, and at times there may be competition.
Thank you very much for that. I've received there's a lot of concern in Southeast Idaho, the health herd of mule deer, and maybe it's specific to the winter that we just had, since this is my first year, but I don't think it is. And I think you've done a phenomenal job of answering the questions and framing it out of the issues that we've got over there. So thank you very much for doing that, and encouraged to see what you put forward. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, Eric, outstanding presentation. And I think this is the kind of information that is just so important in sharing, so that as we talk about deer and elk management planning going forward, people are informed and operating on kind of the same set of information. And so sharing the information with the commission, super important, reminding everybody that this is recorded. So it lives on, and we can invite people to watch this presentation. But then also, as Eric mentioned to begin with, the State of Deer and Elk series is a resource that with the Communications Bureau involvement, there's a tremendous wealth of information. And I think I really applaud the Comms Bureau and the Wildlife Bureau in putting that information out there so that there is this common understanding. And Eric goes through so many of the things that are counterintuitive and explains why we hear this and it would make sense. But if you do it, don't expect a response. Or if you look at a 5-year period, it would indicate one thing. If you go back 30 years, it gives you a very different perspective. So yeah, thanks for that, Eric. Well done.
Thank you.
Good. Technical assistance program update. Tom. How do you say that? Basista, Tom Basista.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, Director Fredericks. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all. We don't get too many opportunities to talk to the commission about our program. And I also thank our Bureau Chief, Frank Edelman, for this opportunity as well. So my name is Tom Basista. Good job. I've been with Fish and Game since 2001. Mostly with Fish and Game. I did spend a little time with Idaho Department of Water Resources. So my background's more aquatic. And I started in this region, so it's good to be back here in the Clearwater. So today, I want to just discuss technical assistance program, the purpose, the approach, how it relates back to our mission, how we're organized, how we do collaboration. You heard a lot about collaboration. It's really key. It's key for our program. And then kind of just finish up with some conservation outcomes that we work on. So this is what we call our three-legged stool. Unfortunately, you don't have a stool, you have a triangle, but this will kind of help tie in how technical assistance contributes to our mission. The top part of this triangle, the regulation, the harvest management, we talked a lot. That's mainly what you guys do. You're well versed in that. Those are the decisions you're making. You do this all the time. Getting down here in the collaborative, that the habitat, we saw a lot of projects related to habitat. We saw a lot of discussion on land acquisition. So that's another leg of the stool, the habitat, facility development, even fishing and boating access to get people out into the environment to hunt and fish. And then we have this other leg, which is where the technical assistance program lies. And that's more taking our information and using it to influence decisions to help the mission of Fish and Game. So that's how we kind of like to describe and put us in our little corner of the world. So our program purpose, if you look at a core value in our strategic plan, it's using scientific data to guide fish and wildlife management and to take that data and disseminate it and use it to make other decisions. So I'll just read this as to inform decision-making by local, state, and federal regulators with science. It's the primary purpose of the program. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about energy, mineral projects, water developments, land use planning. You can imagine there's a slew of projects happening out there across our landscape that potentially can affect fish and wildlife resources. So our main objective is to use our scientific information and influence positive conservation outcomes for fish and wildlife. And how we are guided, this is our approach to technical assistance. We're guided with a procedures directive. And I'm going to read again here because this really sums up the technical assistance program. Provide technical assistance in a fact-based manner that effectively informs decision makers of expected fish and wildlife and associated recreation outcomes and recommendations to mitigate. So the basic elements of the technical assistance program are to review projects, to analyze the adverse effects on fish and wildlife, and then to finally make recommendations to the decision makers to avoid, minimize, or mitigate potential impacts to fish and wildlife. How we are organized. We have 14 people involved in our program, 7 in headquarters, 7 throughout the regions, but certainly we don't work in that 14-person vacuum. This literally takes a department and even more than a department to do all the technical assistance work that we do. So the front line, we have a regional technical assistance manager in each region, and I'll call out Clay Hickey if he's still here. Clay's our representative for the Clearwater. Our regional folks, they're our frontline folks interacting with all the different projects going on in the region. And then the headquarters folks, I'm a headquarter coordinator. We get to assist the regions. And if we have a project that takes on multiple regions, we'll get involved that way. But our program is very collaborative. We try to take this one team, one mission approach because we can't do it all ourselves. We work a lot with the other bureaus. Each regional technical assistance manager is supervised by the regional supervisor. So that's critical where we get their involvement. So again, just working as a team collaboratively and being in this position, Clay's as you know, Clay from his past as a wildlife manager, he's doing a lot of aquatic fishery stuff. So we all have to be cross-disciplined in our approach. And Fish and Game, we're a state executive branch agency. State collaboration is vital. It's vital for our existence and to help us accomplish protections for fish and wildlife. And I'm going to read this one again because it really sums up this collaboration with other state agencies. Ensure that effective stewardship of the state's wildlife resource occurs in a manner that is compatible with other businesses of the state to promote the safety, health, and welfare of Idaho citizens. And if you're not familiar, the state has an Office of Energy and Mineral Resources and an Office of Species Conservation. We are in constant contact with the governor's office to make sure we have a voice for fish and wildlife, but also respecting and representing the interest of all the other state agencies that are listed here. So it's very, very vital that we work in a state collaborative. And just to kind of give you it's really hard to boil down our technical assistance and, well, what do you do? You know, what are the outcomes? So I did this by numbers here. This is a level of effort. So in fiscal year 23, we provided over 2,700 responses. 530 of those were to private entities. The remainder were to agencies, federal governments, city governments, state governments. So we basically are contacted. Hey, can you provide comments on this project? And just to kind of put some context, in fiscal year 22, 2,700, in fiscal year 21, 2,000. So the takeaway here is, you know, we're having over 2,000 responses a year, and that's approximately over 300 per region. So it keeps us busy. It's a program where sometimes the projects come at you hard and heavy. Sometimes you have a little bit of comfort, but it's really consistent that we're constantly asked to respond to projects. And I'm not going to read through this list here. It's kind of a segue into a conservation outcome that I want to dig into a little bit. But here are some outcomes that we work on. And when you think about technical assistance, I mean, I'm going to talk about an aquatic one. That's just my background and my specialty, but this is how we approach all our technical assistance. And it's probably very similar to how the commission approaches a problem when it's presented in front of you. You know, first we work on identifying a resource concern. And when we're talking about water and fish, this picture pretty much sums it up. There's across Idaho, there's a lot of competing interests with water resources, with water rights and fish. A lot of the times a year, there's just not enough water to go around. So we typically identify the issue as a low flow issue. So then we develop these strategies, how to tackle that. The big thing is information and data discovery, work with the regions, work with the bureaus. What do we have to help us to show that this is an issue? And then that collaborative piece is key. Okay, who else are we going to get involved to deal with water issues? And obviously the Idaho Department of Water Resources is key, DEQ, OSC, and even water users. And then you develop these solutions, protect flow that's already there, maybe increase flow. And in some instances, hey, you only have the water you're allowed, then we look at altering habitat for those flows that are available. And hopefully that creates these outcomes and improve fish habitat. So 2 quick examples. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Lemhi Settlement Agreement in Region 7, but we had to deal with that. We had to deal with competing interests of water. And Fish and Game were protesting water rights along with the Water Resource Board. So that's a problem. We had this competing interest with water. Let's all get together. Okay, you need water here, we need water there. Develop the strategy, work in a collaborative agreement. And we got to some really good outcomes doing it this way. We got to a point where there is now water for users. There's set aside water to meet minimum stream flows. And we even have a a flushing flow in the Lemhi River to improve fish habitat. It's a prime example of how this works. And another one we're working on right now up here in Region 1 and Region 2, we're looking at systems, getting back to this low flow, these key time periods, we just don't have enough water for the aquatic environment and the fish. Well, let's sit down with all the users. We'll work with the regions, we'll work with water resources, and now we're moving collaboratively to help solutions up here in Region 1 and 2. And we're going to focus on the Potlatch and the Priest and the Pack Rivers. So again, working collaboratively, working strategically. That's kind of the essence of our technical assistance program. It's kind of an honor to educate you on that program because we don't rely on the commission all the time to help us. Occasionally we do, and we will in the future, but so thank you. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions from the commission? All right, thank you very much. Oh, go
Not a
ahead.
question, but I really appreciate this presentation because, back home, all of us, BLM, Forest Service, other agencies, or we hear from the community, what do you think of this project proposal? And, I knew in general what y'all were providing and I've seen products are great, but this gives me a lot more access. Thank you. I've got a few already in my head I want to talk to you about.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else? I'm just going to push through to the end unless one of you fellers need a break.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity.
To the end.
Well, we're getting close, man. Need a break?
I do, but yeah.
All right. 10 minutes.
I'll take it not as a personal comment about me, so.
We'll be back about 5 to 3.
Thank you. I didn't finish the water bottle.
Man, you're a slave.
All right, now we gotta move along to grizzly bears.
All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, the agenda lists me as the only presenter, but we have actually a two-part presentation for you today. Because there have been quite a few things going on in the world of lawsuits, as well as the world of administrative processes. Director Fredericks was called upon by the interim Natural Resources Committee of the Idaho Legislature to give a presentation on grizzly bears, and it seemed appropriate to follow up with some more details of those things with you regarding the different administrative litigation aspects. And in part because they're in the presentation to courts and various forums, there seems to be a misunderstanding of what participation Idaho has had in the prior decades of grizzly bear management and conservation. We thought it was important to make sure both the commission is aware, as well as folks who may be tuning in, so that they understand what contributions and commitments the department has made and the very dedicated and hard work of professionals that go in. I, for one, I assure everyone that despite what other parties say in court, I do not represent a bunch of knuckle dragging Neanderthals. I represent people that work very hard at what they do. And some of the recent events, people have gone the extra mile, climbed trees, trying to do things that risk their personal safety to give grizzly bears in a problem situation as much as they can do and still be responsible for public safety. I did circulate the briefing in the recent lawsuit involving that particular matter, and I would ask that if you haven't had the opportunity to see what all the department did to both protect public safety as well as try to give grizzly bears in the wrong place at the wrong time as much opportunity as possible. So with that, I will let Toby Boudreau give a little bit of the background on those, and then I'll come back to talk about the more pointy-headed matters that are really exciting at 3 p.m. or later in the afternoon, but we will do justice to them.
Thank you, Kathleen. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Director. First slide. I just want to give you an updated status on the recovery areas in Idaho, and in this map, which you have in front of you and on the screen, I would like to point out a couple things. Obviously, the 4 recovery areas in Idaho, starting in the north, are the Selkirk recovery area and the Cabinet Yaak recovery area, and the Bitterroot as you go south. And then in eastern Idaho, we have the Greater Yellowstone recovery area. The gray outline on the Selkirks and the Cabinet Yaaks is just a 10-mile buffer. The actual recovery areas are within those colored polygons. And about 8% of the Yellowstone designated management area actually is in Idaho. So to start off with the Selkirks and the Cabinet Yaak recovery areas, they are both occupied by grizzly bears. Recovery criteria for those was set 30 years ago, and it's a bit outdated. And we are working on demographic criteria right now, reviewing the old stuff and updating it as part of a conservation strategy work that Kathleen will talk about. But even though we have outdated criteria, you know, the Selkirks is actually meeting even the old criteria. We are meeting that recovery criteria for grizzly bears, and the Cabinet Yaak is not. Greater Yellowstone obviously is occupied, extremely occupied. And I will show you a graph later of what the population looks like. And we are meeting all U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recovery goals for the Yellowstone. The Bitterroot is unoccupied, although we have had an odd younger male bear make forays into the country, and then evidently decided that there wasn't enough food there and left quickly. So in total in Idaho, we have about 200 bears, somewhere between 70 and 80 up north, and probably closer to 120 around the greater Yellowstone. And for now, 0 bears in the Bitterroot. So what does Idaho Fish and Game do for bears? In the greater Yellowstone, we have 1 full-time biologist and 1 officer in the Island Park area, and they manage a ton of bear conflict issues. Obviously, you've seen the maps of the bear distributions up and down, the state's biggest main street. We've got bears moving all over there, and they deal with those conflicts on a daily basis as long as they are out and around. Also, they do the capture and monitoring for the interagency grizzly bear study team in Idaho. So we actually collar bears for research, also doing trail camera work up there, hair snares, and baits. In the Selkirks, we have 1 seasonal technician and 1 officer in Bonners Ferry that's dedicated to grizzly bear efforts. Of course, they're managing conflicts on a daily basis, and I'd like to report this year that conflicts were significantly down from the year before, which makes Carson Watkins very happy. Monitoring, however, is still done by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the Selkirk and the Cabinet Yaks. And I know the department 2025 budget actually has an FTE ask in there for a full-time biologist working on grizzly bears in North Idaho. The other component of what Idaho Fish and Game does, obviously, with grizzly bears is law enforcement and public safety. Under public safety, nuisance bears getting into problems all the time, and we have lots of staff that work on that. Obviously, conflict situations, whether it be livestock, honeybees, unsecured garbage, or other food attractants like apples. They just bought a professional apple press up in the Panhandle to help people make something of all the apples that are hitting their ground and not being available for grizzlies by picking them up. And then, of course, we have the ORT teams, which are the regional wildlife have a human attack response teams. And those teams are assembled in every region. And anytime someone is attacked by wildlife, those teams go out and do the investigation, from going to see the victim to catching whatever did the deed. And beyond that, of course, law enforcement works on mortality investigations, which would include intentional illegal killings, mistaken identities, which there was one this year up in North Idaho, and self-defense investigations, which there was one in Region 6 by some archery hunters this year. I said I'd get back to the Yellowstone situation, and this graph is a little complicated, but it basically is 1983 to 2023, thereabouts, and shows the bear population and its increase over time. The blue line that goes through the lower third of the graph basically is the minimum population that the Fish and Wildlife set for genetic fitness. So that's how many we have to not have have a very, very low incidence of inbreeding in the population. And that is the minimum bar. Of course, there are many bars on this ladder that we have been climbing for delisting. As you can see, as the population grew from the 1990s up through the 2000s, we had a delisting rule in 2007 that was then followed in 2009 by the bears getting relisted. And that was over whitebark pine issues in the park and litigation. And then again, as the population seemed to asymptote a little bit, and that means basically just sort of stop growing at a very high rate between 2009 and 2017, there was another delisting rule. And that was when I was got involved in grizzly bears in Idaho. And that's when we set up the framework for a potential hunting season. And then they were quickly relisted just before that season was about to drop in 2018. Since that time, population has grown even more, and the current estimate is 965 bears. So the work continues on that, and Kathleen will update you, and I'll turn the rest of the time over to her.
So a review of the different legal relationships that Idaho has and the current status of those. Director Fredericks currently is chair of the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee, and that is a state federal committee that we're about ready to celebrate. It was 1983, so however many years that is, we're about to celebrate that. I don't think I want to do the math because it's close to when I graduated from high school. So that committee has been around for a long time, and its mission has been on conservation and delisting and recovery of grizzly bears, and still wanting those recovery to be recognized through delisting has remained of importance to this committee. And there is an executive committee on which Director Fredericks presides. And then there are subcommittees that are dedicated to grizzly bear science, conflict management, public information, and education on a range-wide basis, as well as regional subcommittees that are based on the recovery areas that Toby presented to you. And those have a mix of federal, state, tribal, and local government participation. Matt Piran in the Upper Snake participates, as well as other staff in the Yellowstone Ecosystem Subcommittee. JJ Tier and other staff participate on the as yet unoccupied, but there is still a subcommittee for the Bitterroots. And then Carson Watkins and other staff participate on the Selkirk Cabinet Yak Subcommittee, all of which are working hard. The Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee also might be noticed by people, those of us who have coolers that we lug around to keep our food cool. Some of them have stickers on them indicating they comply with testing standards that are established by the Interagency Grizzly Bear Committee for being resistant, not bear proof, but helping people store their foods safely and meet federal government and other requirements for making food storage a little safer and resistant from bears in the backcountry and in our national forest and other backcountry lands. So in terms of the administrative actions, I believe Commissioner Atterbury and that maybe one of the others of you remember the day when grizzly bears for Greater Yellowstone were put back on the endangered species list. And the reason for their going back the first time, back in 2007, was because a judge found that the Fish and Wildlife Service had not analyzed the potential impact of white bark pine. Went back and did that, put out a new rule 10 years later. That too was found insufficient for 3 different reasons, none of them white bark pine. And those related primarily to are within the state's control. One is a commitment to translocate bears because the judge found that commitment insufficient because of the isolated nature of the population. And the judge also wanted a commitment from the states that if they change the method of how they estimate bears, that they would recalibrate that. And that came up because the method that was in place at that time, as the population kept growing, became more and more conservative. So even though the model would produce something like 600 bears, people thought, well, the number of bears is actually 850 or 900. And that led to the court being uncomfortable with what the state's level of commitment were. So that was one of the reasons it went back on the list. And in 2021, the Interagency Grizzly Bear Study Team did adopt a new population method that seemed to be more accurate, realistic, And the committee has completed work to recalibrate that model with the old model and come up with new figures. So moving forward, to address the court's remand of the 2017 rule, there are some things states need to put in place in order to respond to that requirement. The commission had previously signed up for a tri-state memorandum of agreement with the states of Wyoming and Montana as to how collectively the three states would manage any agency removals or any potential harvest to make sure the population remained healthy. And to do that in Idaho, we have to pass a commission proclamation that, again, is the mechanism that you use to keep your commitments with the other two states. They also have regulations to do that. So we have documents. Those documents we will need to update. We are preparing them to come before the commission probably at your January meeting. And related to that is a parallel directive of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Although not directly required by the Endangered Species Act, the Fish and Wildlife Service recovery plan has directed that for delisting, there needs to be an interagency conservation strategy because grizzly bear management is complex and it involves habitat that is managed by U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, the National Park Service, and it involves wildlife management that is managed by Yellowstone National Park, the three states, and there is some habitat on the Wind River Reservation as well. So there is a requirement to have a interagency conservation strategy. That too was developed to support the prior two delisting rules, and we are again at a point of having to update that. And as of yesterday, November 15th, the Yellowstone Ecosystem Subcommittee has posted a draft revised chapter of the conservation strategy related to those population criteria, mortality limits, et cetera. And they are seeking feedback on that through December 15th, 2023. It's a process that seems to have lots of parallel public comment periods, and bringing them into alignment is what we are aiming for. So that is a process somewhat parallel to your passage and adoption of a revised tri-state memorandum of agreement. So that process will be collecting information that will also help you in your consideration of revisions staff will recommend for the tri-state tri-state memorandum of agreement. So that's the Greater Yellowstone. That is moving in a direction towards having all the materials from the state perspective for delisting. There is still the third requirement of the court remand, which because grizzly bears were listed as the lower 48 states, the court directed kind of if you try to make Swiss cheese out of that lower 48 listing and pull one aspect out, Fish and Wildlife Service has to show that the cheese that is left behind is something that is protectable under the Endangered Species Act. So there is still an aspect of this process that involves the Fish and Wildlife Service taking action, but we are taking the steps to address the needs of the states. Moving to the other occupied ecosystem in Idaho or recovery areas, there are kind of two of them, but they run over each other in the Kootenai River Valley. Since 2013 or thereabouts, the people involved in the Selkirk Cabinet yak recovery have recognized that the recovery criteria from 1993 aren't really good metrics because you can't really count bears the same way you do in those dense forest areas that you can in Greater Yellowstone. And while Greater Yellowstone and Northern Continental Divide did develop new criteria that made sense since 1993, the Selkirk and Cabinet kind of got relegated to the corner for a little bit. So it has been a priority for the state of Idaho to make sure there are criteria that actually make sense and are measurable and that can be identified as here is the finish line you must cross in order to show that this population, which is connected to Canada, is appropriate for removal from protections of the Endangered Species Act. So those efforts have taken a little longer to get started, but also earlier this week, the subcommittee met, and there is a group of technical folks from the various state, tribal, and federal agencies that are undertaking a review to both update the population criteria and the habitat criteria, as well as compile all of the some of the other aspects for developing delisting and for federal land management agency commitments, such as making sure the 1990 era motorized restrictions adopted by the National Forests have other companion measures in place for bear protection, such as things you do around campgrounds or infrastructure related to food resistant storage or bear resistant food storage. And then we turn to the interesting aspect of the unoccupied ecosystems and the observation that most of us who do or participate or advise on wildlife management focus on the animal where animals are as a higher priority, especially if they have conflict like grizzly bears, versus let's move them into new places before we've taken care of the ones where they currently exist. But we find ourselves in a little bit unique position where the Bitterroot ecosystem was the subject of much political interest and public policy interest in 2000. There had been a plan to reintroduce bears into the Bitterroot in 2000, and that involved the designation of a non-essential experimental population. That turned out, for various reasons, to be a little too soon after a similar designation for gray wolves was used to introduce gray wolves into Idaho, and they weren't able to address getting those off the endangered species list. So as a result, that introduction from 2000 never happened. The federal government actually proposed to withdraw that designation in 2001, but never made a final decision to do so. And somehow 20 some years later, some organizations challenged the lack of follow through on either reintroducing grizzly bears into the Bitterroot or to challenge that they should still be reintroduced. And a federal district judge in Montana agreed with those organizations, and that led to Fish and Wildlife Service proposing a 43-month schedule to undertake additional national environmental policy analysis related to the restoration of grizzly bears in the Bitterroot ecosystem. We had been part of the lawsuit seeking to oppose that being a requirement on the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but the judge ruled in favor of the organizations. And because Fish and Wildlife Service has agreed to an analysis, it has not taken a position on what its final choices should be about moving bears or not. So that basically made that lawsuit appeal not sustainable, and both the federal and state appeals have been dropped as of within the past week. So the state of Idaho, through leadership, I think JJ Tier has now been the designated point of contact, along with a counterpart of Office of Species Conservation, for participating and representing the state's interest as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service prepares a new environmental impact statement on bears in the Bitterroot. So that's where that is. There will be an anticipated public scoping notice scheduled to come out before the end of the year, seeking public input on what the scope and range of alternatives should be for that. And we will keep the commission apprised on the developments of where that proceeds and make sure people have the ability to weigh in on what the scope of those comments are. The other area of interest that normally Idaho would not wade into what another state wants to do with grizzly bears, but because we are at a place where what other states do can affect our ability or inability to delist in the future. We did comment on the draft environmental impact statement relative to the reintroduction of grizzly bears into the North Cascades. There was a companion rule proposing designation as a non-essential experimental population. And the short version for today's meeting is there were quite a few inconsistencies of the representations of why this would work and be a potential source population would come from the Northern Continental Divide in Montana and from Greater Yellowstone, despite that not yet being delisted for administrative reasons. But the proposal for that is to begin a small population through movement of 36 bears over a short period of years, and then having that be supported until a population of 200 bears is achieved 60 to 100 years from now, all along the way, seemingly without a plan for exiting from a designation under the Endangered Species Act as a non-essential experimental population. So you can have some appreciation why Idaho, we have talked before about why that may not be in Idaho's interest as we are trying to get the focus on the areas of current bear occupancy. And that's where that is right now. And this, for whatever reason, has a fire lit under it. And Idaho has been told that the schedule for a final environmental impact statement would be this spring, and a final record of decision, at least on the current schedule, would be in the June or July 2024 timeframe. And a quick overview of the judicial branch activities. As you know, we are defending the director and regional supervisor for the Upper Snake region and regional wildlife manager relative to the removal of bears for protection of public safety last fall, something we think is clearly explained and justified, but that suit is brought against U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for its role in that removal and Idaho Department of Fish and Game. As part of that, you have also been familiar that the state petitioned for delisting of the entire lower 48 listing because it is not a species, and its failure to be a species has led to these complex court decisions of what I call making Swiss cheese out of something that is not a species, and some compilation of population segments that don't align with the legal nature of the Endangered Species Act. So because at its heart, a lawsuit against state removal of grizzly bears in a population that should not be listed under the Endangered Species Act in Greater Yellowstone's case is well above recovery standards, and actions where the state undertakes removals for protection of public safety comes back to they shouldn't be listed. So this was a pending case, and we made the choice to make a cross claim against U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service related to their denial of Idaho's petition, which we believe was unlawful, and it seemed to fit in this particular context, as well as claims related to how the removal of nuisance bears are authorized under federal regulation. So that is still a pending case, and we have still on a schedule where we have not yet received an answer back from the federal government or the plaintiffs. Also of interest is the state of Wyoming has made a lawsuit to obtain their delayed 12-month finding about a year overdue related to their petition for delisting of Greater Yellowstone. And we are in a monitoring mode for that, but there's somewhere where Wyoming wants that done as soon as possible, and Fish and Wildlife Service has represented that it might be able to make an overdue 12-month finding by summer of 2024, and we'll see what the judge has to say about that. And I mentioned what happened to the Bitterroot case, and then there is also the business of, without going into all of the details, but grizzly bears are used and requirements related to them under the Endangered Species Act for federal agencies having to review what their projects might do related to grizzly bears and any other potential take of grizzly bears. There are multiple lawsuits over various things that happen on federal lands related to forest management, proposed actions, related to grazing actions, related to road building actions. And we also have a pending lawsuit related to the conduct of trapping activities in Idaho, where there are alleged but unsupported claims about taking of grizzly bears. So that's one avenue of when people ask why isn't Idaho on board with reintroduction and movement of grizzly bears. That is an area of, well, if you make it so you can't do anything, why would people want to welcome, here's the next generation or two of lawsuits, as well as addressing resources going to lawsuits rather than going to conservation and rather going to traditional activities in Idaho. And lastly, we've dealt with the first two branches of government, of the federal government, the executive branch and the judicial branch, but Congress has also made some introductions of legislation. They've been a little bit busier more recently about getting government funded. So there hasn't been too much legislative action on any other bills that don't involve funding the government, but Senators Risch, Crapo, and Representative Fulcher did propose legislation that would remove this lower 48 listing of grizzly bears in 2 years. And in the meantime, Fish and Wildlife Service could determine if there was anything distinct population segment whose listing was appropriate. And there has also been a separate set of legislation involving similar to how congressional delisting of gray wolves in the Northern Rockies occurred. There's legislation that would just order the republication of the 2017 rule and deem that it is adequate and that the rationale and requirements of the judge relative to that do not apply in the eyes of Congress. All of those are at the initial introduction phase. They have not proceeded to hearing as yet, but they are on the table. And with that, there will be, assuming the commission chooses to go into executive session, there are some additional litigation specific matters that I could advise you on, but that's the overview so that people are aware of there are various public comment activities that are ongoing or soon to be ongoing related to all of those things.
Questions, comments? Thank you, Kathleen. Number 18, set the 2024 commission calendar. So I love coming to Lewiston in November. We've came here for several years in a row, but I think in fairness, maybe we need to give someone else a chance in November. So we're open for suggestions on that, I think, and I'll let you talk about the calendar.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I would observe that 2 out of the last 3 years we've been in this room talking about surprise detections of CWD. So let's try our luck somewhere else next year. I concur with that. So let's start from the beginning. In January, we have had a meeting traditionally in the last week in January. So this in 2023, it was the 25th, 26th of January. So if folks want to pull out their calendars. And that meeting is in Boise. So I might suggest in that 24th to 26th range, if that works for people, just looking at my calendar. Yeah. Would that work? 24, 25? Oh.
I was just gonna say.
Jordan,
that
go ahead.
The calendar, in our binder has the SHOT Show at that time. Does that matter? The calendar in our
not looking
binder
at it.
has some blue conference dates marked out. That's number 18.
Thank you.
That's a sheep show in Reno.
Shot show.
Oh, SHOT Show.
Sheep show is the week before that.
Oh. There's no reason we couldn't do the. Oh, it's Groundhog Day, never mind. There's no reason we couldn't do either the 31st of January or the 1st or 2nd of February. I don't believe. I don't think that's pushing anything too late. Looking at the deputies too, to make sure that we're not missing any critical. Okay. Let's go the other direction.
Are you sending people to the SHOT Show? Is that?
That's not an issue for me.
I saw it on the calendar here. I'm not convinced that you couldn't do it that way.
Oh, okay.
Can we meet during the SHOT Reno, or when is it? Reno? Las Vegas SHOT Show.
Yeah, let's go back with that.
Okay.
25, 26.
Or 24,
Either works
25.
for me, so let's go 25, 26 if that works for you all. Okay.
26. Going.
Yep.
Just fine on it there.
Kind of like Groundhog Day.
So then we have targeted right in the middle of March. And the 24th to the 29th is out. Yep, third week, if any preferences there, the week of the 18th is good here.
Good for me.
Yeah, so let's go the 19th, 20th. And then pick a location. Boise picked. Go into May. We have used the second or third week in May. Either are good here.
Good for me.
Week of the 13th. How about the 14th, 15th, or 15th, 16th preferences? Any other preferences? Let's go 15, 16 if that. Okay, thank you. And yeah, and Commissioner Bobbitt would be happy to host in Coeur d'Alene. And Carson is nodding. So if that sounds good, we'll go to Coeur d'Alene. Taking us to July.
I'd like to do Pokey in July. That's
works for us.
Perfect.
So only constraint. Yeah, I think it would on my calendar be best if we could target the week of the 15th or the following week, preferably the week of the 15th.
I think I have a family reunion that week.
The following week work okay for you?
Yep, I think so.
Commissioner Bobbitt? Wide open here. The week of the 22nd
of July.
Always make Thursdays, but we're always like. 22nd, 23rd.
Do you have tri-state in July? Did you move those dates?
We have tri-state in the first week in July, yeah. The second week in July, and the week of the 4th is the first week, which wouldn't be ideal. WAF was June now. Yeah, so that's not a factor, yeah. Yeah, I'd like to, if we could go with that week of the 22nd, it might be a little bit of a challenge on a Monday start, but if we did the field trip on a Monday, is that what you're thinking? So Commissioner Bobbitt, I guess if, would it? Appreciate that. Yep. And then that takes us to November, which will not be in Lewiston. And we've got more latitude than we've used for the November meeting. We could do it the first week in November.
Yeah, buddy.
Got one yeah, buddy, and one yeah. So
Some of us like to capitalize on the whitetail hunt in November.
In later November, yeah. So can we do November 6, 7? Or what's that? Oh.
Gonna get a year break.
Oh, yeah. 7, 8 is fine. And 7, 8 work for folks? And seven, 8, 6. Is 6, 7 work for folks?
Now, let's see.
Okay.
Any takers for November location?
Looking at Ryan back there. Yes, I guess so. Salmon.
Salmon it is.
Beautiful time to be in salmon.
It is. November 6th and 7th. March is Boise.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's required actually. Yeah. Yeah, right.
So can we make sure I got those dates right?
Yeah.
Boise's 25th to 26th of January.
Yeah, so January 25, 26 will be Boise. March 19, 20 will be Boise. May 15, 16 will be Coeur d'Alene. July 23, 24 will be Pocatello. November 6, 7 will be Salmon. There you go.
All right, good work. All right, number 19, appoint commissioner representative to WAFWA. Derek did it previously for some time. Currently, I am the WAFWA representative. I would like to keep doing it. I think that sometimes it's appropriate to have more than just one person go. There's a lot of good stuff there. And from what I understand, as long as we don't have a quorum, we're good. So 3 people could conceivably go. If you haven't been, I would recommend it, especially when there's a topic of interest, because you get to go and talk to people who have the same challenges as we do, and they have some very unique solutions. One of the things I take away from WAFWA, generally speaking, is we're glad we're Idaho, and we got it way better than some other states, and we want to try to keep it that way. So It's a pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, with that campaign speech, I'd make the motion to have you serve as the commission liaison to the WAFWA.
Second that.
Mr. Chairman, I will not be voting no. I will not be voting no.
Record that.
Thanks, buddy. We'll talk later. It's been moved and seconded to appoint me as the representative to WAFWA. I appreciate it. I enjoy it. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? I'll abstain. Motion carries. Director's report, Mr. Fredericks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, so in the interest of time, I have a very abundant, thorough report that represents all the activities of the various bureaus. And so I would just invite the commission to please review that. There's a lot of really good information in there. I don't want to give short shrift to any of them and go through and highlight things because all the bureaus have been up to some really good productive things. So please just take the time to look through those if you would.
That's it?
Unless you'd like me to go through it detail by detail, I'd be happy to.
That's not what I was saying, Jim. Questions for Jim? All right, commissioners' reports. I think probably the same scenario there. Take a look at those. Planning for the next meeting. Next meeting's in Boise, correct?
Next meeting is in Boise. We have 2 days identified. We may not need both days. We typically have not for the January meeting, but we'll just hold those and then we'll be working on an agenda. This is my first time through this process, so I think that's kind of where we're at, right? Looking at my counselor.
Just to help in terms of, should the governor have appointed a new commissioner to succeed Commissioner Atterbury, sometimes there's a little bit of timing depending on which days and when committees are meeting, that you look at the agenda of the natural resources respective Senate and House committees, and one of them meets Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and one of them meets on odd days. So you check in on if there is a desire of the committees to hear from the commission or to schedule a nomination hearing, should it align with that for the commissioners who are nominated for appointment or reappointment as part of that. So that's typically one or the other of the days is more for a legislative process, and then the other day is for the commission's regular business meeting.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Thank you. Looks like we're about to the end, isn't it? I gotta say briefly, wow, we have a lot of smart people work for us, and you guys do an impressive job, and I appreciate you. And like, oh my God, some of the stuff, what you know and what you do, and I'd put you up against anybody, honestly. So appreciate it. So you want to take a little. Okay. So now we have on the agenda executive session. I believe Ron has a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the commission go into executive session under Idaho Code 74-206 subsections 1C and F.